Okay, Jim, go ahead.
10, 9, ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Bitcoin and BTC, $1 trillion CAP, don't sleep on cryptocurrency, just make some money. Yeah, it's a $2 trillion market cap for me. It's a wave, but this ain't no GameStop or AMC. Why? Cause centralized systems keep them fees high. Fucking me high, maybe connect, but we fly, learn to invest, and you'll see why. Your money's your time, don't waste it. Buy it, trade it, stake it, you made it. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. YOLO. No more to FOMO, to the no more to FOMO, to the moon we go. YOLO. To FOMO, to the moon we go. To the moon, hey, to the moon, hey, hey. No to FOMO, to the moon we go. YOLO. No to FOMO, to the moon we go.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Fractional shares of Bitcoin. Buy it, trade it, stake it, you made it. Don't lose your private key, everybody knows. Blockchains that go from guppy to whale. When the market prevails, you make profit at scale. Cryptocurrency, your legacy. So the future generations can be financially free. To the moon, hey, to the moon, hey, to the moon, hey. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. Yes, those are our songs. To FOMO, to the moon we go.
10, 9.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Are we kicking it off? We ready? Yeah. Give me a thumbs up when it's time to go.
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
I'm gonna have to sing it again because, you know, it's our song, so I know all the words.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Bitcoin and BTC, $1 trillion CAP, don't sleep on cryptocurrency, just make money. Yeah, it's a $2 trillion market cap for me. It's a wave, but this ain't no GameStop or AMC. To the D's block where you need to be. Why? Cause centralized systems keep them fees high.
We can hear you. Heard you singing over the playback of the song. Okay, Greg.
And you'll see why.
You know I love this.
Don't
Our favorite time of the year.
Trade it, stake it, you made it. No more
No
to
more
FOMO, to the moon we go.
YOLO.
No more to FOMO,
We gotta set the stage.
to the
To the moon, hey, to the moon, hey, to the moon, hey, to the moon, hey.
no more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go.
Ah, okay. Yeah. No.
We're just waiting for the video to stop sharing.
Okay, perfect. Oh, I see the hearts. I see the love. I feel the love. Look at me. Me and my plant hair. So much fun. It's so funny because like we wrote those songs and produced them in 2021. So the fact that like they're still on point and $1 trillion CAP when we talk about Bitcoin and like literally Bitcoin is at like 1.3 trillion right now. Like I said, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. It's so funny because, all right, are we ready to go? Oh my God! Yay! Welcome! I'm so excited. Let's see if I keep the energy up all day. If you know me, you know what it is. You know it's gonna be like this all day. So where are we at? What are we doing? Welcome to the fourth annual Crypto for the Culture Conference. I'm Lisa Franco for all my Haitians. I'm a proud Haitian American. I always lead with revolutionism coded in my DNA. I am the co-founder and chief revenue officer of Crypto Tutors. We are an award-winning Web3 education company. We have focused primarily on B2B, but we're always ensuring that everyone is welcome to participate in this innovation economy. Super excited today because our conversations will be ranging from Bitcoin to careers, policy, decentralized IDs, the intersection of AI and blockchain, startup capital, and so much more. I'll be kicking off today's festivities with my bestie. There we go. There she is, right there, right there. Above and beyond Crypto Tutors. We've been best friends for the past 10 years. We co-founded this company in 2021, and we've been rocking and rolling. Actually, we conceptualized Crypto Tutors in 2020. We launched officially in 2021. We've been rocking and rolling ever since. And also, we are accompanied today during these opening remarks by our longtime homie, our brother from another mother, and business partner, Darren Carter, Senior Manager of U.S. Policy and Grassroots Advocacy at Coinbase. Welcome, Nina and Darren, to Crypto for the Culture. So let's start with a quick year in review. Let's talk about what transpired in 2024. This year has been monumental for crypto, blockchain, and Web3. In fact, 2024 may go down as a turning point with major advancements shaping the future of this space. We had the Bitcoin halving that happens every 4 years, where the amount of new Bitcoins created gets cut in half. We have seen this event over the years be a catalytic force for Bitcoin, which is, by the way, up nearly 60% in 2024, and the market cap is up for Bitcoin 142% from a year ago, when the BTC market cap was valued at about 542 billion, as opposed to today, we're clocking it at over 1.3 trillion. So what do we have to attribute this momentum, this massive momentum? Well, glad that you asked, and that's what we're going to be unpacking throughout the course of the day. But major financial institutions, including BlackRock and JP Morgan, have been exploring blockchain to tokenize real-world assets. This is a market that they're predicting will reach trillions. It will be worth trillions by 2030. The AI blockchain landscape is an ecosystem where we're seeing intelligent algorithms and decentralized ledgers intermingle, forming a foundation for groundbreaking applications, right? The decentralized nature of blockchain ensures data integrity and security, fostering an environment where AI algorithms can thrive without compromising privacy. We have a whole panel today about the intersection of AI and blockchain, which we'll dive deeper into that. At the end of the day, though, one of the biggest headlines of the year was the approval in the United States of the spot Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs. We're also going to be unpacking that as well, because these financial products have opened up the floodgates for institutional investors, paving the way for broader adoption and further legitimizing crypto and traditional financial markets. So these ETFs are providing retail investors with easier ways to access these assets through familiar investment channels. And that was a massive change in sentiment here in the United States as far as our policy is concerned. But Darren, would love to have you weigh in and tell us more about what's happening with policy.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lisa, Nina, Keenan, entire Crypto Tutors team. Congratulations on another phenomenal Crypto for the Culture event. I look forward to this every single year. And obviously, I'm proud to represent Coinbase during today's discussion. So I'm glad that policy is a highlight of this year. I really want to begin by covering some of the significant policy milestones. And I'm going to get started with FIT 21, which is some policy legislation that you guys may have heard of. So in May of 2024, Congress voted on the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, FIT 21, which is a market structure bill. It's going to help clarify how digital assets are defined and regulated by the SEC and CFTC. It provides consumer protections, all of that. And the real milestone moment here was the fact that the House passed FIT 21 with overwhelming, 71 Democratic votes, overwhelming bipartisan support And that's really set the industry on a path towards regulatory clarity. And it sent a strong signal that Congress is ready to move this discussion forward. Meanwhile, if you look globally, global leaders are also embracing crypto. The European Union's MiCA, which is Market in Crypto Assets Framework, represents one of the most comprehensive regulatory regimes for crypto, and it shows that the entire globe is shifting towards thoughtful, common sense regulation. So the US really needs to keep up. Our policymakers have been making moves, but so have everyday crypto advocates, and they've played a huge role in changing the policy landscape. Stand With Crypto is a grassroots organization which to date has over 1.7 million advocates across the entire United States. The organization has done a phenomenal job educating policymakers and really just bringing everyday crypto advocates along for the ride. And together, through in-person touch points, through town halls, and so on and so forth, we, the people, have made significant strides. So much of this work that we've done as an organization has laid the foundation for that Fit 21 vote. And without the crypto advocate, honestly, we would be in a very different place here in the United States. So in closing on my end, obviously we're nearing a major election cycle here in the US. If I had a Bitcoin for every time someone doubted the fact that crypto was going to become a presidential issue, I would have more Satoshis than Michael Saylor. Yet, here we are, 19 days away from a huge presidential election, and both candidates have made public statements about digital assets, the need for common sense regulation, and the importance of moving legislation through Congress. So my ask to you, the people, is to get educated, get registered, and to get out there and go vote. All right, that's it. So with that, Nina, I would love to pass the mic to you, and let's hear from the audience and kick off our first poll.
Awesome. Our first poll, can you all see it? Okay,
Yep.
people are already starting to participate. Number 1, are you registered to vote? Yes or no? Number 2, do you plan to vote? Okay, the majority is looking like it's planning on voting. And then number 3, would you like to receive a voter guide? And we are going to have all of the voter guides and also our free resource guide. I'm going to put that in the chat right now for everyone to be able to receive as information for your local state and your address and all the details. So go and check it out. Copy this link and save it as a favorite. Amazing. Okay,
This is amazing.
go ahead.
Me?
Mhm.
Excellent. We're going to be running the poll throughout the course of the day. Let me just exit out of here. Perfect. Okay, great. So thank you for that. And as you can hear, that's going to be the sentiment, the resounding sentiment to, exercise your civic duties here in the United States. But with respect to just this global diversity, celebration of diversity conference, let's go back to innovation. Innovation is continuing at a blistering pace, okay? Particularly in emerging markets where blockchain is solving real world problems. Another theme that you'll hear throughout the course of the day. In countries like India, Nigeria, Indonesia, crypto adoption is skyrocketing. Mind you, these are 3 of the top countries adopting crypto right now, according to Chainlink's 2024 Geography of Crypto report. And that has a lot to do with improving financial inclusion, streamlining remittances, and bringing decentralized finance, aka DeFi, talk about DeFi all odds, but services to the unbanked, bringing these decentralized services to the unbanked. And this really highlights how blockchain is transforming underserved populations. You'll see a lot of representation across the entire ecosystem, people from all different walks of life, aka the culture. And so, what's interesting about where we are right now is that North America, which is where Crypto Tutors is based, a lot of the companies that are supporting this endeavor are based. North America, where obviously the US is ranked 4th in terms of the top 20 global crypto adopting countries in the world. We remain the largest here in the US, here in North America. We remain the largest cryptocurrency market globally, with an estimated 1.3 trillion in on-chain value received between July of 2023 and June of 2024. That represents about 22.5% of the global activity. North America's dominance in the cryptocurrency market is fueled by institutional activity, which we touched upon before. But going a little bit deeper, North America's crypto climate is also marked by substantial institutional momentum. Established legacy financial entities such as Goldman Sachs, Fidelity, and BlackRock, who've shaped financial markets in the US and globally for decades, are now really taking a serious position in the crypto space. This marks a critical maturation point for the industry as cryptocurrency is increasingly integrated into the mainstream. But Nina has some interesting perspective she wants to share with you all. Nina, take it away.
Automation is currently eliminating millions of jobs, but according to PwC, by 2030, 40 million blockchain-related jobs will be created. 56% of Fortune 500 executives state that their companies have Web3 projects. Fortune 100 companies have seen a 39% increase in Web3 projects within their companies. And that's according to the Web3 Adoption Survey that you may have seen from the Coinbase State of Crypto report. As Web3 careers are among the highest paying careers, students and professionals can move in one of the fastest growing industries with a CAGR of 67%, according to Markets and Markets. It can offset debt while gaining financial freedom faster. The global demand for blockchain developers is up 400% annually. And don't worry if you're not a technical professional, 65% of jobs in Web3 are non-technical jobs and on average pay $140,000. And the majority of Web3 roles are remote. It's estimated that 11,500 companies in the United States are using blockchain technology. And from our 35 speakers today, over 15,000 jobs are available. Yep, they're hiring right now, and they're on our resource website. Go to cryptofortheculture.io/resources. And you're all invited into this industry because it's inclusive of everyone. We've put together an incredible 8-hour show for you with 14 panel topics. Every 25 minutes is a new topic, and we have 35 speakers, and 50% of the speakers are women, and the majority of the speakers are diverse. This conference is unlike any other conference in the industry, breaking down all barriers to gain a free education for all attendees. Every 25 minutes, there'll be a short commercial break. During the commercial break, we'll drop valuable links to free information such as a voting guide, venture capital funding, grants, hackathons, certifications, educational materials, and links to over 15,000 jobs. We want to thank our sponsors, Block, Coinbase, Dan with Crypto, Foundry, Lunar Crush, Leather, Mara, Paradigm, and our supporters, JFF Labs and the United Negro College Fund.
Thank you so much, Nina. And look, at the end of the day, this is all about celebrating the diversity in Web3, while also understanding that today's conversations are literally helping to shape the future of finance and innovation. And we all deserve a seat at the table. We all should be thinking about getting a seat at the table and also building our own tables. So with that being said, to close our opening remarks, I want to impress upon you this. We are redefining access and opportunity. Welcome, everyone, to the 4th annual Crypto for the Culture, where we defy all odds. Thank you, Nina, and thank you, Darren.
Oh, we're going to hop to a commercial break.
There you go. Well, while we're getting this queued up, how's everybody doing today? I would love to see in a chat, some interaction. We got to make sure that we keep folks activated throughout the course of the day. We want to make sure that you are present and you are learning valuable takeaways. We want this to be as actionable as possible. Drop the music.
Bitcoiner, BTC, $1 trillion, CAP. Don't sleep on cryptocurrency. Just make some money while you sleep. Yeah, it's the $2 trillion market cap for me. It's a wave, but this ain't no GameStop or AMC. DeFi is where you need to be. Why? Cause centralized systems keep them fees high. Talking knee high, maybe even neck high. But we fly, learn, and invest, and you'll see why. Your money, your time, don't waste it. Buy it, trade it, stake it, you made it. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. To the moon, to the moon, to the moon.
I'm gonna be dancing all day. I'm sorry. That's just what it is.
No more to FOMO, to the moon we go.
I see you bouncing over there, Nina.
To the moon we go.
Connor's like, what did I sign up for? Don't worry, Connor. It's only coming up from here.
You made it.
Still with your private keys, I mean, by new me.
Blockchain's the trail, go from guppy to whale. When that market prevails, you make profit at scale. Cryptocurrency solidifies your legacy.
So the future generations could be financially free We're gonna go to find a conference like this. Let's be honest. And also, the virtual conference thing is still a thing. We're connecting people from all over the world to have these conversations, to share these insights, to shape and mold the future. The team sport. And also, YOLO.
Jump in the Lambo, and off we go.
In a preview to the lineup today.
Yellow.
All right. Peace out, Darren. We love you lots. All right, excellent. So as we are getting ourselves situated and transitioning to the next panel, again, I just want to underscore a theme that you'll hear throughout the Crypto for the Culture conference, and that is a steadfast belief in what we all are championing, and that is diversity being a cornerstone of innovation in Web3. As we segue into the next panel, I want us to turn our attention to one of the most groundbreaking technologies of our time, Bitcoin. And our next speaker, Connor Okus, an open source product manager and community builder at Spiral. This is where Connor is helping to manage the FOSS Bitcoin grant program, which we'll talk about. Keep in mind that this grant allows you to get paid in Bitcoin to work on Bitcoin. Talk about dream jobs. It's an open source Bitcoin grant program that supports developers and designers in over a dozen countries. Connor's an advocate for open source Bitcoin software and tools such as BDK, LDK, and Bitcoin Design, the Bitcoin Design Guide, which he'll be discussing momentarily. And in short, Connor's a leading expert in the field, and we're going to unpack the invaluable insights he has to share. So with that being said, let's dive into the Bitcoin Q&A and really start demystifying one of the greatest monetary and technological advancements, BTC. Connor, you with me?
Yeah, I think so. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
Hold
hear
on
you.
1 second. We're gonna play the Bitcoin video one more time, and then we're gonna go.
We have one more thing to get done, okay, Connor? So bear with
worries.
us.
No worries.
But I mean, that's a boss picture. So I mean, we got your good side. Give him a preview of the what's coming down the pike
10,
for the day.
9, ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
I want to dance, but I'm like locked to my seat. So I have to you know what I mean? It's just like what I can do in my seat.
Bitcoiner, BTC, $1 trillion
And that's great.
DeFi is where you need to be. Why? Cause centralized systems keep them fees high.
Because we're putting them on the game
Maybe
in
even
these songs.
high, but we fly, learn, and invest, and you'll see why. Your money, your time, don't waste it. Buy it, trade it, stake it, you made it. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go.
Yellow.
No more to FOMO, to the
But you didn't know I could sing.
No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Fractional shares of Bitcoin about stuff. Buy it, trade it, stake it, you made it. Don't lose your private key, everybody knows. Blockchain's the trail, go from guppy to whale. When the market prevails, you make profit at scale.
Cryptocurrency solidify your legacy so the future generations can be financially free. To the
That's important.
No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. YOLO. Jump in the Lambo and off we go. Jump in the Lambo and off we go. YOLO. YOLO.
That's it. That's all I got. That's what I say at the end of the song. We're keeping our schedule, Connor. 10:30 is when you go on, and it's 10:28. So 2
All
minutes.
right, we're good. We're good. We're good. Nice.
It's a precision sport. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you.
It's so funny because I'm so hyper and you're very like calm and
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I feel like I need to bring some energy, and I need to be able to
Oh my
keep up
God.
with your energy.
but you know what though? That's why I do triathlons because I have so much energy. I have to get it out of my system somehow, some way.
I feel you. I love the raps as well. I can see myself bumping that on a late night drive through Miami
what I'm
at some
saying?
point. So
We all about edutainment. But you know what's crazy about that? We made those songs. We wrote and produced those songs in 2021. And like we're
Okay.
firm believers in if you can make people if you can entertain people as you
No, for
are
sure.
educating them. And obviously there's tons of data to support this, like comprehension levels, retention levels increase. So, and we were kind of like, it was kind of silly, these songs in the beginning. It was just like, oh, okay, Lisa could rap and Quasi could produce and, Nina could write. And we just collectively decided this is going to be a fun way to get people excited
sure.
about this. So, throughout the course of the day, you're going to be hearing me over and over, Bitcoin or BTC, $1 trillion, but at least the numbers are still accurate, right?
Yeah, no, for real. It's good though. Like the edutainment thing's cool. It's like a nice hook to get people in, So I'm here for it. You're gonna have to send me the track later.
Oh my God. What is it? Spotify, Apple Music, like all of that. We on all of that.
Okay,
We're on
yeah, I
everything.
know that. Okay, fire,
Mhm.
fire.
It's 10:30 on the dot. I don't know if they're still adjusting us based on like positioning.
good.
All good? All right, let me look at him. Here we go. So I'm pretend I'm looking at you. This is super dope because, we are getting people excited about Web3, those that are excited, getting them more excited, those that are not, telling them why they should be. And what's interesting about your story as we kick things off, Connor, you were a professional soccer player. And so it's super dope to connect the dots in relation to you going from, a professional athlete to a dev. And I would love to just kick things off with, tell us about your story. Like, how did that happen? And, enlighten us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it's definitely a unique story. So I'm from England. I'm from London. And I grew up playing football. Football's almost like a religion back home. So I played for my local team called West Ham United from the ages of 8 till like 21. I played professionally there for a few years. So in that sense, I lived my dream of being like a professional athlete, but for a number of reasons, it didn't work out. And in my early 20s, I went to university to study computer science. I have my parents' side are half Nigerian, half Jamaican, so they're very educationally focused as well. So even though I was still playing professional football, I was self-studying different subjects like economics and English. So I had the grades to still get into university if football didn't work out. Luckily, I had those and went to study computer science, did that for 3 or 4 years, worked in industry as a software developer for a bit, and then found Bitcoin. And yeah, like I wanted to find a way to work on Bitcoin full time. So the nature of Bitcoin is like you can volunteer, you can get involved in many different capacities, and we'll talk about some of those a bit later. But I basically helped organize one of the conferences in London. It was called Advancing Bitcoin, and it's aimed at developers, designers, product people come
But why
together.
Bitcoin, Connor? Like what inspired you? What motivated you? And even for
Mm,
folks that still are not clear on what is Bitcoin, as you talk about what inspired you to join the
mm,
movement,
yeah.
it give us a simple definition of Bitcoin as well.
I mean, the way I view Bitcoin is basically it's freedom money, and it's money that is accessible to anyone on the planet. Um, it's really a tool for economic empowerment and financial freedom. Um, I just love the fact that you don't need it's permissionless, and you don't need to ask anyone to be able to like access the network and engage in economic activities and bring your talent to the world, irrespective of where you're from. But ultimately, it's a money, it's a network. It's has a fixed supply, which like many people see as its key value proposition. It's decentralized, so no one has control of it either. And it's ever growing as well. It's always evolving. It is software first, so there are people on the front line building it, trying to improve it, trying to improve the security, privacy, accessibility, and all of that good stuff. So for me, what excited me was like I've got access to all kinds of financial tools. Like coming from the West, don't have problems with bank accounts. I don't have problems with access to financial tools. I have the ability to save and all of these kind of things. But for me, it was definitely coming from the angle of like being able to hedge against inflation and have a vehicle where I can save the value I'm creating in society long term. It just didn't feel fair to, be working 37, 40 hours a week and, in 5 to 10 years time, have the value of those pounds or those dollars evaporate underneath me. And Bitcoin is solving that problem in my opinion. And it solves it for the individual as well as groups of people and institutions as well. So that was it for me. And then like the longer vision is like if we can have a global money that anyone has access to, I just feel like it means people from any part of the world can really bring their talents to the fore without having these arbitrary barriers put in place for them. That means they can't, reach their full human potential. So there's the more like hippie side of it, but there's also the more like, practical, like I want to save money and, have a solid future.
You know what I like about what you said, again, and this is, part of why we continue to champion the world of Web3, why we continue to champion the power of Bitcoin, is the democratization of access to wealth and wealth building. You touched upon the permissionlessness, where really everyone and anyone has the opportunity with an internet connection to participate in this ecosystem, this innovation economy. And it's exciting to know that we're moving with this third iteration of the internet into a world where the dependency on, central entities are the only environments that we can operate within. And so it's so exciting and exhilarating to just know that this new world offers a level of autonomy. You know, we talk a lot about self-sovereignty, you know, regarding the ethos in why so many people worldwide are, you know, advocates. But circling back to you and your journey, because I also think that this is super important. So you transition from you know, professional athlete, football, you know, soccer here in the US, and you had been studying comp sci, and then, you know, you get into the whole Bitcoin ecosystem. Walk us through that journey, and, you know, think about it also from the perspective of people that might be listening that are wanting to just emulate that blueprint. So like, walk us through the process of like kind of how you got started and yeah, where you are now.
Yeah, that's so I guess I kind of just had the question of like Bitcoin is free open source money, but I didn't really, to be honest, at the time, it's like 2016, 2017, I didn't really know what that meant, to be honest. I knew I had some technical skills doing software engineering and stuff. So my first kind of inclination was to see how I could contribute software to Bitcoin. But like I said earlier, I helped by just helping to bring people together initially. So it was to bring software developers together, bring product managers together, bring designers together in a conference here in London. So that was on a voluntary basis. So I just volunteered my skills initially, and then kind of just hoped that it would potentially lead to something. At the time, there were like very few opportunities to work on Bitcoin full time and free open source Bitcoin. Maybe just to touch on free open source and why that's important as well. So like the Bitcoin software is like freely available for anyone to download and anyone to use. The source code is available like on GitHub for anyone to go and read. Like you don't necessarily, obviously you have to have technical skills and be a developer to be able to understand the code, but it is there and freely available for anyone to see and use and anyone to contribute to.
And Connor, real quick, the coding language is Rust.
Well, a lot of the ecosystem uses Rust, but if we're talking about the Bitcoin core piece of software, which is like the main software that people will be interacting with, is actually written in C++. But a lot of the adjacent projects are written in Rust. Yeah. So nonetheless, after I'd helped organize the conference, I got a chance to do a grant with Spiral. So Spiral offer free open source grants to people who want to like work on open source Bitcoin, trying to improve security, privacy, decentralization. From me, I was very interested in like user experience focused efforts. So I was given a grant to work on basically initiating a Bitcoin design community who are focused on improving UX and the experience around using Bitcoin, because anyone who's actually used a Bitcoin wallet or Bitcoin software can attest to like the roughness of using it. It's not on par with perhaps what we're used to in the traditional finance world. So I was really trying to focus on like, how can we make this experience equivalent to what most of us are used to? And then done some other things around like some developer tooling that makes it easier to build on Bitcoin as well. So I got an opportunity to do that full time for 6 months. And then when the grant finished, I got the opportunity to join the Spiral team full time as a product manager, just based off the work I had done in my previous grant. So I currently
Sorry to interrupt you, but I also think that this
you're
is an important point of distinction, and that is you were granted, you were awarded Bitcoin for the like, okay, so because that's FOSS, I want to say, is that the FOSS grant?
Yeah, that's the FOSS grant. The grants can be paid in a variety of ways. You can get paid in Bitcoin, get paid in US dollars and pounds. So yeah.
And how much was the grant for that gave you the 6-month runway to just experiment and build and so forth?
So the Spiral grants are 100K for 12 months, so 100,000 US dollars, and you can get paid in Bitcoin and any fiat currency if you're choosing euros, pounds, yen, whatever it might be. So that's how we start with our grants.
Now that's super dope because one, it's giving you the opportunity to have the financial threshold to focus on building. But two, in your case, it allowed for an full-time employment opportunity at Spiral. You know, you sort of had the 6-month, almost like work intensive program that transitioned into full-time employment. Why don't you tell us, what is Spiral? What does Spiral do?
Yeah, yeah. So Spiral is an initiative at Block, formerly known as
And
Square.
we
So
love
Block,
Block, okay? Block,
you guys
holds a
like
special
Block, yeah?
place in our heart. They've been rocking with
Yeah,
us. Y'all have been rocking with us since we launched our company. So all
yeah.
due praise and respect.
Yeah, Block's a great company. Just for anyone who doesn't know, Block is made up of Cash App, Square, Tidal, TBD, and Spiral. And Spiral is an initiative within Block that's focused on improving and contributing to the free open source Bitcoin ecosystem. So we're made up of a team of engineers, software engineers, and a team of like more product manager focused people. And then we have a team of creatives as well who are focused more on like marketing and some creative initiatives. And so our streams of work include the grant program. So we give developers, designers, and PMs grants, and they're based all over the world, 20 plus different countries, and they're working on a variety of different things from Bitcoin Core to Lightning to BTC Pay Server to mining infrastructure. It ranges quite a lot. And they're given no strings attached funding to work on Bitcoin full time. So since our inception in 2020, I believe, we've given out over 70, 80 grants. We've been probably the biggest funder of its kind in the space. So I help to manage that program, kind of always on the lookout for talented people who want to work on Bitcoin and contribute. And then the other
Connor,
side is like,
real quick, pardon
Mhm.
the interruption, but to that point around you being open to dialoguing and engaging with folks that want to contribute, what would be the process for them to either join your team, or what would you recommend as, the steps to get involved, to get activated?
Yeah, for sure. So if you're a software engineer, product manager, or designer, probably the first step is just to start contributing. Like, find a project that you like, speak to the people who are already working on it, see what their needs are for the project, and start contributing. Once you find an area that has a lot of, let's say, meat to it, and it's something you could probably work on full time, then we usually recommend people just write us a proposal of what they'd want to work on, like no more than a page, and outlining. Typically, we want it to be in the area of like privacy, security, scalability, UX, and decentralization. So if it looks like it's something that might improve Bitcoin in those areas, then typically people will submit a proposal to us. We'll review it. If we like it, like, you get funding and off you go. And we're very hands off. We're not trying to like dictate how Bitcoin goes or what Bitcoin should be. It's kind of really just like hands off. You can work from anywhere you want at your own intensity. It kind of really is kind of like a dream opportunity, to be honest. And then on our full-time team, we are hiring for what we call a wizard. This is a very specialized role though. So this is people who are like into cryptography and research and want to find ways to help Bitcoin scale and things of that nature. So that's a very like unique position. I don't know if anyone in this audience.
Can we pause right there? Because that job title sounds super gangster in like all the right
Yeah, I
ways.
know, right?
Wizard.
I know, right?
So
Yeah,
I just had to
we
call that
literally call
out.
them wizards. Yeah, we literally call them wizards. So yeah, they're very like, in the weeds of the Bitcoin protocol, and trying to look for ways for us to scale and level up that way. So yeah, you can find more information about that specific role on our website. But yeah, more broadly, there's opportunities in marketing, in the creative side. Just to touch
Oh,
on the creative
wait.
side.
Hold up. That's also an important point of distinction. You know, Nina in the beginning was speaking about non-technical roles, and people forget that in this world of Web3, you don't just have to be technical. You know, you don't just have to be a dev. So, not to interrupt you, but to call out that you're hiring currently, there are marketing roles, creative roles.
Yeah, so my team specifically, we don't have any open creative and marketing roles in my team specifically, but just to speak generally about them, like some of the stuff my team have done in that realm is like education is still a very important thing in Bitcoin, and depending on what path you take, if you know end up on Twitter, like learning about Bitcoin can be like a very intense and like kind of rough environment. So we wanted to do something to make it a bit more like friendly and approachable. So our latest creative endeavor has been around creating this puppet character who who's actually grumpy, but is able to like express a lot of the values and the value proposition of Bitcoin. So we did that via a short film called Who is Bitcoin? So people should definitely watch that. And like we feel that's like a very valuable contribution to the space, because puppets and characters can often transcend cultures globally. If people can see Bitcoin as like something that's very approachable, then it means like different types of people from all walks of life can get involved. I'm yet to come across a culture that, you know, doesn't like puppets and like fun characters and stuff like that. So
the meme phenomenon. I mean, that right there.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So like if we can use creative means to like pull people into the space and then educate them over time and get them on the path to self-sovereignty, like even what you was doing, like with the music and stuff, any of these like creative pieces can have real value over time. So yeah, you don't necessarily, just to round off, you don't necessarily have to look at getting into the space as an engineer or on the tech side. There's like a wide array of different ways to contribute.
You know, it's funny because when I started my career in tech 100 years ago, thank God for the filtering feature in Zoom sidebar. But when I started, you know, before I started in tech, I was a fashion stylist, and I'm highlighting that and I'm calling it out because I want to impress upon people that there is space and place for you in the world of Web3. And Connor, I think, did a phenomenal job of just speaking to the possibilities and the fact that there are grant opportunities for you to participate in the Bitcoin ecosystem. He also is a part of the team that is evaluating those applications. And we were fortunate enough to have Connor's LinkedIn profile on cryptofortheculture.io, so you could certainly connect and link with him. But Connor, before we wrap up today's conversation, I would love to just, if you could, share some success stories of projects that have been funded through these programs that have, you know, made a noteworthy impact to the ecosystem. Does any come to mind?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many. I mean, like just the piece of software that, you know, runs this all and makes this all possible is Bitcoin Core, and we funded a lot of Bitcoin Core developers over the years to do review, to find bugs, security updates, and one or two of them have gone on to be maintainers. So like we're proud of just supporting like the software that started it all in, you know, 2009-10. So that's, you can never kind of lose sight of that. That's very important. But then there are like tools around the space. There's the Bitcoin development kit and the Lightning development kit. So if you're a software engineer and you're finding it a bit difficult to build Bitcoin experiences, you should look at those tools, because you, with the right education and the right team, you could probably build a wallet in a weekend or a week. So we're really proud of those projects as well. And you did allude to it earlier, but the Bitcoin design guide as well. Not many people think about design. I think in generally, Bitcoin very, very much so, but crypto more broadly, like not a lot of people like think about design as like a discipline within the space. And we're really lacking these type of people, because yeah, you need these kind of people to create experiences such that people don't have to think about a lot of the technical minutiae of things, you know, like crypto and Bitcoin is hard, like storing your private keys safely and transacting, making sure you're sending money to the right place, like in these non-reversible transactions. All of this stuff needs to be encapsulated and abstracted away from the average user. Like the average user shouldn't have to read a whole manual just to use a Bitcoin wallet, right? So the Bitcoin design guide, bitcoin.design, is another project that we're very proud to have supported and think can bring a lot of value to the space as well.
I love the fact that you highlighted the Bitcoin design guide, because to your point, DeFi has been such a developer-centric user interface. It's very clunky and cumbersome. And although we've made, leaps and bounds over the years, there's a lot more that needs to be done to really accelerate adoption. And to your point around the Bitcoin design guide, just fostering a more user-friendly Bitcoin experience. This is why we have conversations like this. This is why we are bringing together thousands upon thousands of people worldwide and really charging them with taking on the responsibility of architecting and engineering this future that we're not just talking about, that we're actually living. And so, speaking of the future, Connor, what do you see as, what are the key challenges and opportunities as it relates to Bitcoin adoption? Can you talk to us about the challenges first, and then we'll end on a high note, because we always, it's fancy fun, we always end on a positive note.
Let's go. So challenges. I still think education's a big one. Like I speak to even close friends about Bitcoin, and yeah, not everyone gets it just yet. We've still got a long way to like help people understand why this technology is useful and why it's important for them, both at the individual and at the group level. So I think more educational efforts that help people understand Bitcoin is going to be important. I think, yeah, and to just emphasize as well, the user experience is still a big challenge. Like, especially like at the end of the day, for me, a lot of the work we do and for my team is focused on self-custodial, non-custodial, self-sovereign Bitcoin. Now, for us, that's one of the key value propositions, but creating experiences that are on par with what already exists is very difficult. So one of the biggest challenges, and probably my fear, is that like Bitcoin just ends up being custodied and people experience Bitcoin through third-party custodians as opposed to peer-to-peer, which it was designed to, because peer-to-peer opens up a whole category of things that you can experience.
But why do you think it's important for the self-custodying part? Like, why is that so important to you, you think?
I mean, I just don't like people telling me what to do with my money, to be honest. I don't like, yeah, I just
because
don't
people
like.
don't understand. We're going to be talking about self-custodying later on today,
Okay,
but I don't
cool.
think that people fully grasp what it means to self-custody, and more importantly, why. Like, what is the rationale in taking on that responsibility? So I would love to hear your thoughts there as well.
Yeah, I mean, other than like, stuff like counterparty risk, like if in the event, something bad happens in the economy, or like there's a downtrend or a downturn and you can't get access to your money. We've seen that happen across many different countries across the world. That's a very bad situation to be in. So to be able to just have the peace of mind that I can literally access my money whenever I want and no one can tell me otherwise, and I can travel anywhere on the planet and I can take my wealth with me with just 12 words, is a very powerful concept that maybe you don't realize it until like tragedy is happening, unfortunately. Maybe like it doesn't really hit home until like a catastrophe occurs. And I hope it doesn't have to get to that for people to really understand the value of it. But that in and of itself provides a huge value proposition, and it's important for the decentralization of the network as well. If all of the Bitcoin is custodied in one place, it makes it a lot easier to to shut down or do nefarious things with the network that is not in
That's
the.
really important as well, Connor. This single
Yeah,
point of failure, like single point of
exactly. Yeah.
attack, in the vein of decentralization versus centralization.
Exactly.
And if you can, when we talk about decentralization, decentralized finance, which is
Mm,
the essence of Bitcoin, in a
yeah.
couple of words, or could you just explain what that means to people who may be like, wait, what? What do you mean self-custody? And how does that relate to decentralization? Could you just
Right.
explain what DeFi is for folks?
Yeah. I mean, like the self custody is like you the Bitcoin or the crypto that you have is technically stored like in the blockchain, and you have something called a private key, which gives you the access to move those funds around. Um, and if you have access to the private key, then or whoever has access to the private key is the one who can essentially move those funds around. Now, securing that private key is can be very difficult for non-technical users because there's the risk of theft, there's the risk of loss, there's the risk of all of these kind of things. So people tend to give that responsibility to a third party, a Coinbase, a Cash App, or whoever, because they have a lot of systems in place that have been good over the years for consumers, and means they don't have to worry about that. But the trade-off is that a lot of Bitcoin and crypto is in these institutions, and if these institutions are hacked or are pressured by government for whatever reason to not give users access to their Bitcoin, it creates a real centralizing problem. Whereas if we can distribute the Bitcoin among the 7 billion people on the planet, it makes it very difficult for those scenarios to have a big impact on the network. So yeah, it's just one of the main pillars that keep this thing going and strong in the long term.
Love it, love it, love it. I think that you did a very great job of just articulating the why behind Bitcoin and just the, accelerated adoption that we've seen globally. We touched upon the permissionlessness associated with it. We talked about the work that you're doing at Spiral, and how you are opening up doors for other folks to, again, participate in the build out of the Bitcoin ecosystem, and also the educational resources that you all have. And I think we have in our resource center, folks can go and dive deeper into what Connor was saying as far as some of the educational content they have. And Connor, we thank you for joining today's conversation. You
Thanks,
really did an amazing job. And I love the fact that you highlighted how education is so vital. When we think about the bridge between the Web 2.0 world and the Web 3.0 world, we firmly believe at Crypto Tutors that education is the bridge, is that
yeah.
2.5 bridge. And I see people clapping. Okay, we see y'all. I mean, we don't see y'all,
I
but
think
we feel your
I
energy.
think yeah, not to cut you off either, just I think people don't appreciate how early it is either. I know like yourself and myself, like we've been around in the space a while, so like we've kind of seen the growth in the ecosystem. But sometimes I think we can take it for granted how early we truly are. Like you don't just create a new global money overnight. Like it's kind of decades and decades of work. So people should, when they come into the space, they should view it that way as well. You're not. Some people come into the space and feel like they want to save the day, or like they want to like make Bitcoin better or make whatever it is better. But it's very much a long game. And yeah, I just wanted to get that message across to people as well. So the fact that it is so early represents a lot of opportunity. It represents a lot of uncertainty, don't get me wrong, but it also represents a lot of opportunity. So yeah, you're not too late to get involved in any capacity.
Oh, that's a drop mic moment. I hope we captured that. Connor, the man, the myth, the legend, we thank you for joining us for your first Crypto for the Culture conference where we defy all odds, and we couldn't do that without subject matter experts lending their genius like yourself. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and we appreciate you. We're gonna keep it rocking and keep it rolling.
Thanks for having me. Peace.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. I think we could play some music. All right, I don't know. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. I got a lot to say anyway, so it's all good. There should be music for those that are tuning in, but essentially what you're looking at is the lineup for today. You know, like we are covering so many different aspects of the world of Web3. There are so many different leaders, subject matter experts that are going to be sharing their brilliance with us. There goes the music. Should I dance? Crypto tutors, crypto tutors, crypto tutors. Hey, it's a way. Making money while I sleep. Making money while I sleep. Oh, I guess it's just the instrumental, so you're just gonna have to hear me shouting and shit. Veronica's like, there she goes, doing what she does. Veronica, you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit, we just, hey! We have some energy. But you know, the funny thing is, we couldn't use any other music but our own. So you're just gonna be hearing Crypto Tutors all day. I see Dorothy was doing a little shimmy shake. I see you, Dorothy. All right. Oh my gosh. So excited. So excited. I feel like we could cut the music. I feel like we should get into it, you know? There's a lot of power players in this second panel at Crypto for the Culture. DeFi all on. But you know, my team gets a little music happy, so we're gonna let them do what they do. And by the way, you can get all our Crypto Tutors music on Spotify, Apple Music, and the like. Your eyes are... What was that, Ann? Oh, are you talking to me, Ann? I have to let them know. All of our panelists are here, our esteemed panelists. So exciting to have you, incredible leaders, architecting and engineering the future. That's one of my favorite phrases, because that's exactly what we're doing. I think,
hey, Lisa, are you going through our questions? Are you each of us going straight through all of our stuff? Or are you going to go like one question, one question, one question?
Yeah, I'm gonna popcorn it back between you all. Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, my stuff I've sort of set up to build, but it's easy to like carry just the theme if you're going back and forth. I wasn't sure.
Okay, and you're awesome. So feel free to, you know, run point on what you feel most comfortable with, and we will make it work. I believe that everyone who is supposed to be here is here. I think that we are working on the immersive view, so I'll just share a couple of opening remarks, if I may, set the stage. As we conclude our discussion with Connor, where we delve deeper into the world of Web3 as it relates to the Bitcoin ecosystem, we're going to pivot. And this is a conversation that I'm super excited about, given the nature of the work that we do at Crypto Tutors, where we are future-proofing the workforce through upskilling and reskilling. I want to talk about the millions of jobs that are being added to the global workforce. In the beginning of the conversation, Nina had touched upon PwC's Time for Trust report, where 40 million jobs are expected to be added to the workforce by 2030. And as you will discover from the esteemed panelists on our careers panel, opportunities exist in the world of Web3 that are technical, certainly, but also non-technical. And each of the leaders that you see here, outside of Anne on the product side, are functioning in a non-technical capacity. And I'm so, so, so excited to introduce three of some of the most incredible leaders, female powerhouses, titans of industry, as I like to call them, in the world of Web3. And you know what's cool is like, these are my friends. These are our friends. We're not just, associates. We're not just in the industry, but these are people that we actually, we rock with and they rock with us. And we are super thankful for that. So I'm going to kick it off with just giving folks a little bit of background on each of you. I love to see the hearts coming up. Yes, we've disabled the chats. We cannot be distracted. We got to stay focused. But I feel the love and I'm sending it back. So Veronica Hash, longtime homie of the Crypto Tutors, the head of belonging for Coinbase. Veronica is a phenomenon. And actually, let me go back because I want to make sure that I cite some of the incredible aspects of what Veronica has done. You know, Veronica, when we were at the Congressional Black Caucus back in September, where we were speaking to policymakers, you touched upon being able to buy not one, but two homes with Bitcoin. So you are a practitioner, not just somebody that is working in the industry. And you've been at Coinbase for, quite a few years now. Fun fact, Coinbase became the first pure play crypto trading company to list on the US exchange, NASDAQ, under the ticker symbol coin. Yep. Incredible. Love the fact that Coinbase provides critical infrastructure and is on a mission to increase economic freedom for more than 1 billion people. We also have Dorothy Brill, who's the head of people at Grayscale, a leading crypto asset manager, which according to YCharts, Dorothy, please keep me honest, has over $14 billion in assets under management?
I think it might even be a little more than that, but
maybe it's like 60 billion.
Big B's. Yeah. No, it's not quite that much. It goes up and down. That's what happens in crypto.
That's what happens in capital markets. It goes up and down. But Dorothy, we also have to acknowledge you and the team at Grayscale. The industry owes you all a debt of gratitude for the pivotal role that you played in advocating for what is now the spot Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs. Your leadership there and persistency, challenging the SEC, ensuring that we kept fighting the good fight to get these ETFs approved. We give you all the flowers that we can, because without that, that was like one of the most pivotal changes here in the US. So thank you for that. We also have Anne Wilmot. She is the product owner at Foundry. Super duper excited to have you as well. And longtime fan of what Foundry is doing. And for folks that may not be aware, Foundry is a Bitcoin mining company, again, that plays a crucial role in securing the Bitcoin network and maintaining its decentralized nature. This helps to ensure the security and integrity of the Bitcoin blockchain. And Foundry's mining activities are, supporting the development of new mining technologies and are contributing to the overall growth of the Bitcoin ecosystem. So we are just so excited to have you all. And, can we call out the fact that all female leaders, okay? How often is it that you go to a financial conference, you go to a Web3 conference, you go to a tech conference, and you see this kind of makeup? So again, a testament to the fact that at Crypto for the Culture, we're curating an experience where everybody has a seat at the table, even if that table and that seat is virtual, you're still with us.
I love that.
So you know what, Veronica, let's kick it off with you, if you don't mind. Tell us a little bit about your career journey and, kind of where did you start and what ultimately led you to drive belonging for Coinbase?
Thank you so much, Lisa. I'm happy to be on this panel with Dorothy and Anne. So, I have a very non-traditional journey. I actually started out as a dancer and a choreographer. So, happy to hear those beats and get my groove on here with you, Lisa. And I actually became an executive assistant, wanted to support my husband through school, and so started an administrative career and spent a good amount of my life, about 10 years, doing that, supporting executives and CEOs and founders in the Bay Area. I actually heard about Coinbase through a recruiter. I've been here for 5 years. I haven't looked back. It's a great journey, starting as an executive assistant and, up the ranks and switches and changes, and now being the head of belonging. I think that's kind of really reminiscent of what Web3 really is, in my opinion, is that there's absolutely opportunity to pave your own way and to create your own path. And as you mentioned before, I actually did have success with my own Bitcoin journey. My husband was a former stock exchange broker, and he actually said we should buy some Bitcoin. This was in 2013. It was about $218, and we literally had 3K in savings. And we said, let's do it. And it's dramatically changed our lives. By now, we're on our third home, and it's truly been something that I could have never found on my own, which is why I'm really grateful for opportunities like this, where we can educate people and let them know about the chances that they have to be involved in this amazing technology.
You see why we love her? I mean, we could gush on Veronica all day, every day, but some more gushing and some more genius. Dorothy, thank you for that, Veronica. Dorothy, would love to pass the virtual mic to you because you're a seasoned professional. You've successfully transitioned from traditional finance to Web3. And I just would love for folks to learn about kind of where you started to where you are. And also, Dorothy, what are you most excited about?
I'm happy. Thank you so much. So nice to be here. Thank you, Lisa. The idea that I transitioned from more traditional finance into this space really defines my whole career, which has been full of adventure and transitions. So I graduated from college. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I had 3 job offers. I turned them all down. And I moved to Aspen, Colorado. I've never skied powder, wanted to have an adventure, never been west of the Mississippi, did it by myself. And there's going to be some themes through all the things that I talk about of kind of going west and the idea of adventure and transitions. I thought maybe I could think about what I wanted to be when I grew up, and I had a great year in Colorado, but I didn't figure it out. You can't figure it out by thinking about it. Instead, I had to try some things. So I went to New York City and I was at Allen & Company as an investment banker in institutional sales. That was very exciting and interesting. Ran some conferences in Sun Valley. Didn't feel quite right for me. I then became a high school history teacher and coach.
A high school
Loved
what?
that. I was a high school history teacher and a field hockey and lacrosse coach at a small private
So cool.
school. So I went from one thing to the next. And I felt like, I loved aspects of both of those things. I went to business school to think maybe I would run a school, be a headmistress, and discovered human resources. And from there, I've had about a 25-year career. So yes, seasoned. Yes, you can see seasoned. I've been around for a long time. And I've been in leadership roles in HR for about 25 years at different places right now. So the idea of making transitions is something that's part of my DNA. I'm going to talk a lot about that. And the idea of sort of new horizons and adventures. And I think the sort of career wisdom that I would give is you have to pour yourself in and bring something to the party. And you can restart and you can make changes. And you have to kind of figure out yourself along the way. But the environment is really right for many, many new adventures for all types. So I'll just leave it there for my introduction.
Oh, you're so awesome. And actually that's a perfect segue to you, Anne, because you have such an interesting kind of career arc. Having come from like the entertainment background to owning product at, a Bitcoin mining, one of the biggest Bitcoin mining operations in the world. So we'd just love for you to share a bit about, again, where you started and kind of how you landed where you are.
Well, yeah, so I came from television and my whole career, actually, I'm also perfectly seasoned, let's just say.
I'm going to teach everybody how to turn the filters on, and then we'll all be the same AI age.
Doesn't matter. It's part of my story and so I had a long career in television. I worked at public television in New York and then kind of moved and went through the dot-com crash in California and San Francisco. Took a tour through executive assistanting as a good path and ended up at a daytime network TV show, daytime soap opera called The Bold and the Beautiful for 14 years. What I loved the most was technology and media. And then like soap operas are an amazing business actually globally, but it's not a home of a lot of technology. It's an older business. So in the process, I was really missing the world of technology, and I began to explore Bitcoin. Like I just read an article in 2013, bought some Bitcoin in 2014. Not enough to buy houses with, though. Why I could have been smarter. Um, but that was a really important part of my journey, and gradually sort of became ready to leave the career that I'd invested my all of my time in. And I just felt that there was an opportunity cost to not working in this space. And also I kind of know, like I have many working years left, but it's kind of the last part of my career. So how do I want to make an impact? What do I want to do with my time? Like I said, soap operas was a great business, but I haven't watched any since I left the soap opera. But I keep up with all kinds of things about Bitcoin. So like my passion emerged. And, after the pandemic, I really felt like it was important to double down. I also saw the opportunity in institutional money sort of coming in. So like for the first time, I thought there was a job. I could get a job where I wouldn't lose my job immediately if the price of Bitcoin or other crypto went down. Um, I did work in DAOs along the way. I did some really interesting DAO work. But I went to work for a friend. My career advice is your network is everything. And so I went to work for a friend's company as a product owner, and they sold their company to Foundry. So I landed by miracle at Foundry, which is an amazing company. And actually, I had forgotten to update my job title. I'm now a senior product manager.
Okay, with the promotions.
Yeah, well, it came along. So yeah, as far as like going from a TV producer to a product manager is really a big leap. And I was super proud that I could make it. And so I always just say I jumped off the cliff and the parachute did open. And here I am on this panel with these other amazing women. So that covers it.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. And just to slightly pivot now on the Coinbase side and on the Grayscale side, and maybe Dorothy, you can kick us off. Would love to just learn a bit about your culture, your corporate culture, your company values. Perhaps shed a little bit of light, and this is directed to both Dorothy and Veronica, shed a little bit of light on how that has, shaped your own journey, but also, how you're shaping the lives of those that work for your companies as well. Dorothy, you want to kick us off?
Okay, so the question of values and culture. Our culture is, and I've got a couple other themes that I'm going to go to, so I just want to make sure that the flow works. Our culture is fast and furious. It's full of A players. You mentioned it early on that Grayscale has knocked down the SEC to open up this arena for institutional investors and really broken a lot of ground. And we have to have people that are really locked in and really, really good. We are also, though, collaborative, down to earth, humble. We wear our hoodies. We're like an amazing, nice, fun culture at the same time. And then I think what goes with that is you have to take care of these amazing, great people that you need to be able to do this work. And we do that with training. We do it with development. We do it with food. We have what we call a bull market office here that was built at the high point of Bitcoin prices a few years ago. It's stunning. We have a chef. We have a coffee bar. It's amazing. It's beautiful. It's overlooking Stanford. And we do these things because we want people to feel like they go to the most amazing place to work as they can. And then on top of that, if we're going to be growing, we got to grow our people. So one of our key talent principles is grow from within and promote from within. So we're going to have to develop. We're going to have to do things. We've created something called Gray Shares, which is Grayscalers teaching other Grayscalers. We've got leadership labs for young managers. We do so much to help grow and develop folks. And then we also say, as part of our cultural value, you got to be a self-starter. So you have to learn. It's not that there's 40 years of wisdom in this industry that you can just find your mentors and get it. So things like this kind of conference and finding other ways to get more knowledge and more expertise along the way, because we're growing and building, and you have to do that with us. And we're going to try to support you any way we can.
Amazing. Thank you for that, Dorothy. And clearly, we're only bringing the best and the brightest to Crypto for the Culture, because we're letting people know who they are and where to find them. So make sure you hit her up on LinkedIn. And we're going to drop the link to your careers page as well, Dorothy, because Grayscale's hiring. Veronica, would love to hear from you on I mean, this is your domain of expertise, and also touch upon the employee resource groups as well. I know that that's like instrumental in cultivating culture. So take it away.
Sure. We really can relate to so much of Grayscale's culture. We share a lot of those similar values of continuous education, positive energy, right? Anybody who works in Web3 and the crypto space, whether you're, fighting the SEC or just, family members who are like, what are you doing with your life? And what is this technology? You have to keep up that positive energy. Two things I'll highlight that make Coinbase unique, in my opinion, is we are a mission-first company. And that really means that our mission of increasing economic freedom is what we all belong to as the bigger sense of purpose of what we do on a day-to-day basis. The second thing is that we're remote first. We actually have the majority of our workers not working in an office. And how do you really take those two things of being a mission first company and a remote first company and create a culture that really you still feel a deep sense of connection and a deep sense of belonging to? And so some of the things that we do are really critical in doing that. We actually give our employees a certain amount of money, refill their account twice yearly for them to just meet up with different people. These can be people on your team. This can be the cost of the flight that, to go and see someone. You can reimburse that. And we also do regional block parties where we get together every quarter in a city near you and get together, have time with people, as well as investing in offsites and opportunities for you to get together with your team. We know that it's critically important for you to still stay connected. The second part of that connection really does have to do with our employee resource groups, which I obviously am very passionate about and have been heading up for the last few years. One thing that we've noticed in this new remote first, mission first world is that some of these ERGs are built on a legacy model, which is really around specific affinities. So what happens is you grow into a more global company and your neat US categories don't actually fit when you cross those, those global lines. Also, what happens when you are trying to engage people when they're really overwhelmed and busy? Sometimes employees are just like, I love belonging, I want to get involved, but I also have all these things to do on my list. So what we're striving to do with our ERGs is actually start from the bottom up, really focus on what that community is and really build it with people that are becoming our super fans and are really excited about getting out there in the world with this mission. So we're hoping that this pivot will really drive two things. One, increase the sense of community in a remote first world. And also two, drive us really getting out there with the people and evangelizing this great mission that we have.
Love, 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 love. And Coinbase is in fact hiring. So we're going to make sure you know what roles they're hiring for. And Veronica, the internship initiative, which we will also drop the link to. So folks that are wanting to learn on the job, well, what better way than applying to the intern program? So we'll make sure that folks know where to get that also. And so, Anne, it is, I would love to hear from you about Foundry and what excites you about Foundry's culture and, you've been there now, I think 4 years, you said?
I think it's been at 3 somehow. Went
Okay,
by
I'm close.
like in 1 minute, but yeah.
Exactly, because I feel like everything is lightning speed, but would love to hear from you as to what excites you about working for Foundry and maybe some of the values to help other people get excited.
I mean, Foundry has, I think, a really intentional culture. So diversity isn't really the main tenor of this industry necessarily, right? Who naturally gravitates towards it and who you see a lot of are white men, and they are brilliant and awesome, but you have to really cultivate diversity purposefully. I always say that we're going to know that we have mass adoption when there's a line for the women's bathroom at a crypto conference. Right. That's what, because you can always get into the bathroom really easily at a
I
crypto conference.
And that literally was the impetus in us launching this conference. Me and Nina were at so many conferences and we realized we're like, oh, no line, no line. And then after like 7 conferences, we were like, wait a minute, that's actually a problem, a glaring issue in 2021. I cannot make this up. And Nina was like, we should do a conference. And I'm like, another thing we want to do. And then anyway, that ended up being Crypto for the Culture. And I love her dearly for pushing us. But anyway, back to you, Ann.
I love that. Yeah, so I think that Foundry has a really intentional culture. There's definitely an effort to there. We have a culture committee. I'm not on it. I'm that guy that Veronica mentioned who has the long list of things to do, but wishes they could participate more. But we do have like a Women Connect. In fact, it's this afternoon, so women from the company can connect. This is really important for some people who, like some developers work in an isolated way. We also have people that work in crypto mining facilities, Bitcoin mining facilities that are kind of remote from everybody else and don't see anybody else that often. So I think like supporting all of the women across the organization is really, really important. Let's see, Foundry has plenty of like fun things. We don't have a chef, but we do have lots of food events. We do have lots of get-togethers. For me, I love it because it's like I went to a lot of crypto meetups in order to, and then started holding crypto meetups, like founded a group called the Rabbit Hole and we held meetups. I did that to educate myself and just learn about everything. And so Foundry's like a big crypto meetup. When I get to go, I'm remote also, but when I get to go into the office, I always just meet different people and have great conversations and try to go to all the happy hours or whatever's available. So for me, I think Foundry is very intentional about creating a good culture for everybody, broadly speaking, and also trying to, incubate diversity in all of the ways that you have to do that. So I'll say that because I made an intentional career switch to a completely different career at an age when people maybe don't necessarily drop what they're doing, move across country, hedge their bets, take a little bit of a pay cut in order to do the thing I most wanted to do. Yeah, I think that, that makes me feel grateful for Foundry. So I can have a rough day like anybody, but a rough day is still a great day because this is a thing that I intentionally chose, and I'm feel super lucky to work at Foundry.
And promotions indicate that you're being chosen as well. So you're not just doing the choosing, but you're also being chosen as well. And I think that each of you have kind of similar takes on how important it is to be intentional about the curation of the culture. And each of you also recognize that this is a space and place where everyone is welcome, and within your respective organizations are contributing to cultivating that belonging. And also, as female leaders in the space, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that there is a huge disparity with respect to folks that look like us, in the quantities that we should be in this industry. And so it's so wonderful to be able to platform each of you, because proximity is possibility. And by virtue of seeing you all do the thing in such an exceptional, extraordinary way, others get inspired and also know that if you can, they can. So with that being said, we are going to be wrapping up the careers panel. Before we segue into the next conversation, any final thoughts? I would love, with the remaining 60 seconds we have, any final thoughts, Anne, Veronica, and Dorothy?
I have a quick one, which is that you get to self-identify as somebody who wants to be in this space. And you do it, there's no one path in, we all have kind of a different path to it. But, you just start educating yourself, read books, watch YouTube videos, go to meetups, talk to people. If you ask good questions, people in this community will respond and be there to help you up. So just self-identify and go if you feel passionate about it.
And I'd love to just add as well that this is the new frontier, you know, the Western theme. This is a space that's growing, building, where you can make a mark. It's a super exciting space. It's like the folks that came to America on the ships or the folks that went out west. But it's not for everyone. You do have to know yourself and know that you have to bring something to the party and you have to be excited about whatever the mission is going to be. But there's danger in these seas. And if you like security and predictability and a safe little box, you might not like our environment. Just to be really fair too, it is amazing, exciting. You're going to be a groundbreaker, but you do have to know yourself and know that you have the appetite for that.
I could not agree more. Web3 is a wild ride. You'll go up and down, but wag me, as they say, we're going to make it. Find yourself a company that aligns to your mission and your values. And as Anne was saying, and Dorothy were saying, bring your full self to the table. Don't hold yourself back in any way, whether you think you might not have the skills or the same pedigree as someone else. You matter and you have value, and you will lead the way in bringing this technology to the communities that you care about.
Yes. Love, do a drop mic. See, this is why you need to get some smart friends. Don't be the smartest person in your crew, okay? That's why I know these women. Thank you, ladies. You are you are each aspirations and inspirations, and we cannot thank you enough for all that you do and what you represent and the direction that you're taking the industry. So, Anne, Veronica, and Dorothy, have a great rest of the day, and thank you for being you and joining us at Crypto for the Culture.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa.
And Veronica.
Bye.
Love you guys. All right. Some more music, I think. Oh, no? Okay. Oh, I see Will. Okay, Will. Yay. Excellent. Okay. So I don't know if we're going to play music, and perhaps we shouldn't, because I want to make sure that we have enough time. Keenan, it's okay. No, let's actually go into the panel, because this is a very, very important conversation. All right. Thank you, Will. I see Shaylee. I see Seth, I think. Yes. Okay. Well, as we're waiting for everything to load, populate, etc., we're going to shift our focus to one of the most critical aspects of navigating the Web3 landscape, and that is security. This panel, called Not Your Keys, Not Your Crypto, is where we're going to delve into the importance of self-custody and best practices for safeguarding your digital assets. Today, we are joined by Will Paul, who is the Global Public Policy Lead at Block. Will is currently the Public Policy Lead for payments, hardware, and small business at Block, a global technology company focusing on financial services. Will leads policy for BitKey, Block's self-hosted wallet, as well as Block's mining arm, Proto. Will has experience working at the intersection of trade, technology, economic, and innovation policy. He joins Block from HM Treasury in the UK. So if you notice that accent, now you know why. Will, is that right? Did I get it right?
That's exactly right. I will be speaking very slowly and very clearly. Don't worry, everyone.
We also have another near and dear friend to the Crypto Tutors, Shaylee Adinolfi, Head of Business Development for Trust Machines. Shaylee has experience at the intersection of crypto, payments, international institutions, and government. She currently leads business development at Trust Machines, focusing on scaling Bitcoin layers for consumer-facing products, such as Leather Wallet, which we'll be talking about today. And super clutch, thanks to Will, we got Seth Hertling, VP of Global Head of Policy for Ledger. It was like last minute. So thank you, Seth, for joining us with that boss background. I don't know if we can do the immersive view. Well, my team is working on it, but love that background. For context, Seth is VP and Global Head of Policy at Ledger, the world's leading platform to secure cryptocurrency and digital assets. Seth leads the growing policy team at Ledger, responsible for promoting economic freedom across Ledger's global footprint, with a particular focus on policy development in Europe. Now, Seth, because you didn't show your bio, I had to steal it from some other site. So let me know if it's accurate. Did I do you justice?
That's dead on. Thank you.
Don't mind me. I'm over here trying to find my. I don't have my bit key, unfortunately, but I do have my ledger. Make sure that I get out of here alive. I brought my security, so it's all good. Nobody's gonna get at me.
Thank you
We'll
for being
talk about we'll talk about how cold storage wallets work at length. But before we begin, how's everybody feeling today?
Great.
Great. We're good.
It is a rainy day here in Paris, so there's no place I'd rather be than with you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Oh my gosh, you're in Paris. We want to switch places?
Yeah, it's like I said, yesterday was beautiful, but today not so much.
Today, not so much. Okay, well, it happens. It happens. Just super happy to have each of you here with us. Thank you for lending your genius to Crypto for the Culture. This is our 4th annual year, and this is really where we demystify the various aspects of Web3 so that folks are able to successfully navigate the landscape. What I'd like to unpack with each of you today is perhaps, Will, you can kick us off. Can you tell us, okay, this concept of self-custodying, like what does it actually mean? We're talking about wallets. What does it actually mean? Maybe we can just launch the conversation with a little bit of breakdown.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much to you, Lisa and Nina, for organizing this great conference. It's always great to attend, and we love supporting crypto tutors.
And we do love that British accent. I'm just saying.
Appreciated. Well, any other comments, people feel free to send them to me. I get a lot of pros on the accent. But breaking down self-custody, I think it's actually super simple. I think from the outside, it can look very complicated. People talk a lot about keys and passwords and hardware devices. But at its core, self-custody is just about taking control of your assets. So Bitcoin really, and we work on a Bitcoin wallet here at Block. We work on a BitKey, which is our self-custody wallet. What that is about ownership. So similar to when you may take cash out of the bank, you want to retain assets. You want to retain control of your assets. What self-custody does is it gives you direct ownership. So there is a way of proving ownership on the blockchain, which involves having a specialized private key. These keys are very long and very complicated. And what self-custody essentially does is act a bit like a password manager. So in the way that you might have your password for your Twitter over here, you might have your password for Facebook in this account, you're going to have them all in that centralized resource. The self-custody wallet basically supports users in managing all of those different keys. So you don't have to write it down, don't have to remember it. And importantly, what it does is it keeps them safe and secure. So you may have heard examples in the past, and I think this is a common thing you get of people losing their keys and losing their assets. Self-custody is supposed to take the hassle out of that and make it as easy as possible for you to retain control of that, not hand it over, importantly, to a third party, so a centralized exchange, for example, but be able to spend your assets when you want, how you want, and through your own decision making.
Love that. And that's what we mean by not your keys, not your crypto. So
Exactly.
thank you for contextualizing why that is even the name of this panel. And so to segue to Shaylee, trust machines, one of my favorite kind of pillars associated with what you all do is just like making Bitcoin a productive asset. And I always love that line and would love to just, now that you're venturing with Leather into the custodial space, would love to just understand, how does Trust Machine's mission align with the principles of self-custody?
Yeah, absolutely. So at Trust Machines, we're making Bitcoin productive through consumer applications. And we think that the way that decentralized finance will take shape for Bitcoin is going to be through layer 2s, and such as Stacks or Lightning. And we have 3 products. So one is Leather. It's your gateway to BRC20s, ordinals, runes, stamps, and stacks. And a lot of decentralized finance applications are building on those protocols. I'll get into that later. So that's number one. Number two, we have .locker, which is a top-level domain, like your traditional Web2 domain, tied to Web3 digital identity, which is on Bitcoin naming system on Stacks. So similar to Ethereum naming system service, but this is BNS, Bitcoin naming system on Stacks, a layer 2, because it's very expensive to do the kind of things you need to do on layer 1 Bitcoin. And then 3 is Granite, which is we're going to be launching soon. It's a Bitcoin liquidity protocol that allows you to borrow against your Bitcoin. So a lot of people no one wants to let go of their Bitcoin, right? Hodl. But what can you do with it? Well, maybe you could take out some stable coin. You could take out some money based on using your Bitcoin as collateral to do things with it, right, on chain. And that's the kind of future we see with these 3 products with. We're also going to be, moving forward with other things in the future, but really focused on how consumers will use DeFi for Bitcoin.
Love that. And, love the idea of being able to borrow against your Bitcoin without selling the underlying asset. That's a really important distinction for everyone who's tuning in, because essentially what she's saying is become your own bank, not have to rely on a third party to access liquidity. And so that's another conversation for another day, but this is why you need to learn. This is why.
And there are tax implications with that as well. So
yes. I'm glad that you mentioned the tax implications, because we want to make sure that we have a very well-rounded view of how to not just earn, but learn how to function responsibly. Anything you want to, before I go back to go to Seth, anything on the tax implication side, Shaylee, you want to mention? We can get deeper into that later, but.
Yeah, let's talk about that later. I don't have much to say except for that a lot of people get impacted when they go in and out from crypto to fiat with taxes. And so if you can keep all your activity on chain in certain ways, then you can limit some of the implications for tax. But also there's a gray area when it comes to tax, and it differs based on jurisdiction. So there's a lot more there.
Okay, so we're going to put a pin in that, and because we have 2 policy leads on the call, so we can certainly circle back to that. But thank you for providing that context as well. And so, Seth, Ledger has been one of the, I think, oldest players in the space. Can you tell us a little bit about what is Ledger, and your take on how you're participating to the self-custody innovation, or innovation around self-custody?
Yeah, well, thank you. And it's a perfect segue. Actually, the reason that I'm here in Paris is to celebrate our 10th anniversary as a company. So Ledger launched in 2014, which in crypto years makes us a dinosaur. And we also just opened a new global headquarters here in Paris, which is really exciting. And I think sort of the way that we fit into the market is being one of the oldest and most established manufacturers of hardware-based digital asset wallets. We've now sold over 7 million devices over that 10-year period. I think that makes us the largest provider of hardware-based wallets in the market. And sort of the combination of having that many devices in the wild that long establishes the security of the product, and really when it comes to hardware, that's what it's all about. And so we really think of ourselves as a sort of a security company first, and so across our family of devices, and we've just launched 2 new devices, the Ledger Stacks and the Ledger Flex, that were announced over the summer at Bitcoin Nashville, is really a step change in the field of hardware-based wallets, and the big changes, from the Nano that you held up at the beginning of the session, is really the form factor. We in the next generation of devices, we have much larger screens. And that was driven by a particular security need that we observed in the marketplace around, in particular, DeFi interactions. So when individuals are interacting with a smart contract and signing a transaction, you really need to see the full address, the smart contract address that you're interacting with, and confirm that the address on your secure device matches the address on your phone or your computer, right? And if it matches, then you're signing the transaction you think you're signing, and you can go ahead. If it doesn't match, you should stop right away. And it was very hard to do that on our original generation of devices that had smaller screens. Now you can clear some, right? What you see is what you sign on the device, and that really steps up security in the space.
Love it. And, thank you for, I think from a like interface standpoint, making it relatively easy though, to keep your assets safe. And I think that that's a testament to each of you. And Will, going to you on the policy side, I would love to just gather your thoughts on how Block is advocating for the importance of self-custody and user control over crypto assets, and any examples of advocacy work, because, each of us is like, how does it look when you're being self-sovereign?
Absolutely. No, it's a very important point. I think advocacy in this space right now is essentially important. I think there's kind of three ways in which we think about this. I think a lot of it is about showing up and talking to policymakers. That's not just in the US. So, I've talked to policymakers in the UK, in the EU, and I know Seth especially does a lot of interaction in the EU. A lot of it about showing up and educating. We obviously work in this space every day. We understand self-custody. I think a lot of people know roughly about Bitcoin, but these policymakers, they've got a ton on their plate. They're not thinking just about, financial policy. They've got to think about education policy, environment policy. I come from the UK, and MPs often have to think about the situation of potholes in their local roads. Like, they have a myriad of concerns. So I think really important for us is educating and demonstrating our product and showing why it's safe and secure and how it fixes some of those concerns. So at Block and BitKey, we've designed a device that essentially has got rid of some of the issues with self-custody. So you no longer have to remember a difficult long password to recover your assets. That's all done seamlessly through the 3-key system. And that's a big concern for policymakers. So we regularly go and talk to them and explain how we avoid some of those issues with their constituents' assets. I think a second point we do is we also write and respond to consultations. So earlier or last year, the IRS put out some new tax regulations. I know that's a very exciting policy area that everyone gets interested in. But this essentially wanted to extend tax reporting obligations to self-custody wallets. And that's unprecedented. That's a whole series of information and interest in users that self-custody users don't want and don't require. So we led alongside other companies, including Coinbase and Ledger, a letter to the IRS saying, look, we think you've misunderstood self-custody. We think this regulation isn't going to get what you want, and it's actually going to impact everyday people. And here's some suggestions for thinking again. And luckily, so far, the IRS have extended that period. So self-wallets are out for now. We'll see how that's getting on, and we'll talk about that later. So we also show up and engage in those policy debates. But finally, I think really importantly, it's not just about us advocating to policymakers or writing. I think we want to give the community the tools to also talk to their policymakers. I can't tell you how important it is for everyday folks who are engaged and passionate about this stuff to show up and just say to your local representative, whether that's a council person, your representative Congress, another policymaker, why you care about it. They want to hear from you. Yes, companies are important to explain our products, but there's nothing like people showing up. So we want to give people the tools through conferences like this, through other opportunities, to be able to explain why they engage in self-custody and why policymakers need to protect it. So that's how we think about it. And yeah, it's, again, thanks for such a great conference to ensure that we can talk about such important issues.
Really, really appreciate the work that you all are doing. And I love the fact that there is a collective at play with respect to how companies like Block and Ledger are working together, Coinbase are working together to ensure that responsible legislation is crafted. And this is really important for folks that are tuning in that are based in the United States. This is an election year. And, you know, we want everyone to be well educated and well informed with respect to what's at stake in the world of digital assets, what's at stake in the world of the innovation economy, and the onus being on us ultimately to exercise our, you know, civic rights in ways that champion what we believe in. But you have to know what you believe, you know, you have to understand what this is, and in order to understand why it's worth fighting for. So thank you to each of you who are helping to enlighten folks.
And Lisa, just quickly on that, I just want to add that
Please.
community aspect is so important. Bitcoin and crypto is a purple issue. It's not Republican, it's not Democrat. And so I think, yes, companies innovate in different ways. Obviously, you know, they compete in some aspects, but getting together as a community and demonstrating that shared value amongst different, you know, groups and organizations is so important. So even if you think you're on one side of the debate, you've got something to say and something to add.
Love that. And I think that that's the essence of what it means to unify under the banner of crypto for the culture. And so Shaylee, would love to hear your thoughts around, you know, the future of self-custody. You know, Trust Machines is about to release the leather wallet, and just curious from you as to kind of how you see things evolving on the self-custodial side of the house.
Yeah, so actually Leather Wallet is in production on desktop and in extension, but we are launching our mobile app and web app very soon. So that's just so everyone knows we're live and you can start buying your Bitcoin today. This is not financial advice. But
very important. This is not financial advice. SEC would be like,
yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think like, so we are, what you can do today with your wallet is you can connect your wallet. By the way, we're partnered with Ledger, so that's great if you have, if you want to use your Ledger device. We are integrated already live with Ledger, and you can, you know, leverage a lot of like the DeFi that's already available today, mostly on Stacks. You can mint ordinals collections on gamma.io. There are a lot of different, over 60 to 70 dApps that have already integrated with Leather. So when I think of, you know, a wallet, I feel like wallet can sometimes come off as like maybe not the right term, and it confuses a lot of regulators and policymakers. To me, a self-custodial wallet is like a browser where like the user owns the cookies and the bookmarks and their data, and they can switch providers at any time, and keep all of those things intact, right? So you own your assets, not that centralized party in the middle that's keeping your data and then selling it for, you know, to advertisers. So that's a key distinction, and sort of like why we all came to the crypto party, right? We want it, a lot of us, especially, I spent some time working on financial inclusion projects all over the world. And in many parts of the world, people can't trust their governments, they can't trust their banks, they are experiencing a lot of inflation. And so for them to have the rights to own their assets in this way and carry them across countries, if they have to flee from any kind of you know, natural disasters or war, they have their application, they can access it across borders. I think that's super important. I think self-custody it's great in some of the more like developed or G20 countries. Like we talk about privacy, decentralization, but I think the right to own your own assets and carry them with you wherever you go is really like about financial inclusion and access. To me, it's always been the thing. And so I'll just stop talking because I've said a bunch and I don't even know if I answered your question.
Phil, but you touched on a lot of important and powerful points. Seth, I think were you chiming in? Were you going to chime in?
Yeah, I'd love to jump in. Just to echo and reinforce, a lot of what you said, Shaylee. I totally agree. I think, self-custody, well, we have this really bad habit in this industry, in this community, of like using bad names for things. Like self-custody is really a terrible name. All we're talking about is basic property rights, right? The right to own your own stuff. Right. And that shouldn't be controversial, right? Like throughout all of human history, like the default method of property ownership is self-custody, right? And it's only in the context of financial assets in the last 50 or so years that has sort of changed. And so it's really bad, right? Third-party custody is really the anomaly, not self-custody. And so, I think we need to try to renormalize that as being normal and okay. But I love what you said, Shaylee, about wallet also being a bad name. It's a terrible name, right? Because it really does confuse policymakers, because you say wallet and you think, oh, a wallet holds stuff, right? But your Bitcoin wallet or your crypto wallet, it doesn't hold anything. It doesn't hold your coins. The coins never leave the blockchains that they're issued on. The only thing that's in your crypto wallet is your private key. And so it's really a signing device, not a wallet. You use it to sign transactions. But I really liked your browser analogy too. I think that works as well. But it's that's the sort of the fundamental innovation of the technology is being able to hold your own stuff, and that's really powerful because it allows individuals to take back a lot of the agency, the power that has been lost, over those last decades to big corporations or banks or governments, and sort of, be in control of your own value again. And that's important. You don't have to look back very far to see why that's important, right? In 2022, I mean, how many companies blew up and took people's value with them? And that's because it's based on this old model of trusting someone else to hold your stuff. You don't have to do that anymore. And that's what crypto is all about. And one of the things we say at Ledger all the time is, if not self-custody, why crypto?
Mm.
And, the simple truth is that no one who was holding their own assets lost those assets on FTX, right? So it is in itself a form of consumer protection. Not to say that it's not completely without risk, right? You can eliminate counterparty risk through self-custody, but there's a trade-off, right? If you're going to be in charge of your own stuff and you're the only person responsible for it, like you have to be responsible for it. And that takes a certain level of education to learn how to do it right and to learn how to do it safely. And I think that's where, sort of as an industry, we need to spend some more time and focus on really educating users and the community about, hey, there's all these good reasons to do this, but here's what you need to know first.
And that's why we're here. We talk about this bridge, education being the bridge from the world of 2.0 to the world of 3.0. And that's exactly why you all lending your genius to these conversations is such it's a necessity. And it's necessary for people that are wanting to participate, but also to policymakers. And, there's a lot of policymakers globally that are tuning into this conversation. And so I'd like to, as we wrap up, direct this question to Will. Will, you talked about some of the tax implications associated with self-custodying and things of that nature. And again, I want to make sure that we're not just speaking in generalities, but can also address policymakers. Like, Will, how can policymakers, in your opinion, create a clear and favorable tax environment for self-custody? Could you maybe shed a little bit of light on what your thoughts are there?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we touched on tax. It's a very complicated topic. I think generally the advice is, when you are transferring your gains, for example, from holding your Bitcoin into something realizable, so for example, receiving a good or service, that is generally a taxable event. There's loads of advice out there, and generally centralized kind of exchanges will help you with managing that. So I think just keep that in mind, and the IRS in the US is extremely focused on it right now. I think my advice for policymakers on tax is, personally speaking, the personal perspective, I think there's a real need to have a de minimis. So that's a certain threshold under which any transactions are basically not taxable. So let's say you spend $100 of Bitcoin, for example, on a good or service. In a de minimis environment, that wouldn't be taxable. And that kind of recognizes the kind of use case for these transactions and recognizes the use case for the system more widely. But I think the important thing is it's not just about making the right tax environment, it's about making the right policy environment. So that's about, enshrining the right to self-custody, for example. That's about directing regulators and institutions to look into it, to really get involved in the technology, not just to make judgments on it. I think in the US, we've seen some very good news from courts deciding that self-custody, for example, is not what the SEC says it is in the Coinbase case, which is very welcome. But for policymakers, I think it's having that strong education, it's that strong direction, it's creating that permissible environment, and it's encouraging people through their words, their actions, their use, and their laws to really be able to use self-custody, to have the tools contained within these self-custody wallets to be accessible, and for the regulatory perimeter to really fall on the centralized entities. At its core, self-custody is a user using their own assets. It's not right for them to have to go through the processes that a centralized entity is required to do so. So focus on them, not on self-custody, is sort of my biggest advice. And if any policymaker, and I'm sure others will say this, if anyone wants to talk about self-custody more, we're always a resource. We'll always talk about it. We'll always go to the most. There's no such thing as a silly question in self-custody. So I'd encourage education, as I think a former British Prime Minister said about his favorite policy areas.
Oh, I love it, love it, love it. And you're such a professional because I like how you went above and beyond just the taxes, because I think policy at large, what we find in engaging policymakers, crypto tutors has been on Capitol Hill, is that the education and really demystifying these technologies helps them to rethink about the possibilities versus, the risks. And so without subject matter experts like each of you enlightening and helping folks understand, again, what the possibilities are, we won't make progress. So thank you to each of you, Will Paul, Shaylee Aldenalfi, and Seth Hartling, for joining us here today from all over the world. Seth's in Paris. I know it's not early. I know it's kind of late there, so we love you for that. Congratulations on each of your respective success. Thank you for being who you are. Please connect with these leaders. And that concludes the Not Your Keys, Not Your Crypto conversation at Crypto for the Culture.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you, everyone.
Great to see everyone.
Thank you, Lisa and team.
Thank
You guys are awesome. Each of you. There we go. All right. Crypto tutors. Hey, it's a way. Making money while we sleep. Making money while we sleep. Step by step, click by click. Waves. Okay, I guess that's, you just kind of interrupt my song, Keenan. Okay, I see how that goes. It's live. It's live. Oh man, I hope you're having fun with the crypto tutors and all of the geniuses. Look, you see the lineup today? Only the best and the brightest. Crypto for the culture. Yep. That's me. How am I doing today? I want to see some tweets. I want to see some LinkedIn posts. I want to see some IG posts. I see the hearts. I'm loving you as much as you're loving me. I'm loving this as much as I hope you're loving it as well. I think we could cut the music and I think we could get activated. We have some incredible leaders today. Holy mackerel. Look at this. Just the best. The absolute best. We got jobs. There's everything. There's something for everyone here at Crypto for the Culture. This is such an amazing conversation right here, the ETFs and stocks conversation, because I'm telling you, like, this year and the approval of the spot Bitcoin ETFs and Ethereum ETFs, game changer for the industry. I think we're gonna start, but as we kick things off to really focus on the broader landscape of digital assets and explore the world of crypto ETFs and stocks, I want to just take a moment to acknowledge our distinguished panelists. It's incredible to have Gayarti Chaudhry, Senior Quantitative Research Analyst at Bitwise Investments. Gayarti is a Senior quantitative analyst, and prior to Bitwise, she worked across ETF product development and management at Global X, a leading ETF provider with over $50 billion in assets under management. She's a graduate from NYU. New York is my hometown, so you already hold space in my heart. Graduate from NYU with a BA in mathematics, so she's super smart. Happy to have you. We also have Zach Pandel, who is the head of research, Grayscale. Super, Zach, you're one of the coolest. I mean, I promise you, and you guys will see why I say that. But for context, everybody, Grayscale Investments is the world's largest crypto asset manager. Is that right, Zach? That's right.
That's right.
That's right. Okay, just making sure that I'm saying what I'm supposed to be saying.
You're on.
And we're saying, Zach, you know what? This is a precision sport. Okay, we can't be mincing our words here. We have to say it right. So prior to joining Grayscale, Zach worked as a macroeconomist and market strategist at a variety of Wall Street firms, including Goldman Sachs, Nomura Securities, and Lehman Brothers. Zach holds a bachelor's degree in international economics from the University of St. Thomas and a master's degree in economics from NYU. Okay, look, the alumni from NYU producing the best and the brightest. And, it's interesting because we've got Bitwise and Grayscale, two of the ETF providers. And then we kind of have a different perspective. Really excited to introduce Paul Giordano, the Vice President of Digital Asset Management at Marathon Digital Holdings, aka MARA, the ticker symbol on the NASDAQ. Mr. Giordano, this is how you know I'm reading the bio verbatim. Paul, are you with us? Turn on your camera.
I am here, yes.
Okay, cool. Is an experienced investment manager, board member, corporate development strategist with extensive experience in corporate strategy and cryptocurrency. Prior to joining Mara, where he serves as the VP of Digital Asset Management, he founded Tamalpais Asset Management. Did I say that right?
No, you didn't. It's Tamalpais. It's named after a mountain in Marin County, California. But you were pretty close.
Okay, thank you for that. And we love Marin, okay? Like, don't get me started. Muir Woods is one of my favorite places on the planet. But nonetheless, Tamal, how do you say it again? I'm sorry. Such a mouthful.
Tamalpais.
Tamalpais, thank you very much. An alternative asset management firm managing pension fund assets for some of the world's largest funds, and served as chairman of the board of directors at Redback Networks. Excellent. Well, I think with that being said, if there's nothing that we need to add in terms of what makes you all the best and the brightest, we're going to go ahead and we're going to get this panel started. Yes, thumbs up.
Sounds
excellent.
great.
Paul, we can't see.
Lisa, I don't know if my video is working.
Your video isn't
It's
on,
not.
Paul. Unfortunately.
I'm not sure what's going on. So
Okay, so in the interest of time, I'm gonna kick things off with Gayarti. And Paul, you troubleshoot. This is live, so we're gonna do the best with what we can. Maybe leave and come back. But I'll let Nina connect with you on text if need be. So, Gayarti, and am I saying your name right? I just want to make sure. Is that okay?
Gayatri, like on Christmas, Gayatri.
This is, you know what? Thank you for that. I'm always learning, okay? I'm a lifelong learner. So, Gayarti. You said it right?
I didn't hear you the last time. I just
Gayarti? Gayarti?
Gayatri.
Yes. Gayatri. Oh, all right. I will get it right. But gay archery, let's talk about your origin story. You know, where did you get your start and what led to becoming a senior quantitative research analyst?
Of course. Thank you so much for having me here. It's very exciting. I, as you mentioned, used to work at Global X. I was in product development, and we were just getting started off with exploring the crypto asset ecosystem. And during that time, I connected with Bitwise, and it just seemed like too good of an opportunity to pass by. And I've been here. I just celebrated my 3-year anniversary at Bitwise, and it's been the most amazing journey. I have the privilege of being really close to data over here at Bitwise. So it's a very unique role within the crypto asset industry where you can get a very real-time idea of how markets are moving, what's making them move. So it's been a really exciting role to have, and I'm excited to continue my journey.
Oh, that's so awesome. And I love to see, you know, female leaders in the quantitative research analyst arena.
We have more
Zach.
women than men over here at Bitwise.
Oh, I love how you're celebrating diversity and putting in perspective how important it is for, you know, us to recognize that we all have a seat at the table. And that's what we talk about again with like the cultural aspect, you know, being crypto for the culture and really just speaking to the breadth and scope of diversity within Web3. So thank you for that. Glad to see Paul's face. You were able to turn on the camera. Excellent.
Yes, works now.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Paul, where you came in, I was just about to pass the virtual mic to Zach Pandel, the head of research at Grayscale. Zach, what's interesting about you is, you know, you're Goldman guy, right? Like the TradFi world, and you know, so curious about how that prepared you for what you're currently doing at Grayscale, and what excited you about transitioning from just like pure TradFi to the world of DeFi and such.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Lisa. And I'll just echo that we're delighted to be here at the Crypto Tutors event, Crypto for the Culture today. It's such a great group that you bring together for this event. So thank you for including Grayscale. My background is as an economist working on Wall Street. And in that job, you try to understand what's happening in the economy, the US economy, the world economy, and translate that into asset markets. So what does growth and inflation and what the Federal Reserve is up to mean for stocks, bonds, commodities, currencies, any other asset? That's what macro investing is all about. And Bitcoin and to some degree the rest of crypto actually fit very well into that framework. And so as I was sort of working in that space, more and more over time, we incorporated Bitcoin as one of the assets that fit into our macro framework. And at some point along that journey, I just came to be convinced that what's happening in crypto is the biggest and most interesting and most important thing happening in financial markets as a whole. And I just wanted to go all in and really bet the rest of my career on the asset class. So I am thrilled to be able to spend all day long thinking about Bitcoin and crypto and educating current and prospective investors about both the technology as well as how these assets can fit in the context of their portfolios.
And you know what's so genius about that is, for someone who heads up research for Grayscale, Dorothy and I were trying to figure out how much money do you have in AUM? Is it like 30 billion? I forget.
It is in that ballpark. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. But for someone who heads up research for an entity that has, tens of billions of dollars in assets under management, for you to say that you bet on this industry speaks volumes about the viability of the industry, because they don't pay him the big bucks to not know what he's talking about. But that's
yeah. Well, I think what I would just say is that I think it's really two things. One is a macroeconomic trend. I think anyone that's listening to this call has some sense of this. Why is there this desire for something that is basically hard money, digital hard money, like Bitcoin? What's all the things that you can see around you? Debt, inflation, fragmentation. I think it's sort of at an intuitive level clear for people why there's demand for these assets. And then the second piece is if you've spent time studying financial markets and understand how the financial markets work today, and then become exposed to decentralized finance, crypto, blockchain, whatever label you want to give to it, you can see the clear innovations, things like borderless transactions and instant settlement. And it just becomes obvious that our financial system would work better if it looked a lot more like crypto. So it's both of those things, the macro thesis as well as the technological thesis, that make me so convinced to want to spend my time working in this market.
Thank you for providing a bit more clarity as to your thought process, and even touching upon, investment thesis and kind of what's happening. His specialty is, macroeconomics, which is, again, kind of why it's so exciting to have you here. And, it's interesting because this ETF and stocks conversation kind of, we both on the Grayscale and Bitwise side, you have exposure to the Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs. But we also have, Paul over at Marathon. It's interesting because Paul, first of all, for folks that don't know what, Marathon Digital does, can you tell us a little bit about what the company does, and then also your role at the company specifically?
Of course. And Lisa, also thank you very much for having me. This is a great conversation. So Marathon Digital is a technology company with its roots in the Bitcoin economy. So we run servers, and we call them mining rigs, all over the world, and we help secure the Bitcoin network. We process transactions. We utilize energy as efficiently as possible, adding another layer of value to the energy transformation from its roots to its uses at the end of its life cycle. What I do at Marathon is I'm in charge of the digital asset treasury. So after we secure a transaction on the blockchain, we receive a reward, and that goes into a treasury, which I diversify among numerous counterparties. And then if we are transacting in the markets at all, I'm in charge of trading Bitcoin or any other cryptos that we might be looking at, hedging them, trying to get yield enhancement, and trying to be creative about how we manage our portfolio. We currently have about 27,000 Bitcoin in position, and always looking to grow that through a number of different means, mining being one of them, but also sometimes outright purchases in the market.
27,000 Bitcoin. Did you just see what happened? Did you see the balloons?
I saw some balloons, yes.
We all know that's a lot of money. All right, let me get into it. Thank you for that background, Paul. Super exciting. And we'll have Fred, your CEO, speaking later on today as well, to talk more about what Marathon is up to. So thank you for joining us. I'm going to pivot slightly to Gayatri. Please tell me I said it right. Gayatri. Okay. Gayatri, how does Bitwise Investments use quantitative analysis?
Okay, I thought there was another few words going, but I'm happy to
No. And then also, if you want to add how it relates to the ETFs, but I just think it would be so important for people to understand like how kind of a quant analyst thinks and what they do. So if you could just shed a little light on that, that would be great.
Of course, quantitative analysis is at the center of Bitwise's product development efforts, and we're lucky to have access to some of the best data out there, whether that's for crypto assets or for traditional financial instruments. And what that allows us to do is to find the method in the madness. So to spot trends that we can capitalize on for our investors. As an example, factors like momentum or trends like seasonality or mean reversion work really well for some crypto assets. So once we spot a trend that we would like to move forward with, we conduct rigorous backtesting, a lot of statistical analyses to really optimize our investment strategies for our investment goals, and then we go to market.
Love that. And kind of staying on that theme, Zach, I'll pass the virtual mic to you. Given your background in macroeconomics, how do you assess the impact of global economic factors on the crypto market? And if you want to share any macroeconomic trends that you're currently monitoring. Would love to hear those insights as well.
Absolutely. Let's stay focused on just Bitcoin, because I think that's where the parallels are most clear. You know, Bitcoin is a alternative money system, a kind of hard money that is valuable to investors. There are other things like that, gold, maybe the Swiss franc. You know, some would argue the U.S. dollar. That's sort of the nature of the debate. But Bitcoin is a macro asset already. It's a hard money asset, and it's one of the biggest assets in the world. I mean, Bitcoin is $1 trillion asset right at the center of the financial system. So clearly it is part of the macro financial markets. You know, what drives its price around is the same thing that drives other related assets, other currencies, or other stores of value like physical gold. And so a key piece of that is short-term interest rates, or the behavior of the Federal Reserve. When the Federal Reserve is raising rates, that tends to strengthen demand for the U.S. dollar and can be negative for things that compete with the dollar, like gold or Bitcoin. So in 2022, when the Federal Reserve was raising rates, this lifted the dollar and weighed on these other assets. And Bitcoin, of course, fell in price that year. More recently, over the last year, the Federal Reserve has turned its attention towards rate cuts. Started talking about that late 2023, did the first one very recently, a 0.5 point cut. And so lower interest rates tend to be negative for the dollar and positive for the price of Bitcoin. So when you're, you know, I think it's, for most people, the right way to invest in these assets is just to buy and hold for the long run and not worry too much about, you know, the ups and downs of the economic cycle. But if you're thinking about these things, I think a great place to start is to think where you are with the Federal Reserve. Are they generally in the process of raising rates, which may strengthen the dollar, or cutting rates, which may weaken the dollar? I think we're in that second place today, which is generally a good backdrop for Bitcoin.
Loving the quantitative easing that's happening, because it was about time. It was about time. So Paul, passing the baton to you. Out of curiosity, how does Mara's work contribute to the overall health and development of the crypto market?
Well, first of all, the crypto market doesn't exist without the computer network that builds the blockchain and marks the ledger. So, you know, without companies like Marathon mining companies, there's no blockchain to be supported, and it would be very easy to be exploited if there was one at all. So, you know, it's very important to have companies that are able to run on the blockchain 24 hours, 7 days a week, as efficiently as possible, so that transactions can be printed on the blockchain quickly and accurately. So, you know, it's very important that you know, if we're talking about a computer network that is diversified and distributed around the world, you need operators who can take stranded or cheap energy and continue to print blocks so that the transactions that the users are putting through work smoothly. So, you know, it's very important that there are enough players out there where no one can overwhelm the entire blockchain and be a nefarious actor.
Yeah, and so you touch upon one of the most critical aspects of the technical infrastructure, and that is the mining aspect. Like, there would be no spot ETF for Bitcoin if we weren't able to mine it. And so, you know, thank you to you and the team at Mara for your service. It's interesting because whether it be ETFs or companies like Mara that are in the you know, world of crypto and blockchain, like, you know, we wanted to have this conversation because for folks that are maybe a bit reticent and apprehensive around kind of where to start, you know, in you know, this world, and what companies, you know, these companies that we have here, whether it be Grayscale, whether it be Bitwise, whether it be Mara, these are all entities that have exposure that, you know, if you wanted to not just do a pure crypto play by, you know, having exposure, whether it be through ETFs or, you know, entities that are providing that technical infrastructure, there's a place for you to participate. Mara is traded on the NASDAQ. I actually think Grayscale is also publicly traded, if I'm not mistaken. Not that we're giving investment advice for the record.
The ETFs, yeah. So the ETFs are exchange listed. We're listed on the New York Stock Exchange. So for investors that want to dip their toe into the marketplace in the easiest, cheapest way possible, I believe that the Bitcoin ETFs or ETPs, exchange traded products, are a great place to begin. These are exchange listed products, very liquid, available in any brokerage account, and very cost effective for most users. So if you're looking to get started, I personally think that's absolutely the way to go.
And the regulatory sort of sanctioning associated with the ETFs here in the United States also gives a level of comfort around, there being a regulatory framework of sorts, right? Like the process to have those ETFs approved. And I'm sorry, Zach, that's like right your domain of expertise, especially at Grayscale. Were you going to add something to that?
Well, I would just say that, yeah, so we have these exchange-traded products here in the U.S. Now. I do want to stress that, of course, that just because they're exchange-traded products does not mean that you can't lose value. So the regulators are not making any kind of promise about the value of these assets going up or anything like that. So, do your own homework and take the right amount of risks if you are incorporating Bitcoin or Ethereum ETFs into your portfolio. But what I would echo is the point that you made, that Grayscale has been doing this for 11 years, running regulated crypto investment vehicles completely without incident, and providing service to our clients. So people that want to get started, these types of vehicles are quite safe, secure, and straightforward.
Awesome. Sorry, I just had to go off just to plug in. Gayatri. I said it right?
You got it
Gayatri?
this time.
Oh, thank goodness. As we're wrapping up the panel, of course, I get it right now. Gayatri, would you mind sharing a bit about emerging trends and any technologies that you see as having a greater impact on the cryptocurrency markets? Yeah.
Of course. I think that the most spectacular use case right now in the crypto ecosystem is stablecoins. There's already a lot of big players that are involved, like PayPal. There's more that are coming in, and Ripple wants to launch its own stablecoin. So do Robinhood and Revolut. So there's a lot of good interest. There's a lot of adoption, both inside and outside of the United States. And I think they're operating in a very sophisticated manner. As an example, Tether back in 2022 had to liquidate or redeem about $7 billion of its reserves in a mere 48 hours, right? That's a very small amount of time and a very large amount of money. It's about 10% of their reserves. And they did that without issue. To put that into context, Washington Mutual, when they had to redeem 10% of their reserves, ended up becoming the largest bank failure in the history of the United States. So I think there's a lot of hope and potential for stablecoins. And as next steps, I think some regulatory clarity in that regard, as well as some great wallets that make onboarding really easy, have a super simple to use front end, would really bring on the next wave of both retail and institutional customers. And it will really change how both individuals and institutions transact.
Amazing. Thank you for that. And as we're winding down the panel, and I'll just kind of throw this out, staying on the kind of future and what's coming down the pike. And Paul, perhaps you can kick us off, but how do you envision the future of cryptocurrencies and digital assets? What are some of the opportunities and challenges? But start with the challenges, because we like to end on a high note.
Yeah, on the investing side, I think the onset of derivatives is going to be very positive for the Bitcoin and investment space. You're going to be able to trade call and put options on the exchanges using the ETF as the underlying currency, which allows investors the ability to manage their duration along their investments and also use it as collateral for leverage trades, and it's very easy to hold in a brokerage account, as we talked about, as Zach mentioned. So I think that's definitely one of the opportunities, and it provides a support for the price and the value of Bitcoin over time. As far as challenges go, it's all about adoption and education. Things like what you're doing here. The more and more people who get comfortable with this, it will grow. I mean, there are 3 billion people around the world who cannot get a bank account. Bitcoin isn't a way for them to store value and create wealth on their cell phone, on a self-held wallet, or through a brokerage account. So I think the real challenge is getting people more comfortable with Bitcoin as an underlying asset, and the benefits are the fact that it's the only asset in the world that it cannot be diluted. If stocks go up, companies issue more shares. If bonds rally, governments and corporates issue more bonds. You cannot issue more Bitcoin. It is what it is, and it will never be any more. And that's a true, pure investment vehicle. Really the only one in the world.
Oh, sounds like a drop mic moment. I hope my team is capturing these moments and socializing them across all of social. And so I see the hearts coming in. So people are picking up what we're putting down. Thank you for that, Paul. And just to wrap us up, Zach, would love to direct that question to you around how you envision the future of cryptocurrencies and digital assets and challenges, but close with opportunities as we segue into policy and legislation, one of my favorite topics.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so much that we could talk about. I thought stablecoins were a great comment. And there's so much technology that I'm excited about. But let me just focus it on Bitcoin to pick up where Paul left off. Bitcoin is past the very beginning of its journey. It's 15 years old. We have it in ETF structure. It's $1 trillion asset. So, we're not at the very beginning anymore, but we are at the very beginning of, ubiquitous Bitcoin ownership among the world's many institutional investors. This is the right asset for the economic climate that we have today. Every day I'm out talking to investors, as I know my co-panelists are about this topic, and you can just sort of see it on the ground. I think how clear it is that for investors that Bitcoin makes sense in their portfolio to diversify away from some of the risks that are emerging in the economy, from debt, from inflation, from political fragmentation. And Bitcoin is really a unique asset to build into a portfolio to hedge against some of the problems that they could create. And so I think that's what I'm most excited about, is to see much greater growth in Bitcoin ownership among institutional investors.
Thank you for all that you do at Grayscale, at Bitwise, and at Marathon. We are so excited for everything that you're working on and how you're contributing to the growth and the accelerated development of the ecosystem. Thank you, Bitwise and Grayscale in particular, for bringing all this institutional investment into the market. Come one, come all. So happy that we all were able to get exposure to your perspectives. With that, Paul, Zach, and Gayatri, I said it right? Gayatri.
Almost.
We're going to bring you back next year so that I can say your name right every single time. But I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you guys do, and for lending your genius to crypto for the culture. We will be in touch, and we will continue to responsibly onboard the masses through conversations that revolve around education. So thank you for your contribution to that. And
thank you, Lisa.
Thanks for having
us. See you
us.
all soon. See you all very, very soon. Thank you. As we conclude our discussion on the impact of digital assets on global capital markets, it's clear that ETFs have played a significant role in driving innovation, accessibility, and adoption within the crypto space. But what I'd like to do now, really quickly, before we segue into one of the most pivotal conversations, one of the most critical conversations around policy and legislation, is dive into a poll. So, team, will you mind activating the poll for us? And awesome. Are you registered to vote? Do you plan to vote? Would you like to receive a voter guide? This is really important in the United States during an election year. We want to make sure that folks are informed, folks are aware, and are able to exercise their civic duties. Vote. Get out and vote. All right. Polling. Okay, okay. All right. Are you registered to vote? We've got, yes, most people are registered to vote. Do you plan to vote? Yes, most people plan to vote. Would you like, do you plan? Yeah, okay, cool. The majority of folks are planning to vote and are registered to vote. Love that, 100%. My goodness. Okay. Do you want me to, am I sharing the results with everybody? Okay. All right. Well, let's keep it rocking and keep it rolling. I am excited to invite, don't play that. We're just going to keep going, Keenan. Sorry. All right, well, just kidding. I see people laughing. Okay, well, it's live. What can I tell you? Tanya already knows. I'm over here like. Oh my gosh. Keenan said he's playing every video. No, Keenan. Stop playing it. Oh my gosh. All right. I usually perform, but that's how you know it's 12:36 and I've been talking for hours. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I'm going to just talk over this because we got to keep it moving. As we've seen throughout this conference, diversity is a driving force of innovation in the Web3 space. And our next panel will feature an exceptional group of female leaders who are shaping the future of policy and legislation in this dynamic industry. Now, these aren't just like people that are like doing incredible things and titans of industry, as they like to say. These are our friends. These are our people. This is our community. We love, love, love. Folks like Joanne Holmes, digital assets and intellectual property attorney at Holmes Law, who's going to be moderating this incredible conversation with Kara, with Tanya, with Janessa. And like I said, I have such confidence and such faith in each of you. And I'm so grateful that you're the ones leading the charge with respect to how governments globally are thinking about policy in relation to digital assets, Web3, et cetera. So thank you, ladies. I will bid you adieu and pass the baton to Joanne, who will be moderating this panel. You're amazing, and we love you.
Thank you, Lisa. You've done an extraordinary job moderating, and I feel like I'm getting to have a party with my smartest girlfriends to talk policy, which is the baseline for everything we're discussing today. For our industry to thrive in the United States, we need great policy, and these are the leaders who are helping make sure that happens. So today we're going to talk about shaping the future of digital assets from a policy perspective. I'm going to start out with a brief intro to who these extraordinary leaders are. Janessa Lopez is the policy lead for digital assets and AI at Block, a global technology company with a focus on financial services. It is the parent company of Square and Cash App. She develops and advances a product-led global digital assets and AI policy strategy for the company at a state, federal, and international level. Prior to this role, she worked at Gemini, where she helped build out a government relations and public policy function for one of the world's leading crypto exchanges. Before entering the fintech space, Janessa built her career in Washington, D.C., serving as a senior policy advisor in both the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. Welcome, Janessa. Thank you for joining us today. And next, I'll introduce Kara Calvert, who has been at the intersection of public policy and the innovation industry for nearly 20 years. She began her career working for U.S. Senator Mike Enzi, Republican of Wyoming, and has successfully developed into one of Washington's leading technology and innovation lobbyists. Kara and the Franklin Square team work hard to understand both the policy and the politics, making them both combining them both is unique in Washington. Kara has extensive experience on a wide range of issues impacting the tech ecosystem. She specializes in financial services, export controls, privacy, and health technology. In recent years, she's also expanded her scope of expertise to include drones, quantum computing, automation, and other emerging tech issues. Kara began as a partner at the Franklin Square Group in 2009. After getting her start in lobbying at the Information Technology Industry Council, Kara lives in Washington, D.C., but travels frequently to technology hubs around the country to meet and better understand her clients. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Tanya M. Evans is a celebrated professor at Penn State Dickinson Law and a Northwestern University and Howard H.U. University School of Law alumna. She stands at the forefront of digital finance and tech law. Her recent appointment to the Digital Currency Group, known as DCG board, underscores her influence in blockchain and cryptocurrency. Dr. Evans excels in making complex digital financial concepts accessible. I can say she's one of the first people I learned from, so I can attest to that. And she's demonstrated her outstanding knowledge in her book, Digital Money Demystified. She is a recipient of the 2023 Edge in Tech Athena Award, and she has helped shape global discourse through roles in the World Economic Forum and Wharton Dow Project series. And she's advised entities like Black NFT Art. Dr. Evans is a sought-after keynote speaker, having illuminated stages like the IBM Cloud Forum and South by Southwest. She's regularly featured on CNBC and Bloomberg TV, and I thank you for that also, because we need more of our informed voices in those spaces. Finally, her podcast, Tech Intersect, and her digital assets education platform, Advantage Evans Academy. She offers invaluable insights into emerging technologies. Dr. Evans' unique background, including her time as a professional tennis player, enriches her approach to teaching and advising on legal aspects of new technologies. She's dedicated to empowering leaders, lawyers, and financial professionals with the knowledge to navigate the evolving digital landscape. So now that you know how brilliant our panel is, I'm very excited to jump in and start sharing the knowledge that those of us in the crypto industry, as professionals, as business leaders, as policymakers and their staffs, will need to know around how we can steer this space for American opportunity and innovation to shine. So I'm going to start off with Dr. Evans, if I may call you Tanya. Please. Let's go big picture. From a macro perspective, I think there is a misperception that cryptocurrency is unregulated, and we all know that that is in fact not true. So can you please provide a 30,000-foot overview at the federal level responsibilities for crypto governance and regulation?
It's a great place to start, because I think, one, it dovetails off of what we've heard in the beginning. We've talked about self-custody, we've talked about all of these various areas in the space. All of that comes under the same umbrella of this huge ecosystem that is subject to existing laws. You know, you and I have spoken many times about when technology disrupts heavily regulated industries. I think it is ridiculous to think that there is no regulation, but one of the biggest regulatory challenges, of course, is what we've described as a lack of clarity. And I think it's because we have such a sophisticated legislative and regulatory environment. At a 30,000-foot level, when we kind of think about the three branches of government, and, you know, the DR is, we have legislation that actually creates the many of the executive branch agencies. Congress actually delegates its authority to executive agencies. So the SEC, for example, or the CFTC, or our prudential regulators don't operate in a vacuum, although sometimes it feels that way. They get their, you know, rules of the road, so to speak, from Congress. But unless and until Congress acts and speaks further for this very novel new asset class and industry, we think about the third branch of government, the judiciary. We can talk about that a bit later, where the courts are interpreting the laws that are created by Congress and executed by the executive branch. And so the current environment characterized by fragmented oversight. We have oversight committees in the legislative branch that provide oversight to the executive agencies that we talk about a lot. So that inconsistency and kind of turf wars, both in the agency environment and also in Congress, makes it really, really challenging to say who is regulating, under what circumstances, and in what manner. Continue to talk about, have our conversation today. We're looking at whether cryptocurrency is a security or a commodity, whether we should have sandboxes that is a public and private partnership to really figure it out. And all the while, investors and consumers and builders are waiting, not so patiently, for further clarity and guidance. So I think from a 30,000-foot view, that helps to kind of set the stage for what we'll continue to get into in our conversation today.
I agree. And thank you for that, Tanya. So if I were to sort of soundbite that from Congress, we need them to make the laws that govern the digital assets in this industry. From the executive branch, we have regulatory agencies like the SEC and the CFTC who are taking that law and implementing it. And then we have our judiciary, largely at the federal level, where we have different judges in different district courts making decisions around the interpretation of the existing law and the regulatory enforcement action. So thank you for laying that groundwork for us, Janessa. Bringing you into the fold, I'm so excited to have your perspective. We in the industry have spoken so much this year about how much we are hungry for legislation that will give us guidance around what are the guardrails on what we can do, what's appropriate in this space. And we know that we've had something of a victory across partisan lines with the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, or FIT 21. Would you please give us some context for that proposed legislation and talk about the impact it would have if passed?
Yes, so FIT 21, otherwise known as Fit for the 21st Century Act, as you've mentioned, is the market structure bill that would provide a comprehensive federal regulatory framework for digital assets here in the United States. And as you said, we had a major victory in May where the industry came together in an organized way to educate members of Congress about why they should vote in support of this bill. And it ultimately passed the House of Representatives with 71 Democrats voting in favor and all Republicans. But for those who work in DC or know about Congress, that is a major bipartisan victory that doesn't happen very often. So that was the result of a massive coordinated effort across the industry, and we can definitely say that was a victory. Right now, the bill has not been taken up in the Senate, and I don't anticipate it passing by the end of this year, but it revealed a major step in establishing support for a federal framework, and it was a major first step. And kind of just take a step back of what this bill would do, the purpose would be to clarify and define what digital assets would be considered digital commodities, such as Bitcoin, due to its decentralization and therefore regulated by the CFTC, and what digital assets should qualify as digital securities and therefore regulated by the SEC. So this is kind of the tension that Tanya was alluding to that's not super clearly defined currently. And in the world we're existing in, the SEC has taken it under their purview to kind of regulate through enforcement. That's something I'm sure you've heard a lot about, but due to the lack of clarity in how certain tokens are defined and which agency has authority to regulate them, this has had a chilling effect on innovation in the space. And so this bill essentially would clarify the rules of the road so that there would be a pathway to compliantly offer digital assets without fear of enforcement from a regulatory agency. So, and as a result of that clarified regulation, this bill would also enhance consumer protection in the space.
Thank you. That's great context. So let me make sure I am pronouncing your name properly. Is it Kara or Kara?
It's Kara. Although
Kara.
I work a lot with my international colleagues, and they always call me Kara, and it sounds very sophisticated. So
it does. I agree.
Kara, I'm anything.
Well, thank you for joining us, Kara. And I appreciate the context that Janessa just shared with us around what happened with Fit 21 and what its impact would have. If we are anything in this industry, we are resilient and dogmatic and committed to moving forward. So with the time that we have left in this Congress in the year 2024, Kara, would you give us some context and help us understand what can we expect in terms of legislation and what can we continue to support in passing during this Congress?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the organization for having me here today. And just to let everybody know, I no longer work at the Franklin Square Group. I'm at Coinbase. I run the US policy team here. So I've been here for about 3 years, started working for Coinbase back in 2016. I used to be an expert in drones, but no longer. So Tanya, as you were talking about the emerging technologies and where we see regulation, but it actually being very split. And I think a patchwork never does well for anybody. And that's what we've got right now. And so what the legislation, as Janessa was talking about, is really trying to do is create a framework that everybody has to live with, everybody has to play with. It protects all consumers, investors, builders and the innovators who want to do exciting things in this industry. And so when it comes to the election, what we'll see happen, I think, is ultimately deck chairs are going to be rearranged. It happens every election, right? You see people come in, you see people go out. We could have the status quo or we could have a completely different government. And I think if we really want to look at what will happen in the lame duck session for legislation, it depends on who's in charge. It depends on who's losing, who's winning, and what their incentives are. So if we want to have legislation in the lame duck, I think there are a couple of guideposts that the industry should be thinking about. One is making sure that, again, anybody who is maybe going to be in the minority in the future still has incentive to come to the table, right? Still has a reason to want to clear this legislation sooner rather than later. While I think we all can agree that consumer protection should be one of those reasons, it doesn't seem to be enough sometimes to get it over the hump. So ultimately, you end up needing to have things like, well, maybe they just don't want to deal with it right? So that's the same thing for the majority. What is it going to take to the new majority to stay at the table and not say, I've got the gavel next year, I want to write my own bill? But we have really good legislation on the table that's bipartisan. So do we really want to hold something hostage through the new year? And then you have a presidential where I think you've definitely seen Vice President Harris, who has come to the table and has had recent statements talking about wanting to make sure that there are consumer protections, but there's innovation in the digital asset space. So very excited about that and what that means for a future administration. And then President Trump has had very forward-leaning pro-crypto statements. And so ultimately, how that plays into legislation in the lame duck ultimately means, do they want to get it done now or do they want to get it done when they're in charge? And either way, they're going to be implementing a new law. So hopefully the incentives align from the election and ultimately people want to pass something sooner rather than later. As Janessa noted, it's very difficult to do. The threading the needle in the United States Senate, and she worked there, I worked there. And I know Dr. Evans, I think you've testified there multiple times. Like, it is really hard to thread the needle, but it's not impossible. And so I think that we're all going to keep pushing to try to get a smart, comprehensive bill through both chambers.
Thank you for that, Kara. And not only have you moved to Coinbase, you are the head of policy at Coinbase. And so want to give you the due recognition for your outstanding work there. So going back to you, Dr. Evans, I heard Kara speak about, when we think about at the presidential level, both candidates have expressed support for frameworks that will allow this innovation to flourish here in the United States. I'm thoughtful that there are a number of candidates at the federal, state, and local levels who have tried to court this vote. So there's the voting constituency, and then there are also business owners at every level, small business owners, publicly traded companies. So if you are a policymaker, you're thinking about not only your constituents, and there are more than 50 million of them in the United States who own cryptocurrencies, but you're also thinking about, how do I support American business owners who want to have that framework where they can keep their business in the United States and have digital assets flourish here? So can you talk about how policymakers with good intentions can strike that balance between innovation and investor protection?
This is so important because when we use these big sweeping titles like ecosystem without fully appreciating the nuances of a very diverse ecosystem. Some will use cryptographically secured assets. Some may invest in crypto and crypto-related products. Some people may never buy or invest, but still have an opportunity in a forward-thinking economy by either party, and really on a bipartisan basis, to move forward to make sure wherever you exist within that ecosystem, that you have clear and a safe environment that keeps businesses and keeps people here in the United States. So what does that look like? You know, we have seen a number of businesses either pause operations, move out of the United States if they have the resources to do so, while places like the UAE and Singapore, and even in countries where the legislation or the environment may not be friendly, at least it's clear. We call that, you know, of course, in the law, a bright line rule. You may like it or you may not, but at least you know what the rule is. And so that is incredibly important, particularly because this technology is moving at this meteoric pace. And it's no longer okay to kind of sit on the sidelines. And if you don't understand it, just say it's a scam, it's only for criminals. This technology is here to stay. It is a global technology, and it's the next iteration of the internet. We're not exchanging just packets of information, but that information has value, and value is an opportunity to really support a robust economy, and we desperately need that here to move forward in the United States. So I'm really encouraged that on both sides of the aisle, we have some not just consumer protection, which is critically important, as you said, but obviously to support the innovation in a way that will allow it to thrive so that consumers and investors ultimately thrive as well.
Thank you. And Janessa, when we think about the legacy of cryptocurrency and digital assets in the United States, it's decentralized. And in many ways, the constituents who care about this issue have also been decentralized. But more recently, we've had Stand with Crypto, which is a way to unify the voices who want to support this innovation here in the United States and support policymakers who are behind that. Would you please speak about Stand with Crypto, and more generally, what is the industry doing to support voters who own cryptocurrencies, and how should they connect with their representatives to voice that concern?
I think that question is directed to you, Kara.
Yeah, so you want me to take that? I'm happy to jump in.
Sorry, yes, apologies.
No, and actually, I think, you know, both Coinbase and Gemini have, and Block, everybody has been an incredible partner to Stand with Crypto. I think I get the luxury of discussing it because this came out of something about a year and a half ago that Coinbase really wanted to do, which was try to get people on the ground who cared deeply about crypto, talking about crypto and contacting their member of Congress and showing up to vote. And what we discovered was it took on a life of its own. And Lisa was actually at one of our events not too long ago. And it was really incredible, the advocates around the country and what they've really done in terms of bringing voice to this industry. It's not about Coinbase or any of the big companies here in Washington, D.C. who are lobbying. It's about people on the ground who are building, who are innovating, and who want to vote in a way that demonstrates that they are committed to pro-crypto policies. And so with the 50 million folks who own crypto, what we've seen is about 1.7 of those have signed up for Stand with Crypto. And again, they are generally the numbers, and you know, we'll have to get Stand with Crypto to have the exact numbers, but it's a very, very high from what I last saw. It's like 90% of these people who have signed up are registered to vote, and they're eager to vote. Like, that's an incredible number, especially when you start to think about these swing states in places like Georgia and Arizona and Michigan and Wisconsin, where in Georgia and Arizona, they actually, Stand with Crypto has more advocates than the vote differential in the last presidential election. That's a big deal. That means this voting bloc could actually swing elections. And I think the goal has always been to make sure that we have a pro-crypto majority in Congress, and we have an administration in the White House that cares about this and understands that this is a meaningful electorate. This is a meaningful constituency that wants and needs some guidance and some guidelines. And so Stand with Crypto, I think, has done an amazing job this year with a lot of first presidential forum. They've had the first swing state tour. They've had the first pizza night parties for the debate watch parties. I mean, really, really fun and incredible stuff. And the grassroots has just come out in droves. So it's really, really exciting.
Excellent. Thank you, Kara. And thank you for the leadership that Coinbase has taken in helping to not only farm stand with crypto, but make it feel accessible, which is what this space definitely should be. Janessa, I think that we should be pragmatic. Probably not those who are participating now, but a lot of people may not necessarily know what's different as between traditional finance and how financial transactions happen in blockchain. Would you just give a high-level overview of some of the things that are different and distinct in the blockchain space, and so that policymakers or their staffs who are listening would understand why legacy frameworks might not work for this space?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I would start by saying it's important to note that we've seen tremendous progress with how members of Congress have been educated and how they're able to speak and better understand blockchain technology as a whole over the past few years. Many of them developed a deep understanding of it and how it should be regulated without stifling the innovation or crushing the industry as a whole. But there are still many who equate crypto with illicit finance. And so that's a narrative that we're still pushing back against and trying to educate about just generally how this technology works and how certain participants really can't be regulated as brokers or custodians or money transmitters because it doesn't work that way. So for instance, Cash App or Coinbase could be considered brokers or custodians and regulated similar to traditional financial services, centralized exchanges. And that's how we are regulated. But other participants, such as miners or validators who are simply verifying transactions on a blockchain, never have total control of customer funds. They don't have discretion over the where the digital asset is going. And so for that reason, certain participants, such as miners, validators, software developers, node operators, these other participants should not be regulated the same way. And so that's part of the education that we provide for regulators and policymakers. And that's still an ongoing effort, but that's an important distinction to make.
Ladies, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we are at our time. I want to let folks know that there is a free voting guide that Stand With Crypto has provided. You can go to standwithcrypto.org and get the information to help you be better informed about candidates and how you can have your voice heard. And then also, I'm thoughtful, we didn't get a chance to speak about this, but so many of us are in this space to provide more opportunities for marginalized communities and women. And so having a powerhouse group of women speak about how we can create sound policy for digital assets to flourish in the United States is a true pleasure and treasure. I would invite everyone, please follow all of us on LinkedIn and connect with us so we can also follow your work in this industry. And next up is the regulatory landscape and innovation panel. But first, I think we're going to have a brief commercial break. Thank you everyone for joining us.
No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. To the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. YOLO. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Fractional shares of Bitcoin of all stuff. Buy it, trade it, stake it. You made it. Don't lose your private key, everybody know it. Blockchain's the trail, go from guppy to whale. When the market prevails, you make profit at scale. Cryptocurrency solidifies your legacy, so the future generations can be financially free. To the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. YOLO. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. To the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. YOLO. Jump in the Lambo and off we go. Jump in the Lambo and off we go.
That's all I got. Oh my gosh, you guys want to know something funny? This they spelled my name wrong, but that's okay. Welcome, welcome, welcome. As we are winding down the policy and legislation panel, I just want to impress upon folks that the intent of that conversation, and thank you to all of our esteemed panelists, was to delve into the overall regulatory landscape, government policies, and their impact on crypto industry. Also touching upon regulatory frameworks and international standards, legal challenges, and advocacy efforts. And now we're going to be turning our attention to the next panel. And this goes to show you how mission critical it is to have a good understanding of what's going on the legislative side of the House. We are devoting 2 back-to-back panels on this topic. And the intersection of regulation and innovation, this particular panel is going to focus on how regulation can foster or hinder innovation within the crypto space. And I am delighted to have another female, 2 female leaders, 2 female powerhouses that are in this industry doing incredible work. I have we're getting our virtual stage together here. I love that. I have Dominique Little, aka Dom, who's a policy associate at Paradigm. Dom is going to get into her background. There's a lot to unpack with respect to the work that you all are doing at Paradigm, from the venture capital side of the house to the championing of policy within your jurisdiction, Dom. But thank you so much for joining us at Crypto for the Culture. And we also have Mitzi Chang, partner and co-chair of the digital currency and blockchain and fintech practice at Goodwin Law. Can you hear me okay, Mitzi and Dom? Yeah?
Yep. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you, ladies, for joining us here today. Super excited to have you. We are adjusting the view, so disregard that as we continue to champion what is happening on the policy front and what we want to continue, what we want to start, stop, and continue. So let's kick things off with Dom. Dom, tell us a little bit about your career arc. How did you start your crypto journey, and what ultimately led you to Paradigm, where you are the lead policy associate?
Yeah, well, first off, thank you for having me and for inviting me to speak at your conference. It's absolutely incredible watching majority all female panels going on, and I was tuned into all of them, so I know the bar is high. But I started my career working in campaigns for Senator Cory Booker. He ran for president in 2019 and unfortunately dropped out in 2020. But I had a blast working there. I say it is very similar to working at a startup. So if you're wondering what that vibe is like. So after he ended his campaign, I went over to his official office in Washington, D.C. to go work on tech policy. And around the end of 2021, he comes to us and says, I'm ready to work on crypto policy. Unfortunately, I had no idea what crypto was. I only heard about Bitcoin. So my job as a staffer is to learn everything about what he wants to know. And that's how we got into the rabbit hole there. And our first event was hosting a virtual panel with diverse leaders in Web3 talking about how crypto can be used to help underserved communities, which is our main goal in our office and the main goal of what I want to focus on as a person and with my career goals. So when I left to go to Paradigm, I wanted to work in a place that was going to let me do the research that I wanted to do and have those key focuses on crypto research and understanding how we can transform our financial system.
Incredible. And I'll also direct that question to you, Mitzi. I know you're on the law side, and that's a different perspective and an exciting perspective that we're very, very stoked to share. So would love to just learn a bit about your career arc and, of course, what led you to the world of digital assets, crypto, and so forth.
Sure. So I've been a lawyer now for over 2 decades, which is a little scary to say in terms of how old I am, but
it doesn't matter how old you are, Mitzi. It's how old you look. Okay.
Thank you.
We're forever young.
I started my career at a law firm. I was actually in-house for a little while at a NASDAQ traded company. And then I came to Goodwin. And I've always sort of done corporate lifecycle work. So I represent companies, I represent investors, and almost exclusively in the tech and some life sciences as well. So really just innovative, emerging technologies. And my background is really in corporate securities law. And in 2016, a partner of mine asked me to help on a startup client of his. And he's a litigator. He's one of the co-chairs of our blockchain group. That was my first foray into blockchain and crypto. And it was a startup client that had a very interesting idea using a rotating credit facility idea that many immigrant communities have actually used, throughout history, but to do it on a blockchain. And so I had never heard of that. And that was my first of many, many, many crypto clients or blockchain clients. And I was just super interested in this space. I thought it was very innovative, really transformative. And I think with my corporate securities background, it really sort of spoke to me in terms of these innovative technologies and really assisting many, many clients in this space. And that was, 2016. And it really helped to grow and build our blockchain practice at Goodwin.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. And so, this conversation sits at the, intersection of innovation and the regulatory landscape. And so, Dom, I'm going to pass the virtual mic to you. Can you tell us a little bit about the policy work that you're spearheading at Paradigm? What's a day in the life of you look like? What are some of the focuses in relation to the policy work that you're spearheading? And tell us a bit about what Paradigm's paradigm in relation to the world of Web3. You got to excuse my puns.
No, you're so good. I think for us, the core ethos of our company is research first. So we try to come at things from a technical aspect, which I think is shameless plug, what makes us so good at what we do, because we have so many technical people who kind of understand the inner workings of crypto and blockchain technology. And so part of that means that we have to ask the hard questions and then try to answer the hard questions at the same time. So we get to delve into a lot of research questions like, what is money? How do we solve the financial system? How do we deal with layer twos? How do we work with MEV? And so if you go on our website under our writings, you see that our investment and research team and our policy team all have these blog posts kind of trying to answer these questions. The one that I really want to highlight that I think has gotten the most traction have been our polls. Over the last year, we did 3, and we have one coming up in October. Our March one was an overall registered voter poll. I think we got about 1,600 people to answer some questions about crypto, and that was before Joe Biden had dropped out of the race. And then we did one in June for Republicans, and then we did one in July for Democrats. And these numbers have played a vital role in how we talk to people on the Hill and our messaging, because that's where we found out that 22% of Black registered Democrats own crypto. That's where we found out that 18% of registered Democrats own crypto. That might not seem like a lot, but in comparison, only 33% of people own stocks, excuse me. And so for stocks that have been around for such a long time to almost be getting quickly outpaced by this new technology like crypto says a lot. And even then we get into a little bit of the more political questions, like, are you nervous about what your financial system would look like under one president versus another? And those are things that people don't realize can be solved with crypto and having access to that own policy. So mainly what we do at Paradigm is try to answer those questions and tell people all the information that we can to show that crypto has a lot of use cases that people aren't even thinking about yet, at least on the political side, because they're still learning what this thing even is.
I love that. And I love how also you echo our sentiment at Crypto Tutors in relation to how vital education is. And, really understanding that the democratization of access to wealth and wealth building starts with understanding what is the potential, what are the possibilities, and then how do we govern responsibly. So thank you for the work that you're doing. And we've been dropping links in the chat so that folks can take it upon themselves to dive deeper into the research that Paradigm has been developing. Now, Mitzi, I'm going to pivot slightly because I think your perspective is very unique in that, legal counsel, general counsel type of vantage point. Can you tell us a bit about how you are working to advise, Web3 startups, and what are some of the best practices given how kind of evolving the legislation is? How do they, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question. And for the, since 2016, right? Like I sort of, and a lot of people in this space do too. Like I spend hours in the morning just sort of going through the news, right? And sort of reading about what's been happening with legislation, with cases, with, new products that have been coming out. I think you really need to sort of keep on top of the ecosystem and what's been happening. I think that, at least for me, I see a lot of different types of clients and transactions, so I have a very good sense of what the market is. But aside from that, I think, for companies that really need, sophisticated legal counsel, you need a firm or a lawyer who really understands the space, because it is very nuanced. And so, when I sort of talk to my associates at the law firm about, how to get into the space, a lot of it is education, right? Really learning about what's happening and making sure that you understand and that you can sort of see the breadth of that. And again, it starts with education. I think that's a very, sort of the tone of this conference, right, is sort of education. And I think it's a very important piece of that when you're advising clients.
I really appreciate that because, both of you are in an environment that is evolving at lightning, speed. And I think it's fascinating because what this particular conversation of Crypto for the Culture is about is how do we operate in this ever evolving landscape where maybe policy it hasn't been able to catch up to the technology. So it's kind of this interesting balance that we strike between, innovation and regulation. And, Dom, I would love to gather your thoughts on how do we operate in a manner that doesn't stymie innovation, but, has protections in place for consumers. Kind of what does like an ideal world look like, so to speak? Walk us through your imagination around what that world might look like.
Yeah, I think for me, like an ideal piece of policy would, one, cover education, two, would cover research, and three would include financial inclusion. I think that's a lot of things that people tend to overlook when it comes to making good crypto policy. In all of my spare time, I'm also a board member on the Blockchain Foundation. And so that's one of our main goals, is that financial inclusion and showing people that blockchain is accessible. And we want to make sure that whatever legislation gets written doesn't write people out before they can even get started. I think I mentioned this to you on a separate call that like there are a lot of use cases for crypto that people don't think about, like with small business owners and credit card transaction fees. I'm unsure if Kara highlighted this in the last panel, but Compass Coffee collaborated with Coinbase to start taking USDC, and that saves them the 3.75 of revenue that they were losing in transaction fees yearly, trying to make the exchanges between MasterCard and American Express and all the other credit card transactions, and showing that like this has a real use case, and trying to show that to policymakers that this is real, and including that in the legislation, that you shouldn't stifle this type of innovation before it can already get a chance to get off the ground, is going to be key.
I love that you call that out. And, Mitzi, do you have anything that you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, I think that, sometimes when you talk to people very sort of well-versed in the space, they use lots of words that people don't understand, right? Because,
Yes.
it's new and no one really understands what they're talking about. And so for me, I think it's really about making it very simple and clear so that people understand, this is what my product does, or this is why I think it's important. And this is how maybe it compares to existing products that you feel very comfortable about and that you know. So I think the education, also communication aspect is key, because I do think people get very intimidated by the big words that no one really, that you don't understand if you're not in the space. And so I think part of that is also making it very clear and simple to people, particularly in Congress, particularly, legislators, so that they understand, sort of what it is that we're talking about, why it's good for, the world, and why some of the regulations, or many of the regulations, don't really apply like they should. And I think as a lawyer, that's sort of one of the key, pieces of really trying to, advise clients. Like, this piece of legislation was written in 1933, right, where no one contemplated this, and sort of how do we sort of think about that in terms of what you're doing?
And I would love to just have you continue down that train of thought around, legislatively, we're operating in an environment that has very antiquated kind of rules and regulations that this innovation economy doesn't necessarily lend itself to. So, what are some of the, insights that you share with your startups and some of the companies that you represent to be, air quotes, safe
Yeah.
in operating within this space?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest sort of, the biggest thing that's sort of been in the press, right, is the SEC, and not just the federal SEC, but also some of the state securities law agencies, where they think every digital asset is a security, and clearly that is not the case. Obviously Bitcoin and Ethereum are not securities, and the SEC has actually, sort of made comments about that. But I think it is important to think about, how you structure a product and some of the nuances regarding that, so that you're decreasing your risk of whether a regulator sort of comes after you for a product that you are, sort of putting out there in the market. And some of it is, we always talk about with our clients, you want to be compliance minded, right? You do want to think about what are the strictures of the environment that you need to operate in, whether it's, do you need money transmission licenses for what you're doing, right? Do you need to sort of think about how you offer this product so that it's reducing your risk of it being a regulated product? And some of that, I think, just sort of talking with your clients about that and really understanding the product so that you can, mitigate that risk. And also, there are regulators that are very open to, to you coming in and sort of speaking with them. Some regulators are not, so you sort of have to know who you can talk to. But I think, some of it is a conversation about what you are doing. And again, analogizing it to, a product that, look at all the things that like this already exists. We're just sort of doing it in a better, faster, more transparent way.
Yeah, and full disclosure, thank you to Goodwin Law, because they are patent attorneys at Crypto Tutors, which is how we originally met. So we not only talk the talk, we walk the walk. So we hired you because you are all some of the best and the brightest in the business, but also knowing that the subject matter experts that you're engaging are in fact subject matter experts. Cannot stress how important it is to do your own due diligence and your own research and your own knowledge to have a foundation as to you can identify who's trustworthy and who are the bad actors. That's actually one of the biggest, I think, frustrations for, legislators is consumer protection. And, Dom, I want to circle back to you and touch upon, some of the exciting and, like inviting aspects of this new world. You talked about blockchain for financial inclusion, and as Paradigm is interesting because I don't know if we mentioned this, but there is a investment arm. There's the venture capital side of Paradigm, where your investment thesis, if you don't mind touching upon that, because that also speaks to the world of Web3 and just ensuring founders have access to capital. Sorry, go ahead, Dom.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, I can't speak too much to the investing arm since I'm on the policy team, but one of our main goals is trying to figure out how do we better the crypto ecosystem. And the same questions that I mentioned that we try to answer in policy are the same questions that our super talented investment and research team try to answer with founders and with companies that are creating and building. So I think that if you have a good product that you think can answer a hard-hitting question or research, like that is the moment to try and reach out to them, and happy to connect folks to the right people. But in terms of what we're looking for on the policy side is answering those hard-hitting questions of how do we fix the financial system? How do we make sure that this helps people? And how do we find those use cases?
And that's exactly what we wanted to make sure that you literally had a seat at the virtual table at Crypto for the Culture, because that's exactly, what we need to be championing as an industry. And it's excellent to see, titan of industry in the form of Dominique Little. So thank you for your advocacy work. Thank you for representing the set.
Yeah.
And, would love for the both of you ladies to talk a bit about future outlook, right? So, from the legal side of the house, Mitzi, if you wouldn't mind giving us or shedding some light on what's coming down the pike, from a legalese standpoint that we should be aware of. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's obviously lots of crypto bills in Congress, but I think the one that I'd love to hear also Dominique's viewpoints on this is sort of if it's Fit 21 and sort of where that is and whether that's sort of going to go and pass the Senate. There's also a stablecoin bill in Congress that I think a lot of clients are very interested in. There's also a lot of cases out there, right? So not just sort of the legislative side, but also sort of the court cases out there with the SEC and other folks, private litigants suing companies, but also those private litigants suing the SEC, right? So it's a very interesting environment that we're living in. We look at, all of the news, we keep track of all of the cases. It's going to be a super fascinating year, particularly with the federal election. So I think there's going to be just lots of interesting things happening. I don't know that I can predict it. I have a lot of hope that it'll all turn out well. But I do think there's just a lot of really interesting things happening that we haven't seen in this space before with, companies that are maturing. Obviously it's a very still, I would say, an emerging technology compared to other technologies. So we're still, I think, in early days, but we don't want to stifle that technology. So I'm very, very interested in sort of what happens, post-election.
Love that. And Dom, do you have any thoughts that you can add?
I was going to say, I'm actually really optimistic for 2025. I am a firm believer that the Biden administration is the last anti-crypto administration that we're going to have. So I'm really excited for what crypto policy will look like under Trump and under Kamala Harris, because Trump, although like I'm a Democrat, he has been extremely involved in crypto, trying to figure out how it works. And I think their team has been great in trying to figure out what crypto policy could look like and talking to the industry. And with Harris, again, she only had 60 days to get to this point. So we have to give her credit there. But coming out and including cryptocurrency in her Black men and her opportunity agenda for Black men is extremely telling and shows that she's listening, because the data shows that people of color, specifically men of color, are one of the largest adopters of crypto, and trying to appeal to them and show, hi, I'm open to this and I at least want to have the conversations about what this could look like is extremely telling to me. And, she's from California. There's a lot of tech companies out there. She's used to working with tech companies. She knows how we operate. And so I'm actually pretty bullish.
I absolutely love that. And I agree with you. I mean, I think part of why, this conversation here, Crypto for the Culture, we want folks to be informed. We want folks to be educated. And I think that that's just a great practice, in general. And Mitzi, you touched upon the industry still being in its nascent, we are still emerging tech, but to Dom's point as well, this is one of the most viable opportunities for financial inclusion on a global scale that, we've ever seen. And it's worth fighting for. And, again, Dom, to your point around just seeing how, as far as administrations here in the United States are concerned, which, by the way, I believe crypto adoption here in the continent, at least North America, it's the fourth largest. Actually, North America, I think, is the largest crypto continent in the world in terms of holders. And the United States is fourth in terms of crypto adoption. But saying that to say, this is not just a domestic case. This is a global case. That's what's at stake. And here in the United States, with an election coming up, we want to make sure people are informed. And that's why in having subject matter experts like you, Mitzi, and you, Dom, you're helping shape people's perspectives of what innovation looks like with responsible legislation. So very, very grateful to have had the both of you share your perspectives. And as we are winding down, any final thoughts that you'd like to impress upon viewers at Crypto for the Culture before we segue into our next conversation?
I have one last thing, just saying how incredibly different the industry has become when it comes to policy outreach, and seeing that change has been incredibly amazing. When I first started in crypto, it was very hard when it came to policy, trying to get people to do the outreach, people to take the meetings, people to figure out what was I even talking about. And to think that we have two presidential candidates, including this in their agenda, willing to talk about it, several crypto bills, a DeFi hearing that just happened not too long ago. Like, the progress that we've made has been incredible. So I just want to give a special shout out to those people at Stand With Crypto, the Blockchain Foundation, the other policy teams that are in the crypto space besides Paradigm. Like, getting this stuff done took a lot of effort, And it's going to take members of Congress being open to hearing from us and admitting they don't know a lot about it, and members of the industry being willing to give that grace and have those conversations with people and meet them where they are. But overall, I am extremely proud of the progress that we've made.
And I would just echo that. I mean, I think it's a really exciting time. You know, we have clients all over the world. There are some jurisdictions outside of the US that are more forward thinking or sort of have at least sort of, you know, move the ball forward maybe more quickly in terms of legislation for their jurisdictions. But it is a really super exciting time. And I think, you know, when I first started in the space in 2016, like nobody knew what I was doing, right? No one really understood. And I think now, right, it's such a change. It's really exciting. I think it is fundamentally going to change and has changed our global economy. So very, very exciting. And, you know, I would say anybody who's interested in the space, you know, probably already on this conference, but, you know, learn as much as you can because it is going to be the future.
And the future is now. So very thankful to the both of you for the work that you're doing. And I just love these female panels where, you know, people are like, we don't exist in this industry. Oh, yes, we do. And here we are. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your advocacy and just guiding folks responsibly, thoughtfully, and without hindering innovation at the expense of regulation.
Yeah, thanks for
Wasn't
having
that the
us, Lisa.
perfect close? I
That
feel like that
was,
was
yeah,
a
that
drop
is-
mic moment.
Yeah.
I'm dropping the mic on myself. Thank you so much, ladies. Have a wonderful day. And we are going to segue to our next panel. As we've seen, the regulatory landscape plays a critical role in shaping the future of Web3. Our panelists have provided valuable insights into the challenges and opportunities facing the industry. Innovation without hindering legislation is a theme. And I'm very excited to not moderate this next panel because we have someone way more adept at having this conversation than I. Taylor, Senior Policy Associate at the Digital Chamber. Super excited to have Mr. Barr with us. Before I pass the baton, though, I just want to set the stage with respect to, you know, who and why Taylor is spearheading this conversation. He focuses on policy development and government affairs for the Token Alliance at the Digital Chamber. And he is a proud member of the LGBTQ community. He is deeply committed to amplifying LGBTQ voices and ensuring representation within the Web3 space. Again, a sentiment that we share at Crypto Tutors as well. And prior to joining the TDC, Taylor spent 2 years in the office of U.S. Senator Steve Daines, where he helped craft banking, finance, and energy policy. So without further ado, Taylor, welcome to the virtual stage. And thank you for leading this powerful discussion around analytics and data.
Thank you so much, Lisa. It is my honor to be here with you. And thank you again for that fantastic intro.
I do it.
Like you said, my name is Taylor Barr. I'm from the Digital Chamber. We're the first and largest trade association in this space. And I think we definitely have a unique angle, having, a vast variety of companies in our membership and seeing everything from Bitcoin miners to L1 projects to DeFi projects popping up. We're really happy to have, everybody within our bubble. And so to kick off this conversation, I wanted to introduce today's panelists. Trevor Fay is the founder and CEO of Copa Markets. Copa Markets is a blockchain-powered real estate investment platform that expands access to property owners globally. With a background in alternative investments, capital markets, and impact investing, Trevor is a dedicated advocate for financial accessibility and community leadership, which is what we're here today to talk about. And John Faro is the chief product officer at Lunar Crush. John is bringing 20 years of experience to the space in digital marketing, product design, and user experience. As an early adopter way back in 2013, John has been researching and investing in this space and has made himself a champion leader. So I am so excited to talk to both of these gentlemen today. Before I monopolize all the time, I do want to hear from both of you folks, a little bit about your background and your firms. So Trevor, if you don't mind kicking us off, what is Copa Market, and what about your background brought you to Copa?
Well, thank you, Taylor, and great to meet you. So my background is pretty straightforward, even though it looks windy. It was all impact before business school. So community organizing, helping to pass bills in the law for the state of California and the state assembly, Fulbright scholar in Brazil, so I was a professor in rural Brazil, and then a couple years at a nonprofit before switching to real estate private equity and doing $2.5 billion of transactions. But what got me into crypto in the first place was my time both growing up in LA, in Pasadena, and then also seeing what poverty looked like in rural Brazil and also in rural China. And so I was like, we want to be able to give access to people to have access to capital. I didn't know what that meant yet. So it was much more at first going to business school and figuring out how do you learn the financial piece first and how do you actually get the wealth side? And then on the other side of it was, okay, well, now how do you actually get the money to places? So I learned about crypto much more during COVID, and then figured out that, wait a minute, you could actually let people be able to invest. You could do so for a low amount. You could let it be worldwide. You could let it be cheap. You could let it be transparent. All the things that you would want to actually give people a chance to do it. And then to our previous panel's point, we should educate people on like, what is wealth? How does it work? What, for us, for our case, what is real estate? How do we make sure everything's simple and easy and straightforward? So I'm a huge fan of crypto in that we can actually do something with it and change the way the world looks.
Right. No, thank you. And John, what is, Lunar Crush? I think we've heard a lot about the consumer sentiment that it tracks, but can you drill down a little bit what it is, what do your day-to-day look like?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to start, nice to meet you guys, Taylor, Trevor. This is looking forward to this discussion. So I guess I'd start with saying, my investment career started when I was 5 years old, when my dad would bring the Wall Street Journal home, and then it was baseball cards, and then it was stocks, and then I was working in the I guess digital space, advertising for a large automotive manufacturer, and I was working on a project, and this guy came to me and says, "Hey, do you have Bitcoin?" I'm like, "What is this?" I think we were building a zombie killing machine vehicle, and it was super fun. And I was like, "What's this Bitcoin thing? This scam thing? What is that stuff? What gives that value?" And it like everyone, you start to go down this endless rabbit hole of you just don't leave. You get into Bitcoin, and then you kind of go down this rabbit hole into other projects, and you just kind of don't get out. You start to realize the power of what's at play here. And fast forwarding that into the product that we have, Lunar Crush, we've done so much research, so much data collection. We collect tens of millions of social posts, sometimes an hour. And so markets, they move at the speed of social. And if you kind of think about it that way, you start to realize that there's different narratives that are at play here. I was at a gathering last night, and I asked some people. I said, "What do you think the top things that are being talked about right now in crypto are?" And they all gave crypto specific answers. And if I told you that it was Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the United States of America, those are the top three things. So if you're only looking at crypto, you're not looking at what's moving, especially Bitcoin. And so you could say, in a sense, that's what we track. And we've got lunarcrush.com, which individuals sign up for, and then we have businesses building all sorts of application and trading strategies using our API.
Right. And that's really fascinating. So I feel like when I hear about crypto Twitter or crypto Reddit, that is like an unhelpful, ecosystem of noise and voices. How do you, really decipher that and find value in an overcrowded ecosystem like that?
I love that question, because on our own, we are incapable of doing that. So, if you think about your own personal feed using any of these social media applications, you're seeing a very small fraction that the algorithm has determined makes sense for you. And so you're seeing a few degrees away from who you follow. You're seeing, content that's designed for you based on what you've engaged with. You are certainly not seeing everything. And if I asked you, today, how many social mentions there are about any given coin or topic, you wouldn't know. And not only that, is it more or less than yesterday? And not only that, is there more or less engagement than yesterday? And not only that, what's the sentiment versus what it's been? And who's most influential? And so I think when you look at this, it's looking at social media as a multi-dimensional kind of structure, where magic happens when you combine it with market data. And so if you combine these two things, you start to see where people are putting their money where their mouth is. Not just tweeting endlessly, not just going on YouTube and shilling a coin, but quite literally Are they continually doing it? Are they getting engagement? Is the market moving alongside it? And I think the further you go down the funnel, I'll pick on meme coins, the more correlation you see. And if I told you like Bitcoin specifically, the more correlation with macro narratives you see.
Right. And so, Trevor, I know, staying on the topic of community, we hear a lot about blockchain's potential to empower users, but that also, I think a lot of us think of that as users having a actual revenue stream as a part of their ownership of data. Is that something that you guys see as, important, having some sort of revenue stream when you truly own data? And, can you envision a model where users are being rewarded for simply, owning and sharing their data?
So we actually do a little bit different. And my perspective, it's if you decide that you want to invest and own a piece of a property, if it's a cafe or a bar in your neighborhood or someplace around the world, we should know that we've gone through KYC, AML, that you're okay to go. But at that point, that's your information. So our job is to make sure we're the platform that make sure the property is good, make sure that the sponsors who own the property is good, and that the cash flow is good, and then get that cash to you. So for us, we don't actually want to collect more data than we need. We want to keep it as simple as possible because we never want to sell people's data. It's not going to be in our interest to do so. We want people to, when in our world of ownership, it's much more you get to make the choices that matter, and then it's not for us to say that let's scrape that off of you.
Right. And so I guess, turning to privacy a little bit, because I think we're starting to touch on that. Blockchain, often prides itself on being transparent, but that also means that transactions are tracked and can be tracked even pseudonymously. So how do we reconcile that level of transparency with the right to privacy? And I think this is kind of a question for the both of you.
I can start with that. I think that the number one thing is one of the reasons why we have this very event, right? Education, letting people understand that the reason why you can be sure that the thing went through is because there's some public transaction that has to be recorded, and that's why you can be sure of it. And that's, if you want to call that something where you think that's a negative, then you can stay with the traditional financial system and all the negatives that come with that. Most people would actually say, if you can't even identify me, I get the money for cheaper, faster, more efficient, I'll do so. So for our platform, the way that I explain blockchain is much more talking about if you have Robinhood or you have Fidelity and you ask someone to make a trade right now, you have no idea what computers they use and you don't know where it's being logged. And if you don't know that, then blockchain should be that same thing, better, faster, and getting it to your bank account faster. So when talking about finance, people typically understand that they'll give up some of the privacy to be able to make sure that there's no fraud in the system because they want to make sure they get their money more than anything else. So that's more from my perspective.
Yeah, no, and John, I mean, I'm very curious your perspective because I think you see a lot of folks who, act online using anonymous accounts or purposefully, trying to hide, whatever they may be. And so, how do you see, this kind of line between having a, full transparent system and supporting, right to privacy?
I think privacy is a really tough topic because, to say that, look, our data is everywhere, right? Like, do you use an ISP? They got everything on you. The NSA, they've got everything on you. Good luck. I mean, so I look at it, great, these efforts are, but what part of the mileage between you and whoever's collecting your data is private? And it's not everything. So I guess I look at it maybe a little differently. I look at it like transparency. Like 2 days ago, Tesla moved a bunch of Bitcoin, right? And how did everyone know? Because those wallets were tracked across many analytics platforms. And I think it's interesting to note that this is a positive thing because what it means is, when we have things like Bitcoin ETFs, we can push and push and push on them to become more transparent and say, do you actually have that Bitcoin or do you not? Hey, Coinbase, are you actually having that much Bitcoin or are you issuing IOUs? And so like there's a certain level of, I guess from a business.
This meeting is being recorded.
I'm not going to call it any projects, but if the founders of a project get token or investors, you'd better believe as a consumer investor in a project, I want to know what they're doing. and I don't want them to be, quote, private. So I think there are, on the other hand, there are many use cases for privacy, like if Apple were to pay vendors anonymously, they don't want that public broadcast. There are solutions for that. And I think that's awesome. And that's really critically important. But I think, I don't want to say privacy is a myth, but we are not there in a private world. I think I've had so many conversations and attended so many talks where they talk a big game. The truth is, you go look at some of these analytics providers, they've got everything on you. And now they have wallet addresses too. So there's a long ways to go still in regards to actual privacy, I think.
Right. I think, we hear a lot on the Hill, at least, and a variety of industries are talking about this, a Bill of Rights, within code and within privacy, and, how you're acting online. Are there a set of rights that you have being an individual interacting online to your privacy, to your data? Have you been involved in any of those discussions, either of you, where here are certain standards for folks acting in the Web3 space, here are their general Bill of Rights? What would be included in that if you're not involved in those discussions?
I mean, we haven't actively been involved in those discussions, but I would say we have efforts to, like, if there's ever a Web3 application that we're building or integrating, there's certain practices, I guess, that we make sure are in place. And this includes the Web2 side of the world too. For example, we make sure we are never a custodian of anyone's anything if we build a Web3 application. We're not building, we don't want that ever. That's kind of one thing. The other thing is when someone cancels an account, their data is completely wiped. Like, we don't store data. There's no reason to. We don't sell data. That's dumb, honestly, like, to what, spam people? So I think there's just a general, like, be a good human being. But I actively, no, we haven't been involved in those discussions, but would love to be and have a POV on some of that stuff.
I mean, I agree everything you just said, John. Like, that's exactly how I feel too. We're starting from the place of, let's not hurt people and let's provide an additional value. So if we do that, then that's great. I've never even heard that concept before, so I'm really interested in seeing what that can be and making sure that we could help with that as well. I think for folks who are trying to operate within the frameworks of the laws, like I have to deal with the SEC, like, there's certain things that we don't have a choice. That's just what it is, right? But if you're talking about generally in other use cases, there could be something that needs to be known. And then also we should then be able to take that and educate everybody else. And, like, these are your rights.
Right. No, that makes total sense. And so
Sorry, just to add one more element on this. It's like, if something is a possibility, it will happen. Meaning, like, if this is an open-ended ecosystem to build whatever you want without those rights coded into applications, like, you have to put developers in that sandbox of saying, you must do this, you must do this, you must do this, or your application won't publish. That's how you enforce it. You can't enforce it with a document. You can't enforce it with regulation. You can enforce it. You have to enforce it at the code level, or else people take advantage of people's information in so many ways. So
And
I
make
think,
it robust enough to, oh, sorry.
no, I just, go ahead.
I'll say, and make it robust enough to be almost like the current Bill of Rights, that you can build things on top of it, but not try to be too. I used to live in Brazil, and I would say that Constitution is the most beautiful document you'd ever see, except that no one could follow it because there's too many laws, right? So it's like, how do you start from the very first principles and then build on top to make sure that we're evolving at the same time and that the developers have a chance to go back and update? But I think that's spot on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, the debate really comes from the place is code speech, are these smart contracts that are self-executing out there with specific instructions, should the publisher of that code be responsible for whatever, whatever effects it may have on the ecosystem. And so this is the debate that we are, currently very on the ground dealing with right now. It is something that will have a large effect on our industry, and especially digital identity. As it becomes more increasingly complex, there needs to be some sort of digital bill of rights out there. I think we all believe that, for consumers, investors, innovators out there. And so we'll absolutely, be involving everybody in that discussion. And I think there's more to come on that. Switching lanes a little bit, I do want to, look at TradFi, because I think both of you guys have a very unique background in it. So John, what, if any, spillover effect, looking at, the Bitcoin ETFs, do they have on like traditional markets? So have you seen folks who are, deeply rooted in TradFi and traditional financial markets start to open the door to crypto investing because of these Bitcoin ETF products back in January?
So there's so many outcomes that we've seen so far. I guess it's a totally different topic, but the biggest outcome so far is a decrease in available Bitcoin on exchanges. It's fallen about 4 to 500,000, somewhere in there, depending what data you're looking at, since the start of the year. There's a little over 2 million left on all exchanges across the whole world. So if you think about that, that's a major impact, and the ETFs are largely responsible for that, followed by like MicroStrategy, and so there's that side of this equation. But I think when you look at so we track not just crypto, we track stocks. And from our perspective, what we've seen is that very consistently, some of the most talked about stocks are Bitcoin related. So, again, when we're just looking at crypto, when we're just looking at price, when we're just looking at an individual asset, we can't really tell that correlation. But when you start to look at the social activity, you see companies like Marathon Digital, you see MicroStrategy, and you see the ETFs themselves come up a lot. Like the Fidelity ETF has a lot of social action. Obviously, IBIT has a ton of action going on there. But across the board, you end up seeing a lot of social momentum in stocks, and I'm talking to the level of like MicroStrategy outranking GameStop, MicroStrategy outranking Nvidia, MicroStrategy outranking Google. And so, this stuff matters. Safe to say that, enterprise software companies that do what customer analytics don't get mentioned more than Google very often. Bitcoin's the reason. So, I think that we're kind of seeing this coordination of things. We're even starting to see it into spilling over into like other Bitcoin related things like layer twos. So there's a lot of different layer two discussion around Bitcoin and building on Bitcoin and how do we unlock yield on Bitcoin, like with all the liquidity. And so I think that's what we're seeing. It's really fascinating because I will tell you, a year ago, we never saw, we tracked stocks for 3 years. We never saw once a Bitcoin related stock rank in the top 10 for social activity. So pretty fascinating.
Wow, that's incredible. And kind of staying in TradFi, Trevor, when speaking to folks from TradFi, how do you get them comfortable with the idea of using, NFT blockchain technology for real estate transactions and ownership? I think that's something, NFTs being the tip of the spear, I think in our ecosystem, folks have a natural apprehension to. So how are you talking to these folks from TradFi to get them comfortable?
Yeah, so I think that's there's kind of two ways of going about it. One of them is, so obviously real estate is an alternative, and I've been much more from the institutional investment space. So private equity, real estate, whatever else, compared to the public side, which if people understand the public side, doesn't take much time at all. If it's a private side, it's like, okay, what is the actual company that owns this real estate? And that company has units of some sort that can be divided in some different way. So when someone says, I'm an investor in a fund or I'm an investor in a property, what they're saying is they have some type of economic rights that is represented in this thing that owns the real estate. So when I say it can be represented with units, it can be represented with an NFT, it can be represented with anything. Just know that it's the same immutable thing. But NFTs are even easier because instead of saying I lost this paper and I can't prove that I have this ownership in this asset anymore, the NFT makes sure that you always do. So it becomes an easier thing over time. What I will also say, though, is once you're in an institution and at the large level, people get more concerned about, well, if I get this wrong and we lose this somehow, then where does that go? And typically there's not much of a financial or a technological infrastructure to be able to house them and the ability to custody at an institutional level. Once we have those and we're able to then track that easier, I do know a lot large, it's very, $100 billion plus institutions that would love to be able to be involved with those as well.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. And John, I would be completely remiss if I didn't, go back to the, outside trends that you discussed, because I do want to drill into that just a little bit more before we hop off. What do you think are some of the outside trends that are affecting our space right now? Whether it be technologies, economic shift, a presidential election, what has the biggest effect right now on us outside of crypto?
Definitely the election, obviously. So that's obviously hot, and that's getting hotter over the next few weeks here. I'm really curious how it all plays out. But I think when you look at like, just general financial trends, there's been a lot of discussion around like inflation, and there's been a lot of discussion around taxation. And I think, if we, looked at just those in general, I think that plays well into the crypto narrative. Self-custody and, Bitcoin, max supply, 21 million, endless money printing, all of that. I think that those are big discussions. And I think it's really interesting when you look at things like, inflation through the eyes of Bitcoin and everything is down 90+%. Like a house, if you just bought Bitcoin a little bit ago, that house is cheap in Bitcoin terms. And everyone else is saying their houses are too expensive, right? I can't afford it. I can't afford milk because milk went up. Yet if you just bought a little Bitcoin a little while ago, and you could have even been at the poverty level, and now you're way out of poverty. And so I think these are really interesting discussions that I think will transcend the election and will keep probably evolving and growing.
Yeah, absolutely. And so as we wrap up, at a high level, I'm curious, what do you think is, the biggest challenge right now preventing crypto's, widespread adoption? Is it a data privacy issue? Is there politics at play here? What is the biggest point preventing widespread adoption? And this is a question for the both of you.
I can start. I would say it's making sure that there's something to use it for that is part of your daily life. And to make it easy to be able to access that. So when people have Google Pay and Apple Pay now, and that consider that as part of their regular life, or tap to pay. When we have that I mean we do, but like when that gets coupled with something that people need. So for Copa, our thought is if you're at Starbucks or you're at a cafe, instead of buying the venti the whole time, you buy, the medium size, and then you take part of that and buy the Starbucks or buy the bar or whatever else. Now you're thinking about it. Now it's part of your daily routine of like, wow, I can own this and it keeps on going up. But it's also a cash flowing thing that I pay myself. That's something that makes people's mind shift and say, oh, now it's a reason for me. I download this one Web3 app one time and I use it just like I do Apple Pay. That's how you start getting mass adoption.
I've got a little different perspective because I've been in crypto for so long. I I think I think that it's way outperforming what everyone wishes it had. I think what's missing is patience. I think that when it wasn't long ago that we introduced Web 2 to the world, right? It was like the big hot buzzy thing, like, oh, look, there's social networking, two-way communication, not just one way. Oh my gosh, this is huge. And Silicon Valley went crazy and all that. And I think that poisoned us into thinking that crypto has the same trajectory, that same curve. In fact, if anything, I would tell you like Bitcoin's rather boring on purpose. It's boring by design. It's not meant to be whiz bang and have a huge attack surface area. It's meant to do something really well. And when you look at everything else, we're just jamming. The amount of innovation is huge. And so, but we're expecting it all happen at Web 2 speed. And yet we're changing money for the world. Like it's a little bigger problem than everything that's ever been built ever. And you go, like, what is the problem? People, they have an attention span of a day. They have an attention span of a week. They need an attention span of a lifetime. And I think that's the problem. I think that people need to slow their roll a little bit and slow their expectations a little bit. This is going to take some time. And guess what that time is? That's opportunity for you to invest, to stack wealth, and to grow. If you don't do that, it's an opportunity to be taxed to death. Like if you keep trading, you will be taxed. And so that's your wealth flying away because of your impatience. And so I think, when you look at this through the lens of time, that would be the biggest takeaway I would want people to have is slow down a little bit. Like have a plan, have a strategy. You don't need to be rich tomorrow. It's okay. Keep your day job. Keep your day job. Work hard and be patient. And I think that right there is what's missing. Because everything else I look at, like, man, go talk to a group of developers that are like tier 1 developers in Web3. They'll blow your mind. Like they're building stuff that you cannot believe. And so we're not short innovation, we're not short talent, we're not short expertise, we're short patience.
Right. Well, being a younger person, I do not have patience, and it is not a virtue I have. But certainly, that is something that, being, in this space now for a few years, I could see, long term, there is, light at the end of the tunnel. And I've seen so much innovation so far. So certainly, I hope to get patience. And, thank you so much for John, Trevor, for your time today. I will turn it back over to Lisa for the next panel on the business of blockchain. Before I do that, there'll be a quick commercial break. Thank you again, gentlemen, for joining us today.
Thanks.
Good to talk to you.
Who are the front runners in the ecosystem?
ERC20, NFTs be royalties in perpetuity, cause artists get paid off the market that be secondary. To think that revolution kicked off with crypto kitties, it is what it is, and it be what it be. Well, we talking NFT, we talking IP, power lies in maintaining, controlling custody. Fortified by blockchain technology, yo, what we talking about? We talking about sovereignty. If you never heard of non-fungible, here's some game. 1 for 1, there's only one unique token on the chain. Run it back around the block, doing laps, special ops, smart contracts, the dApps now go off. Bottom line, now's the time. People, if you really want to see digital scarcity, create your own economy. NFTs be royalties in perpetuity, cause artists get paid off that market that be secondary. To think that revolution kicked off with crypto kitties, it is what it is, and it be what it be. Well, we talking NFT, we talking IP, how it lies in maintaining, controlling custody. Fortified by blockchain technology, and what we talking about? We talking about sovereignty. When we talking NFT, we talking IP. And it is what it is, and it be what it be.
Perfect. Pause it right there. Yup. Okay, Keenan, you're crushing it. As we conclude our panel on analytics and data, it's clear that these tools are essential for navigating the complexities of Web3 landscape. I really love what John over at Luna Crush ended with, and just be patient. I cannot tell you how important it is because it takes time to learn. But as we are preparing for our next panel on the business of blockchain, I want to activate the poll. Would love to just hear from the audience, do a quick pulse check. A lot of the conversations and wanting to ensure that everyone is educated and is aware of who trustworthy, reliable leaders are in this space, that they can follow and continue to follow the journeys of. A lot of that has to do with some of the data that we're collecting here in relation to exercising our civic duties here in the US. We want folks to be informed. We want folks to be educated as they go into the polls and have a good grasp of what is at stake. Why are we championing crypto? Why are we championing blockchain? Why are we championing Web3 and innovation? So excellent. I'm loving seeing the consistency around, yes, I am registered to vote. I love seeing that people want to receive a voter guide. And awesome. So, okay. Do I need to share the results? I'll share the results. Okay, let me close this out. Excellent. So again, in the vein of keeping the momentum of who are the leaders that are shaping and molding the world of Web3, ultimately the future, I get to share the virtual stage with my friends. That's like one of the best parts about being in this crypto world community. And to my left, well, probably my right, but nonetheless, he's always right and he's always right on time. That's my man, my main man, Brad Feinstein, who is an executive for Amazon Web Services. He's serving as the head of Web3 for North America. He brings extensive blockchain and technology leadership experience from organizations like Consensus, where he led global business development and strategy. Welcome, Brad. It's always great to see you, even if it's virtual. And I also have Joe Visani, a tech disruptor, Web3 entrepreneur, and investor that's based in California. He's the CEO and co-founder of Lunar Crush. Under Joe's leadership, Lunar Crush has revolutionized the digital ecosystem, as you heard from John, his chief product officer earlier. But Lunar Crush is leading the cryptocurrency realm and applying its real-time data as crucially valuable intelligence for marketing, advertising, and a range of industries. And it was interesting because as we were thinking about the business of blockchain, putting Brad over on the AWS side and like the enterprise application, and pairing him with Joe is very interesting because on the like retail investor side and market intelligence and social sentiment and things of that nature, it's like two different sides of the house in relation to the business of blockchain. But that's why we're here, to keep things interesting and innovation at the forefront of how this industry is evolving. So gentlemen, welcome to the virtual stage. Let me make sure
Thank you for having us today. Amazing.
Okay,
Thank you, Lisa.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Super happy to have the both of you. And it's interesting because I'm like, gosh, there's so much to unpack. This is such a comprehensive topic, this idea of like the business of blockchain. So, let me kick things off with Brad. So, Brad, you are championing and spearheading Web3 at AWS. First, let's tell everyone who may not know Amazon Web Services. Okay, what is Amazon Web Services? And then how does that parlay into spearheading Web3 there?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for bringing this together. I was fortunate to listen in and participate as a watcher of the event last year. Thought it was fantastic. We were able to meet, and I'm glad to now be here, right? Be a part of what we're doing here today, right? So Amazon Web Services is, of course, the technology group, right? I think storage, network, compute, infrastructure, AI, ML, all the various pieces that would ultimately go into cloud computing, right? And within such a large enterprise, we have specialization and segmentation, right? So I sit within both the startups team, which is thousands of global team members all over the world, and then also we have specialization, right? So that gets me working with the Web3 and the venture capitalist side of the business, right? And it's really important to note what AWS is doing for startups, right? Because I really want to spend my time there. Our flagship program is called Activate. This is where we have over 280,000 global startups, right? This is the place you would go to, type in AWS Activate, to learn about all the different tools and resources, support, of course, credits, right? We were pioneers of creating account teams for early stage startups. 20 years ago, right, before any of this even existed, or that's when the larger organization came in. But AWS Startups was the first to provide the level of support similar to much larger customers for startups, because we recognized how important they are, right? What are startups, right? They're future enterprises. So we've created programs, right, that match each step and stage of the startup journey. There is a reason why over 80% of unicorns identified by PitchBook last year are building on AWS. And not only do we have infrastructure programs, and we'll talk a little bit more about this later, but we also have programs dedicated towards underrepresented founders across the board, how to level up your skills, how to meet venture capitalists, how to pitch, right? Every different piece you would need from day one inception of an idea or pre-stage to launch and grow all the way to scale. We have accompanying programs and support team members excited to help.
Love, 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 love that. And I love your passion and enthusiasm. And I know that you don't just say the things to say them, but you do them. And I commend you and your team for continuing to being such integral to the maturation of the industry at large. And so now I pass the virtual mic to Joe. Lunar Crush is super dope. I mean, I am a long time because I love data and analytics. Surprisingly, I know people couldn't tell that I probably geek out on this stuff, but yes, I do. And Lunar Crush has been instrumental in that. So, Joe, for those that don't know what Lunar Crush is, can you share a little bit about who you all are and, what kind of contribution you're making to the industry at large?
Sure, absolutely. And thanks for having me, Lisa. This is fun. Nice to meet you, Brad, as well. So Lunar Crush, we started back in 2017. I was like Bitcoin class of 2015 when I first read the white paper. And when Ethereum actually came out in 2017, 2016, 2017, we co-founder John and I were working together and we're like, oh my gosh, like what is going on here? There's, it went from like 10 projects out there in Bitcoin to now there's, tens of thousands of tokens out there, and now there's hundreds of thousands of tokens out there. And, we were investors and really kind of thinking the world's moving towards this kind of tokenization of everything. Right. And now we're kind of living in that world a little bit. And, we were out there trying to figure out, what to invest in. And, how do you tell the difference between, project number 4,000 and project number 40 when, there's no earnings reports, there's no 10Ks. Some of these things don't have founders. Some are just meme coins that, are like have nothing. And it always kind of came down to the community. And so at Lunar Crush, what we're doing is analyzing, anywhere from 30 to 50 million social media posts every hour. And we kind of overlay that data on top of cryptocurrencies, but also stocks as well. So if you want to know, how many mentions of Tesla happen, every single hour, we have that data. And we create transparency in the market. And really, we've kind of built a tool that institutions have kind of had, at least a piece of what we've done. We think we even have a better tool than what they've built internally, that they've spent millions and millions of dollars on to kind of outperform the markets. We're kind of democratizing the opportunity for the everyday investor to come in and get access to this data in real time, so that you can make better decisions. If you're a trader, investor, but then also we service now like marketing firms, right? Like if you're working at a big brand, or you work over at AWS and you want to know how many mentions of AWS every single hour and overlay that over your sales data, you can get that from us. So we're kind of servicing the B2B market at the same time as the B2C market now.
And I think that is exactly why, the breadth and scope of the concept of the business of blockchain, it's very interesting to hear kind of different perspectives, but both with the intent of empowerment and really democratizing access to information in both of your cases. And with Brad kind of pivoting to you, one thing, especially as an underrepresented, founder in this space, that gets me very excited is, you touched upon some of the initiatives over at AWS that are, empowering underrepresented, communities. And I would love to double click on that and elaborate on what that looks like. So yeah, take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. I think recognizing one, right, we are every step of the time I've been in this space, right, is we're still early. And it's funny to say that, right? We're later than we were, but we're still very much early, right? And these technologies are tools, how they interconnect, how they weave across AI and payments and security and all the other pieces, right? It's a functional and foundational piece of learning, right, that folks can level up themselves, right? So first we're going to talk about, let's say, the underrepresented founders and opportunities. We hosted Impact Bootcamp. That's one. AWS has committed $30 million in the last couple of years to supporting underrepresented founders. We provide resources, capital, mentorship to these founders. We bring everyone together for a two-day summit, and basically across different cities, right? So We've started North America, San Francisco. We're launching globally. And this is everything from how to fundraise, how to network, growth marketing, architecture for scale, right? We customize these programs based on who's attending and what they want to learn, right? And we have some links here at the end of the program that you can reach out to learn more about these types of programs, right? We also have, and this is a really awesome program, it's a women's founder retreat. So it brings together women founders from seed to Series C, GPs and venture capitalists, right? Basically, we want to take everyone out of the hustle and bustle, bring them to a retreat, a special place that's going to foster networking, building relationships, and ultimately, right, unpack questions that you probably can't get unpacked in a 30-minute Zoom or informally in any other setting, right? So that program is actually coming up quite soon. I have some literature folks can read about. We also host AWS Investor Summits, right? You know, there is this incredible passion, right, for diverse GPs and investors to want to invest in, right, diverse founders. So we bring them together too. We actually just had one in New York, full house, packed room, hundreds of folks. This was a half-day summit all about relationships and understanding how to increase deal flow, how to get the right projects to the right people in the right place. There's a real commitment here on AWS, which I'm quite proud of. We actually have an entire team. I mean, everyone carries a responsibility, but we actually have people whose job it is, similar to how mine would be for a segment, to create these new programs, to establish, right, how to go out there. And then I think lastly, it's really important to talk about the learning and education piece to this, right? So we offer, right, basic trainings to level up your skills all the way through advanced classwork and certifications, AI, Web3, cloud, right? This is how you level up. This is how you get on the eye of recruiters. And this is just where you go to learn, right? I have some links for you to do as well to check those out. Certification is really important. It's a credentializing piece of how you demonstrate industry knowledge. Also, 28% forecasted growth in jobs that require skills in the next 5 years. I don't have that same statistic for AI, but I imagine it's quite high, right? Similar with Web3 and payments, right? So learning now is a great way to level up and differentiate yourselves in competitive markets.
I love how programmatically AWS is ensuring that underrepresented founders are getting resourced. I love how you also, because this is just your nature, you operationalize ideas, and I say this because I know you, kind of spoke to how the upskilling to increase your viability, because guess what? 500,000 jobs over the course of 2023 to 2024 were eliminated in high tech. However, what we are also seeing is that there are a slew of new jobs being created. And obviously, we're focusing on Web3. AWS is hiring. So we want to make sure that folks that are interested in opportunities, they're able to ensure your viability as a candidate. And Brad gave some really great recommendations on the type of upskilling and the certification-based upskilling that you want to have to demonstrate that you've got that credentialing, you've got those qualifications. Nina is dropping the links in the chat. So thank you for all of that. And now going back to you, Joe, what's interesting about the kind of market intelligence, business intelligence that Lunar Crush is bringing to the table, you know, also we've seen a lot of apprehension from policymakers because of consumer, you know, protections that they're concerned about. And I think that one thing that you do really well at Lunar Crush is like helping people help themselves by providing access to information. And so my question to you is, how does Lunar Crush ensure the responsible collection and interpretation of the data to avoid misrepresentation or market manipulation? Can you shed a little bit of light about that process?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, our collection of data, you know, is public data that's out there. You know, like I said, that all these big institutions have had this advantage for a long time. You know, we're kind of bringing that down to the everyday person that wants to get access to it. You know, I would say, you know, with the regulatory environment that's out there right now, like the rules are old.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like even when you look at like accredited investor rules, right? Like you need to at least have $1 million or make $200,000 a year for a couple of consecutive years to get access to startups in the United States, right? So like when I see that, they might say, oh, we're protecting the smaller individual from these maybe risky investments. But when you look at some of the venture capital returns, like the average everyday person couldn't get access to Uber at $5 million. Yet someone that already was worth $300 million puts $25,000 into Uber, and then they get $425 million, right? Like, why couldn't an everyday person put $5 into that and maybe gotten $500,000? They get a new house because they put $5 into Uber in the early stages. But our rules say that that's not right. Can't do that. So we're only allowing the people that have money to get access to more money. Like, how does that fit into what's going on? And so I think with crypto, naturally, it's kind of the idea of the internet in the early days of being open source. We kind of find out that that's not true. And now there's only a couple of companies that really are like gating access to the internet, right? And so the app stores that are out there, you need to, be in these app stores to get access to things. And so, the promise might come to fruition more with cryptocurrency because it is more open, it is more free. Anyone can launch a project out there, and as long as there's a blockchain supporting it, it's a lot more censor resistant, right? And so people that kind of don't understand how a blockchain works, it's like, imagine you're at a concert, right, and everyone's singing along to a song, right? A couple of people that might leave, right, and they might be gone at the concert or stop singing, but the collective voices kind of keep that song going. That's all a blockchain is. It's just software on a computer. And, like Bitcoin, for example, like if you're just running Bitcoin on one computer, it doesn't really have that much value. But Bitcoin running on hundreds of thousands of computers simultaneously evidently has over $1 trillion in value, right? And so I think that's the interesting part about what's going on. And so our contribution to that is to make it a little bit more easy for people to understand what's happening in this world. It's crazy. It's still confusing. We're still early. The UX of everything is not perfect yet, but it's getting there, right? We, like in the panel before, they were talking about adoption, right? And like in some senses, you can say it's just so early. Like there's there's so much room to grow. In the other sense, you could say, well, Bitcoin has an ETF, right? And the reason that companies go public is to get access to that money. It's like OpenAI wants to go public because that's only the next place that they can go to get access to major capital. Bitcoin has that. Right. There's tens of millions of wallets, at least even in the United States, that have consumers. So it's like we've kind of reached, like Bitcoin's reached product market fit. And so it's like all this other stuff that's happening. How do you understand now, like with Ethereum being kind of if you think about Bitcoin as, digital gold, you can think about like Ethereum as like the computing network on top of that. And like, I don't even want to go down to the rabbit hole even further on all the other projects that are out there that are also helping to that computing network. But we now have like self-sovereign public money and, public computing out in the internet, and it's incredible.
Joe, that was a fantastic answer. I want to just quickly come over the top with two really interesting data reads that happened over the last, let's say, week, right? So one, Galaxy posted their Q3 VC report. I highly recommend checking that out. And Andreessen Horowitz, they posted the state of crypto. So you touted some really good stats, and we can tout even more. There's never been more monthly active crypto users than right now. In September, we had 220 million active addresses that touched the blockchain at least one time. That's tripled since the end of 2023. And yes, like we can pick some aspects of that apart. A lot of people have different addresses, whatever, right? But even so, the incremental growth that we were seeing, right? If we would have taken the step back 18 months ago and said Bitcoin ETFs are here, right? The biggest companies in the world are now using this technology, not in POCs, not in design, but in production grade environments, right? We do have this small attention span, right, in the short term. But if we pull back out and realize the amount of incredible builders that are operating in our ecosystem right now, it's really, really impressive. And if you check out these two reports, among many others, but these are two credible ones, you'll see everything that Joe said and more to help you figure out maybe what are some trends, what are some areas you want to spend some time learning about.
I would say one more thing on top of that too.
Go ahead, Joe.
Is you want to talk policy and like business, like everyone's nervous about the regulatory environment, right? But I think what you're seeing in the last 6 months, regardless of your political stance, both sides of the parties, It seems like, potentially when Trump announced at the Bitcoin conference that he was kind of for Bitcoin, and now even Kamala's gotten extremely dovish as well, right? And I think what you're realizing and they're realizing is, oh my gosh, there's a huge swath of voters that are in a sense single issue voters on Web3 and crypto. And like there's millions of people that this is their livelihood. This is what they want to do. They want innovation to stay in the United States. They want people to be building here, and they need some clarity, right? Like they need a little bit more. Like right now, and this is why you're kind of seeing all the meme coin craziness at the beginning of the year, is that if you launch a token and you say that token has no value, there's no purpose, there's no utility, it's nothing, right? That seems to be like, that's okay. That works because there's no regulation around that. But the second you say, hey, I want to launch this cool product and here's the utility of it, and here's how we're going to grow and innovate and build a community, suddenly that's not okay, right? And those things don't seem to be making sense, along with what I was saying with some of the other outdated rules that we have. We have rules from 1934 that are still being enacted today, almost 100 years later. It's like, let's just take a little bit of a look at that. Like, we don't need to go crazy, but like, can we at least just take a little bit of a stance here? Like, we've got, ETFs in market, BlackRock like selling this with RIAs and billions of dollars of inflow on Bitcoin. There's Ethereum ETFs, but like the rest of it, we're just going to shove away. I think it's time we take a look at this industry and help people innovate and create so that we can create more jobs. People don't need to go to Singapore or Portugal or anywhere offshore. Things like FTX don't happen anymore, right? Like this is what we need to kind of foster for innovation and growth. And so hopefully that change is made on whoever gets into office coming up here in November, in 2 weeks, actually.
Well said, Joe.
I know, right? I mean, gosh, that's why people tune in to Crypto for the Culture, because they expect to hear, vantage points like what the both of you titans of industry, as I like to say, are sharing. I think that the onus is on us ultimately to take the time to learn. And, it's actually, as we're kind of winding down, a good transition to just kind of future state. I would love to hear from, the both of you, your foundational players with respect to how the industry of Web3 is evolving, and also making it accessible for more and more people to participate in this ecosystem. But I'm curious, like, from your perspectives, what is the future of blockchain look like, whether it be on the retail side or the on enterprise side? What are your thoughts there? And whomever wants to go first, go.
Go ahead, Brad, if you want. I can start.
Yeah, I've taken the last two first, so I'll let you go here, and then we'll go back and forth a little bit.
Cool. Yeah, I think, having been in the industry for a long time and now operating, and, even ran a live stream for a couple of years where I talked to over 200 different founders in the space, operating and building. We used to talk a lot, back in 2020 or 2021 about like gas fees, right? And people were like, oh, well, you can't really build like a game on top of Ethereum, because every time you need to make a transaction, it's going to cost you like $18, and it's going to be slow. I think we are now potentially living in a world where, when you look at even something like Base, from Coinbase, and the fees are getting so low, and that I think we still need to be decentralized enough, right? It's a process to get there, I think, for some of these different chains that are out there. But I really think, what we've seen in the past is these layer ones, right? That's kind of where a lot of the people are gravitating to, and creating infrastructure there, right? Or Bitcoin and kind of the Bitcoin ETF. What we really haven't seen a renaissance of is actual application layers in the industry, right? Like right now, there's really only one app we can all point to that maybe people on the mainstream have heard of, and that's now Polymarket, right? And that's a prediction market app. And we are going to move into this world where, everything could be predicted or bet on, right? And there's over $2 billion right now that's at risk, for the US election, that people are saying, I think this is going to happen. And you can, come up with anything. It's like, do you think Tom Brady is going to be a part of the Raiders? And you can now predict that. And I think that's kind of everything always starts with speculation, right? And then it kind of moves apart into different layers. And I'm truly hopeful. It's been the hardest thing in the industry thus far to build application layer cool projects that people can be a part of. Some of it's the regulation side that stopped people, right? But it's also just like from an infrastructure side, very difficult for adoption. But I'm truly hoping that in the next 18 months, we do see the flip, poly market maybe being a great example. And hopefully new founders and entrepreneurs will take that tough challenge on. And hopefully folks like Brad can give them, who knows, maybe $1 million in credits are coming to you as a founder. And I think just a little advice to new founders, and you talked about underrepresented founders as well. I mean, it's no secret that less than 1% of VC funding, goes to minorities, and like even less than that to women. I think it's like a note would be like, don't let that scare you. Right. And I think it sounds like really intimidating to like, oh, I got to find all these VCs. It's like, you really just need to find one. Right. And that one can help you kind of
That one could be
unlock a lot of.
Brad. Sorry.
It could be Brad too, yeah. But it can help you unlock. And like the risk of starting your own business, it's like when you get these credits, even if you get 75K in funding, like, you only need to pay yourself a couple like $1,000 a month just to start and to take that risk. And like you can now get benefits, for way cheaper than you used to be able to get benefits for. So it's like just take that risk and just go after it. And if you need help and you're listening, I can always point you in the right direction.
Joe, that was a fantastic overview. I'll echo in some sentiments and add some others, right? This starts and still ends at the infrastructure layer, right? So we have now seen increased capacity, drastically reduced transaction costs, right? Gasless transactions were a necessity to get to any real consumer side game or app, right? It was just a requirement, and we're there for the most part. We're still seeing a tremendous amount of funding, usually 1, 2, or 3 every quarter, right? Be for infrastructure, particularly at the speed and pace as new chains, as new ways to interact with the products are coming to market, right? So infrastructure certainly remains. Stablecoins have found product market fit. They are here. They are a version of our killer app. Depending on where you live in the world, this will determine how much pain you feel. If you have to send wires, if you have to do interbank transfers, right? Part of why I think there's this or lack of recognition for how powerful stablecoins are is because we are fundamentally well banked, right? It's quite good, right, here. But when you start to think about, why did we get into this space? What are we doing here? The opportunity to expand so much bigger, so much more broader, and bring these new, never before possible aspects, right, to different communities across the world, right? Latin America, Africa, areas where it's just harder, right? Harder to be banked. We have found that fit. Of course, right, clarity is critical, right? There's some tremendous initiatives out there that can help guide the way in terms of what's happening both in the US and globally, right? There's some links here that the team can point you to. That's critical, right? It is really hard to go want to be a DeFi founder in the United States. You're probably not going to do that just because you have this headache. And we're clearing a way, right, a pathway to do that. But as Joe talked about, as crypto has now become a key political issue, right, going into the selection, clarity is what we need. With regulation will come the opportunity to build and scale and implement these amazing tools into the technology stack of startups and businesses.
Amazing. And that's exactly why I wanted to have this conversation with the both of you and introduce you both to the Crypto for the Culture community, which we have over 10,000 RSVPs. We have folks tuning in from all over the world. And to be able to understand the opportunities, we love asymmetrical returns, not that we're giving investment advice, but Joe and Crush, thank you for giving us the guidance and giving us the data that we need to make wise investment decisions. And just from an infrastructural standpoint, all the tremendous work that AWS does, and also too, the prioritization of people that look like me. You know what I'm saying? Like the people that are getting less than 1% of the venture capital to know that there are opportunities that AWS is providing to ensure that we are building this ecosystem in a thoughtful and inclusive way. So very happy to have had the both of you participate. We have tons of resources that we've dropped in the chat from both of these incredible organizations. And thank you for joining us at Crypto for the Culture. We'll hope to bring you all back next year as well. But that concludes this portion of the presentation. You see, you're getting hearts, you're getting claps.
Yeah, can we get that? Can we get
I
that
gave
song
myself
back
a
on
clap.
again?
I don't know if anyone else did that.
I'm I'm giving you a
Thank you,
clap
Lisa.
too.
Thank you so much. This is fun. Nice meeting
I
you,
want
Brad.
that.
Take
I
care.
want that song back on again. That was fantastic.
Well, we're gonna play it for you. Look at him. He's
All
like,
right.
Keenan is so overzealous. He's like, Bitcoiner, BTC, $1 trillion CAP, don't sleep on cryptocurrency, just make some money while you sleep. Nina keeps telling me stop performing the song because of the delay. Oh man, you gotta love it. Crypto for the culture. I hope people are tweeting. I would love to hear what you're Xing. I guess that's how you say it now. What are you saying about crypto for the culture? What are some of your takeaways? Some of your favorite thought leaders? What do they say? Why does it matter to you? And are you voting? I definitely want to impress upon folks that are based in the US. It's really important to exercise your rights. Oh, I got a hard stop. All right, I think we should wrap up the visuals. Keenan, you. There we go. The CLF. All right. We can. Okay, yes. These are the CLF nonprofits. Okay, you see, Judy, we understood the assignment. All right. We concluded our discussion on the business of blockchain. Very excited to have had Brad and Joe talk about the immense potential for innovation and growth. As you all can see, there's a lot of different nuances associated with how you can operate and move within the world of Web3. But for this next panel discussion, one thing that transcends industry is the notion of how trailblazers can shape and influence and share their diverse perspectives, their leadership abilities, their skills at continuously driving innovation. And this is what's unique and just another point of celebration. With our next panelist, this is somebody who is fostering equitable opportunities for folks across finance, tech, and blockchain. And so with that being said, it's so dope that we get to, and I said dope like DOPE, and for people who may not know what that means, that's how the kids say, it's cool, okay? It's cool. But I get to co-create this experience with people that I love, people that I respect, and people that I'm just delighted to share with the audience of thousands of people around the world. And with that being said, I'd like to introduce you to a near dear sister from another mister, Judine Small, who is a partner at the Culture Leadership Fund, where she leads the organization's strategies focused on accelerating access to technology for the Black community. Hi, I'm Black. Listen, you got to have fun with it. She oversees strategic partnerships, limited partner relations, and community engagement over at the Culture Leadership Fund, which is one of the funds at Andreessen Horowitz, also known as A16Z, a venture capital firm that backs bold entrepreneurs building the future, according to their mission statement, through tech. And Judine, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think A16Z has about $43 billion in committed capital across multiple funds, including the CLF.
Correcto. That's correct.
It's a precision.
I said you knew you were right. You knew you were right.
I mean, this is a precision sport. So, we aim for perfection. This ain't no striving for perfection. You hit the mark or you don't. But Looking super fly as always. You know, Jundeen is a multi-hyphenate. There's so many different directions that this conversation can go, but the overarching objective is to talk about what success looks like. And, you know, we were very deliberate in bringing you into this conversation because, as I mentioned earlier, you know, you are a force to be reckoned with. And I am grateful that I have the opportunity to really unpack what it means to be a multi-hyphenate. You know, you're a dancer, you're an artist, you're a nonprofit strategist, you're a tech enthusiast. There's just so much there. And what I'd love to learn about is, you know, where did you get your start? How did it all begin? The fabulousness that is you. Like, tell us,
Well,
enlighten us.
I'm shy adjacent. And if you know me, you know that I love adding adjacent to everything. So, I appreciate the love that you and Nina pour into me all the time, and playing a small part in the crypto tutors journey has been such a pleasure. And you know, we gonna ride. So that's on that. But that's a hard question, mainly because, or maybe it's a simple question. I'm a Jamaican girl. I'm an immigrant. That is literally how I identify myself. I think it's the reason I've been able to navigate life's twists and turns. And while at my age now, it sounds like it was strategic and purposeful, a lot of it was just having parents that pushed me and said, if you want to do it, you have to commit and have that conversation. So as I said, I'm Jamaican. I was born in Jamaica, moved to the States and moved to Brooklyn, New York. Very, very proud Brooklyn Yardie over here.
Where Brooklyn?
Oh, East New York. What's up?
Okay. Don't start no one peanut. Please carry on.
Hello. East New York, Brooklyn, all day, public school, baddie, as I like to say, very, very proud of it. And when I came to the States, like every Jamaican, my dreams were track and field, and I was running track and field, and I had a sponsorship with Colgate. And when it came time for high school, my sister was going to John Dewey High School, and there was a dance program there founded by John Michael Goring, may he rest in beauty, called the Dewey Dance Ensemble. And I had never seen such athleticism and beauty and grace in just one body on stage. And I remember going home and said, not gonna continue running track. I'm switching my decision. I'm going to John Dewey High School, and I'm gonna figure out a way to get into the dance ensemble. We call it DDE. And as a Caribbean girl, but also very much a pastor's kid, growing up in the church, you do everything. You do praise and worship, you do dance team, you do Bible studies, you do all the things. So I grew up with family and friends that were, I guess, multi-hyphenate, if that's what the coolies are saying right now, if it's cute. You were expected to be a master of many things. And more importantly, you are expected to be of service in the work that you are doing. So I went to the audition. I was like, I'm gonna do a little praise dance and sing a little song, and hopefully they take me. And he did. He saw something in me. I studied under John Michael Goring, Elio Pomari, all of them, icons and legends in the dance history, in the dance ethos. May they rest in glory. And I remember going to Capizio with my mom to buy my first leotard, and it was $60, honey. And she was like, who's paying for that? Who is gonna figure out paying for
Is that when you started your career in tech? No, I'm just kidding.
That started my summer youth. So you're gonna get a job. So I remember I got my first job doing summer youth, then didn't really care about it, no shade. I'm now very much in finance, but there was a program in Dewey called John Dewey Academy of Finance, where they taught accounting principles and early finance to high school students. And in addition to that, gave them jobs in the industry. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this. My sister encouraged it because I'm gonna dance. My mama ain't paying $60 for leotards, and you know I gotta be cute. So I got this job, started working with the Academy of Finance, did accounting, went to Pace University with the Upward Bound program. Also started working at Lehman Brothers. May Lehman rest as well.
R.I.P.
Lehman Brothers and the benefits office, looking at death records of all things and thinking about like 401ks and benefits packages. And that was like my first foray into tech, and then continued with them and started working at MR Beale and Company, which at the time was the only Black-owned PE shop in New York. And that was all while I was in high school and dancing, doing ballet hispanico, as well as many other things. And then when it came time for college, my mother again was like, "You're not going to a conservatory," which broke my heart because I auditioned, I did all the things, and ended up getting a full ride to Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut, majoring in sociology, theater and dance, which was sort of the best thing that happened to me because I had to always maintain this dual life of, if you really want to do something, you have to commit to it and you have to be prepared to push forward, and ain't nobody gonna save you. So you got to save yourself, and ended up studying through Trinity at the University of Cape Town, dancing there, working with a lot of brilliant people on upper campus in diversity studies, as well as lower campus with the dance program, and hidden campus in the theater program. And sort of that was my life for quite some time. And then once I sort of finished that, I decided to go get my MFA at Mills College, Oakland Stand Up, and was an adjunct professor there. And, you know, for anyone who knows this, when a person gets their MFA, it's a terminal degree. So I was like, yes, I'm going to be a professor, honey. I'm going to be teaching. I'm going to be dancing. I'm going to be bringing the youth and talking about identity construction through the arts, and tore my hip flexor. So yes, and tore my hip flexor when I moved back to New York to sort of continue this like fabulous dance life. And remember that my parents, even though it would piss me off when they say backup, because I'm like, they know backup, there's plan A and that's it, which was the arts, I had to figure out a way to pay for PT. So all of these things came because of necessity. I was like, okay, I got to pay for PT. They're charging me $300 a visit. I have to do 3 visits a week if I'm going to do rehab. And again, my mama was like, I'll help you. Paid the first 300. She was like, girl, you're gonna have to figure this out. So luckily, just always been great about building relationships. Met up with a friend of mine who was at a recruiting company, and she was like, "Hey, there's this temp role at this hedge fund called Perry Capital. You should go in. The person that sits on the desk is out on maternity leave or something like that." It was long ago. I look younger than I am, and ended up sitting on that desk, falling in love with the team. And at the end of my time there, which was about maybe 3 months or a little less, I was rehabilitated enough that I was actually auditioning for Fella on Broadway at the time, again, dating myself. And I remember when I was walking on Broadway, I got a phone call from their HR professional, said like, hey, like the team really liked you. Would you like to join, create this role where you would be able to work with sort of the advanced development team and the IT team and the risk desk and doing all of these things, and spent about 4 years there just really learning. That's where I got my first sort of interaction with IR. I was still dancing simultaneously and really got to see sort of the other side of finance with like dope people. Richard Perry at the time was one of the owners of Barney's. So just like really seeing the intersection of fashion and culture. We had everybody and their mother walking through the office, and I was like, okay, this could be interesting. And he pulled me aside one day and he was like, what are you doing? And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, what are you doing? He's just like, you need to be in fundraising. He was like, he was like, people will just give you money. You're good at this. Like people will give you fundraising. Your personality. I did not listen, by the way. I was just like, RP, you're crazy. I don't got time for that. I'm still dancing. I'm going to figure it out. All of this is a necessity to continue doing plan A. And then
Plan A being dancing.
Plan A being dancing, Plan A being a creative. I had a dance company at the time with my dear friend, Tumi and Como. It's called Nyani Kosi Dance Company, and we were doing a lot of work. I was also very much a contemporary dancer, which I love different styles. I was a girl rolling around in the dirt and doing all of that stuff and doing movement therapy. And we really wanted to create, and she was South African, we really wanted to create a movement style that embraced all of the facets of the movements we enjoyed, which included dancehall, ballet, all of that stuff. So I was like, RP, boy, bye. Thank you for your advice. Not taking it. I am good with what I'm doing. And then my husband got into UCLA Anderson and moved to LA to pursue his MBA, got a full ride there, big up to him. And I moved back in with my mama girl. And 2 weeks, I was like, can't do this. I remember going to my mentor at the time, who was the leader of the trading desk, and said, I was like, Bobby, I need to get to LA and I need a job. And luckily, his brother was a CEO of an investment bank in LA. And I was so fortunate that they created a role for me, speaking of the power of relationships. And I literally left a lot of cash on the table and moved to LA. And I was working market hours while in LA, sort of doing everything and anything, because again, they created a role for me. It was like, okay, the agreement was you're going to study for your series exams, going to do the iBanking route. And baby, I hated every moment of it. And I remember getting a random email from a recruiter for this stealth tech role, executive assistant to the CEO of a startup. And I was just like, I don't know better. I don't know what this is, but I'm going to take the opportunity. And I remember interviewing at what is now Ubeam, and 4 years later, it was the best decision I ever made. 90% of the team there were engineers. My role was to work with the CEO pretty much on everything from go-to-market to fundraising to hiring, everything outside of actual product development. I had my hands in, to the point where raising our A and our Series B, driving all the way up to Menlo Park, Silicon Valley, with our industrial design in a U-Haul truck, because we had a transmitter and a receiver. We were charging devices over distance with ultrasound, and it was like deep tech before hardware was sexy and everyone was investing in it. And was really lucky because through that trial and error and working with that team and really speaking to the testament of a good leader, Meredith Perry, shout out to you. You know, I love you for life. Really seeing me and allowing me to thrive. Being that early employee, I learned so much, including Andreessen leading one of those rounds. And then started feeling that itch for more creativity. And the thing that I really loved about what I was doing at Ubeam was that fundraising element, but also this idea of creating marketing plans and like building something from 0 to 1. And became a chief of staff and then eventually chief strategy officer of a digital communications company, building out a marketing vertical for VCs and startups. And then Pansy hit, honey, the pandemic hit, and I had started my own company, and I was the outsourced CMO for a VC called Revere VC. Shout out to them. Love you all to death too. And then Andreessen called me. Megan Holston Alexander, who leads CLF and is a queen and is my friend and is my sorors. If there are any deltas in the building, what's up? Saw me and said, Janine, you do all these fascinating things. You're a multi-hyphenate. You're really a Jill of all trades. You know, I'm leading the Cultural Leadership Fund, and we really want to push this mission forward about connecting cultural leaders with investment opportunities, but also really accelerating access to technology. And would you like to join? And I remember speaking to my husband and saying, me no know, yeah, I said I don't want to work for anybody ever again. And he said, well, you know, God brings these opportunities your way. Don't say no. And at every sort of cliff, there was no hurdle. It was like, oh, absolutely, absolutely. And now it's going to be 3 years that I've been with the Cultural Leadership Fund at Andreessen Horowitz. I'm extremely proud of the work that I get to do along with my teammates, Megan, Derek, Deb, Sarah, Tanisha. I feel like I have to say everybody's name now that I started. Aisha, Elizabeth, Kirsten. It has been Mads. It's just been an absolute joy to do that. So that's sort of a very long way of saying your girl is very Jamaican, which is where I started. And I had Mads.
Oh my God, I love it. I love it. And part of why hearing your career journey is so important because nobody starts where they end typically, right? Like your presence in the venture capital world and working with the focus of ensuring that more Black dollars are on cap tables, and more Black people, quite candidly, are embedded in tech companies at earlier stages. I mean, those are tremendously beneficial and powerful focuses. And so my question is like, why does that matter so much to you? Like, why does it matter that the focus of the CLF is what it is, and why does it matter to you?
It matters to me because I feel like I am the representation of what accelerating access to tech means. I think
Mhm.
I'm the representation of what early employeehood can bring. As I mentioned, I joined a startup. I was employee number 4, if I'm not mistaken. And by nature of just being in the room and being curious and being willing to do, I was able to learn a ton. And not only learn in an academic sense, which because my friends say I'm also obsessed with getting degrees. I was able to get my MBA 10 times over in every aspect of company scaling, culture building, fundraising. And what I like to say, which I think is very much the core of what like CLF does, is I am an artist, I am a creative, and I feel like we're the smartest people in the world. Don't, no shade. I also believe that engineers and creative and technical talent also have that same je ne sais quoi, for lack of a better term, that you can identify in an artist to see something from nothing and to build that up. When a choreographer is creating something, it is a manifestation of a lucid dream, a present dream, an interaction outside, and then they bring that together into something beautiful. That is what an early stage founder is doing. That is what a cultural leader is doing when they're bringing their art to you. That is what an early employee is doing when they're coming in and they're taking over a role and they're taking ownership of that. And I feel a lot of times people get very, very caught up in nomenclature and try to create divides between sectors. And frankly, there are very few specialities or professions where you're like, this is the language you have to learn and this is it. And even in those spaces, there is still those soft skills and those skills that are rooted in tenacity and resilience that transcend. And I feel like that's something that is the core, particularly for Black people, particularly in Black culture. And I don't think it's cute to be the only one in the room. I don't think it's cute to break a door down and then turn around and say, let me patch this up. Like, I don't think it is. I think that the more that we understand that wealth generation and opportunity, particularly in the last 20 years, have come from technology and come from our involvement in technology. And when we think about diversity of thought and diversity of inclusion, we are actually going to be creating better infrastructure and we're going to get rich. Who's trying to do this? It's not a hobby. We're trying to make money. So why would you stifle yourself in that way is my perspective. And that's why I show up every day. And I'm very proud, again, to work at Andreessen. I'm very proud to work with the Cultural Leadership Fund. I'm very proud that sometimes we are considered contrarian, because the truth is, if you're going to change stuff, you have to be a little rebellious. You have to be resilient. You have to kind of be a contrarian. And I feel like it's very sexy now for us to talk about cultural leadership, but at one point, this was a radical idea. At one point, all of these things that are now commonplace for us were radical ideas. So why not us push that and push technology forward? Like you said, we're building for bold entrepreneurs, and we believe that we're building for the future. And this is where we're going.
And that's exactly why I wanted to have this conversation with you, appropriately titled Success, because I think that your story, your journey encompasses a number of the irrefutable characteristics to where anyone and everyone can derive their success. I know you personally and love you all the more each time we interact, and I'm so grateful to have you as a part of the Crypto Tutors family. And thank you for the work that you do at the Culture Leadership Fund and for always showing up your authentic self, being who you are, and open to kicking down the door and then letting us follow behind. So love you to bits and pieces. And thank you for sharing your genius with us today at Crypto for the Culture.
Of course, my baby.
Nina's telling me that I got to speed it up because I have a tendency to keep it going. So, you know. Thank you, Judine Small at the Culture Leadership Fund. We're grateful for you and the work that you all do. And we have some resources that we'll share so you can learn more about what they're up to at the CLF and definitely connect with Judine.
10, 9, ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Bitcoin or BTC, $1 trillion CAP. Don't sleep on cryptocurrency. Just make some money while you sleep. Yeah, it's the $2 trillion market cap for me. It's a wave, but this ain't no GameStop or AMC. DeFi is where you need to be. Why? Cause centralized systems keep them fees high. Talking knee high, maybe even neck high. But we fly, learn, and invest, and you'll see why. Your money, your time, don't waste it. Buy it, trade it, stake it, you made it. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. To the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. YOLO. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Fractional shares of Bitcoin of all stuff. Buy it, trade it, stake it, you made it. Double your private key, everybody know. Blockchain's the trail, go from guppy to whale. When that market prevails, you make profit at scale. Cryptocurrency solidifies your legacy, so the future generations can be financially free. To the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. YOLO. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. To the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. YOLO. Jump in the Lambo and off we go. Jump in the Lambo.
Awesome. Thank you so very much to Judine Small over at the CLF, who encompassed everything that we wanted to bring energy-wise and career-wise to the conversation of success. We are pivoting now to a conversation where, you know, when you look at the venture capital landscape, particularly for underrepresented leaders, you know, we get a pittance. And that's something that we are all committed to changing. And what we've done with the Startup Venture Capital panel is brought incredible leaders in this space. And this conversation is going to be moderated by one of them, a near dear friend to Crypto Tutors, Ronald Falls, who is the CEO of LA Executive 9 Group. He has over 20 years of experience in financial services. He began as an analyst at Goldman Sachs and then Goldman Sachs, Stacks, because we're talking about stacks on stacks. Goldman Sachs, I'm sorry.
Get to the money, get to the money.
To the esteemed global law firm Skadden Arps. Ronald will be moderating, and we did that intentionally because he is a polymath, he's an angel investor, he's a lawyer, he's a strategist, he's an equity and social justice advocate. I could go on, but we're here for a limited time and a limited time only. So Ronald, take it away.
You guys. Oh man, I didn't know we were going to start off jamming today. So I appreciated the music. So I'm grateful for everybody that's here today. I think we have an awesome panel. I have been forewarned by Nina to stay on schedule. So I just want everybody to know we're going to go quickly and try to adhere to the schedule. We want to hear from all the panelists. We've got some amazing people here. So let me first start by introducing Heather. Heather, you are the practice director of entrepreneurial initiatives at JFF Labs. If you could just give, the audience a quick 1 minute overview of who you are and what you're doing there before we get into the conversation.
Sure. So I'm a former entrepreneur myself. For 20 years, I started and exited 2 companies, and now I run entrepreneurial programs here at JFF, which is a 40-year-old nonprofit, Jobs for the Future. Nice to see everyone here today. Thank you for having me.
No, it's our pleasure. Thank you for joining us. Barbara, could you please tell everybody about your work as a CEO and founding partner of Unicorn Growth?
Yeah, sure. I set up my fund, a VC fund called Unicorn Growth Capital, and it's really focused on investing in the future of finance. And I believe the future of finance involves the blockchain. So we invest in early stage companies building blockchain-powered financial infrastructure, and scaling it across emerging markets where we see a very ripe and fertile environment for blockchain financial infrastructure. So that's what Unicorn Growth Capital is about.
Nice. That's amazing. Do you have a geographic area where you focus that investment activity on for that blockchain work that you're doing?
Yeah, we really just want to go after markets where there's really high demand for crypto when it comes to finance. And so we look at Africa. We have some of our companies scaling into Latin America. We have companies transacting between these markets, including Asia. So we're very open in terms of where the opportunities are coming globally. And we're also looking at investing across equity and credit. And I'll talk about that later on.
Nice. I think that's definitely an amazing strategy to articulate to people. One of the things that I do in my work is try to give people line of sight into the different types of financing that's available. Fundraising is not just a one-stop shop. There's not just one way to raise money or to build operating capital to build your business. So sometimes I think just making people aware of that. And so that'll be awesome. I definitely want you to speak to that as we get into the panel. And lastly, and certainly not least, I would like to give my fraternity brother, Robert Franklin, the good noob, an opportunity to explain his work at RRS Consulting and let everyone kind of know a little bit about what you do, brother.
So Robert Franklin, managing partner for RFS Consulting. We provide regulatory risk management advisory services to blockchain and crypto companies and traditional TradFi companies. Along with that, I'm a venture partner at Masters Fund, a women-focused fund, and angel investor in fintech and blockchain investments. So I've been in the venture space for over the last 10 years. Started my career in consulting with Deloitte Consulting, financial services, and then migrated over to BBVA and trading and swaps and derivatives.
Nice. Well, good to see everybody here. And lovely introduction for all you guys. I want to just kind of start going down the road with some of the interesting questions we have here. I'll be a little bit selfish. I know one of the things that people want to know is how do you raise money in this space? When you're starting companies, you're building in this space, they want to know what sort of the opportunity set in the blockchain space is. And this is a new technology, a new area, a new place that people are learning about and kind of getting into. As people who are angel investors, people who are in the venture capital space, people who are seeing builders, talking to the ecosystem, when you start to make commitments to investing in companies in this space, and the panelists, we can kind of go down the line and answer this question. What makes the decision tree work for you? What are you thinking through as you're examining companies that are building in this space on the blockchain and doing different types of things, how they fit into the ecosystem, and how do you commit to committing capital or providing capital? And Robert, I'll just start with you and just kind of go down the line, Robert, Barbara, and then Heather.
The biggest thing I look for first in terms of the founder, the capability and skill set of the founder and how strong the team has been built. That lets me know how serious they are. And then lastly is kind of the community traction they've developed in the interim.
Is that dependent upon the stage that you are seeing these investors at? Does it matter where they're at in their sort of an investment stage, if they're seed, pre-seed, if they're more mature with the concept?
Yeah, at pre-seed and seed, looking for the strength and depth of the founder, and then what team that they've been able to assemble at that point. I know they won't have all the components, necessary as a later, funded founder, but to have those key pieces identified and kind of roadmap of how they plan to get to the point where they can be up and profit generating.
Got it. That road to profitability is important. The use of proceeds. What are you going to do with the deployment of that capital you're able to raise to get the wheels turning? I appreciate that. Barbara, could you share what's on your decision tree?
Yeah, on top of that, I think everything's all about founders at the early stage. So that can not be overly emphasized. But for me, I think the blockchain space has had a lot of noise. And, the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of different areas and themes of blockchain being used. And sometimes, frankly, I just get frustrated when people think of Web3. They can just put you in a box around meme coins or something. And I start off with being focused on my thesis, which is very clearly about financial infrastructure. So when I look at founders and companies that come my way, I really am focused on companies that are building practical solutions for the blockchain. There have been a lot of fads happening, and I've always been very clear that I'm not, about the technology. I'm more about the market opportunity and what problem we're solving. And so that is the most important thing. What problem are you really solving? And what's your go-to-market strategy? The key things that I focus on, frankly, is around mass adoption. How do we take what this technology is meant for, which is really around digital ownership, efficiency with transactions, and liquidity. How do we bring these themes into real world use cases? And that's where I focus on with financial services, lending, consumer finance, insurance, payments. These are boring concepts, but they're really important in creating new markets, new financial markets for especially underserved markets, both in the US, in developed markets, as well as in emerging markets, and bridging the gap between emerging markets and developed markets. And I think that's what I like to see when founders are bringing that traditional finance or just, industry expertise and bringing the blockchain to solve real problems within that space. And that's one of the key things I look for versus some of the fads that have gone on in the last couple of years.
Totally understand. I only had one objection to what you said about investing in the payment space and blockchain as boring. I was the general counsel for Fireblocks, and we actually acquired a payments company, First Digital, and incorporated a lot of what they were doing into our software offering for the custody technology. And then we also kind of went out and acquired a tokenization company. And while that may be a little boring in the context of what people think that can do, if you're looking at where you said the fads are and where some of the opportunities are, tokenization of real world assets and, things that you're building on the blockchain, the reemergence of NFTs and actual use cases that are useful for, day-to-day opportunities. I think that stuff is going to be, the next stage where you see the real things kind of taking off. And I think what you said, the meme coins kind of falling away, the fads kind of falling away. The thing that gets the chatter now in the headlines, I think we'll lose some of that to the substantive solutions that come from the blockchain stuff. Heather, could you please also give us your decision tree in making an investment and committing grants, capital, funding, or your time, even the investment of your time to certain projects and founders?
Yeah, and for me, it's the entrepreneur first. So is this somebody who has the passion, the drive, the motivation, who's going to see any kind of idea through? Where's that motivation coming from? Is this like a life passion of theirs, or are they going to be good stewards of my money and they're going to carry this thing through with their last dying breath, basically? So we want to make sure that the entrepreneur is coming at this problem with like a real deep-seated desire. And then, of course, the idea comes into play after that. And like we see a lot, we see this with AI also, like people are just dropping blockchain and crypto into decks because they want to attract our attention, but they're not necessarily like really integrating it in a novel, interesting way that the public actually needs. And then if they know who their market is already, then that's, a no-brainer. Then it starts to become a pretty easy decision. But someone with drive, someone with a real tangible idea that's really using it and not just using it to attract us, and then actually knows who their market is and who they're going after first, makes an easier decision for us.
I agree, and to add to what Barbara said, Heather said, I'm sorry, the point that you made about people dropping things into DEX and into the conversation to simply create noise and attract chatter. I think it's difficult because the market is early. The blockchain, the artificial intelligence, the venture capital space is in the early days, and there is a lot of that flashbang activity, headline, chasing. But as people start to whittle down and start to look for some of the return on that capital that they're deploying, I think you're going to find folks who are out here dropping things in DEX with a hard place to go when they can't actually generate solutions or get to those target markets that they need to have those customers to grow that business. It's just not going to work. The dog won't hunt. And I think folks are going to have some reckonings. To that, then, I guess, even for the panelists, you guys have all kind of been in this space for some time based on your backgrounds. And I'm guessing you both had some wins and some losses. And I'd love to hear from the panelists about, in this space, as you've been navigating and operating this new technology that is emerging, can you talk a little bit about one of your wins and maybe one of your losses and maybe what you learned from both in sort of continuing to participate in the ecosystem and space and investing? I think it would be helpful for investors to see sometimes what winning and losing looks like from the perspective of someone who's committing capital and going along for the ride with them. I'll start with you, Robert, and just go down the line again.
Yeah, I would say there's not any, I would say, losses yet from my side. It's not yet. So in this industry, with blockchain and crypto, there are a lot of kind of things they're still happening. And so I don't want to say that any of my investments in those areas are kind of failed per se, but there's still a long road ahead. And once we see more mass adoption, then I could, accurately say that something has, failed. So that's kind of how
what's your gestation period for an investment? If you commit capital to a founder and you deploy that capital, what's your tolerance like in terms of a time frame for seeing that investment or that play out in the context of your portfolio?
Being that I'm at a fund, we're actually two funds, 5 to 7 years, kind of the life of the fund, to see that investment and return, 5 years on average, because you have to see things play out. Now, sometimes, things happen that are beyond the founder's control, and you may see it end early, or it may scale up very quickly. But on general, I'll use that kind of as a time frame. And that 3 to 5 years is kind of where you see people getting weeded out.
All right, there you go. Folks, you got to learn how to manage that capital, to have that run room to get to that 3 to 5 year mark and some ability to pivot and structure and manage that. Barbara, well, actually, Robert, was that a win or a loss for you?
Well, I would say it's right there. It's right there. It could go either way.
Okay, so we'll leave that. We give you that one. Barbara, can you maybe a win and a loss?
Yeah, I think my wins are more about how my thesis that I sort of started off with has proven out. So I set up my fund like a couple of years ago, really to go after this emerging market opportunity. I didn't see any funds really focused on using the blockchain in Africa and in a lot of these emerging markets. And while people were just sort of not really interested in that theme, the reality is that it has proven out. It's clear. I mean, you look at Andreessen Horowitz State of Crypto report, they've made it very clear stablecoins has reached product market fit, and there's a lot of transaction volumes. You've got reports from like Visa and Castle Island Ventures talking about certain countries in Africa and Latin America being like the center for stablecoins. We've seen, a lot of these countries have devaluations and illiquidity with their currencies. So a lot of the companies I've invested in that are using stablecoins have really grown over time. In fact, while some of these countries seem like they're risky because of the devaluations and the illiquidity of their currencies, transaction volumes for some of our companies have actually increased because people are holding stablecoins more, they're transacting more. And so we've seen our thesis proven out in the last couple of years. A lot of fintech investors, a lot of Web2 investors were sort of saying, we don't invest in blockchain. And now they're sort of looking at some of these companies.
You hit on something very interesting, and I just want to highlight this for everyone because now you're talking about the diaspora, and you very quickly touched on a very important market for blockchain. And if you're following the information and the statistics, you see that Nigeria is one of the countries in Africa with one of the highest adoptions of blockchain technology. And you see work and effort of very significant politicians like Oswald Gubadia, who are working on things like fintech bills and initiatives that are bringing the regulatory framework in Nigeria forward in a way that you can create a builder ecosystem and an investment ecosystem. And like you said, there may be other things that are happening in the country that are interesting and create uncertainty or risk for an investor. But if you're zeroing in on the opportunity to deploy the capital in the blockchain space, there are significant opportunities buying sometimes that instability, the grid instability in Nigeria, the energy instability, the currency instability. Some of the solutions provided by blockchain technology specifically alleviate those problems. And Absolutely. If people were aware of that, there's opportunity there across the diaspora. I don't think that those problems that you see are just something that are only indicative of Nigeria, but there seems to be an opportunity where people are starting to figure it out.
Absolutely.
And
Go ahead, Robert.
I was going to say, and to go along with that, I recently spoke in Cape Town at an ETH event, and there's still challenges across the continent and movement of money. And so things related to movement of money along with stablecoins, which ease that if you can transfer from wallet to wallet, it eases that burden that has shaped the continent overall and in several other places outside of the diaspora. And so, stable coins on the continent is big in terms of movement of money and payments and remittances.
I love that. And Barbara, I also want to say thank you for sharing the resource. If people are following along on what's happening in the industry, you have to stay apprised on the latest and greatest information. A16 just released a very informative and detailed report on the state of crypto. It's available as a resource. I think Barbara provided that because we're all reading this real time. This is how we stay apprised of what's happening because you can't be in all places at all times, but you need to stay aware of the information. There are very specific things in there that I think are interesting. They talk to you about crypto adoption. As we again were talking about the diaspora earlier, one of the things that is indicative in the report, that the statistics they show you, is that crypto adoption in the diaspora for people of color is higher. People in these countries that have structural challenges around their financial systems and around security and around political stability have higher indices of crypto adoption for security, for stability. These are signals. These are things that if you're an observant investor, you take as an opportunity to build around those ecosystems. As you see these things emerging, there are companies that are going to be building solutions around this. Let me find who those builders are and give them opportunities to scale. Heather, I wanted to make sure I also gave you an opportunity to share with the audience your wins and a loss and maybe what you learned from them.
I'm actually with Robert in this camp. So we're actually too early to really know who the winners and who the losers are at this point. So we're waiting to see before declaring who's going to win, who's going to lose in this.
I want to make sure that everybody heard that across the board. What you're hearing is that it is early stages and that they're deploying capital right now, but it is too early in a 3 to 5 or 7 year cycle to say where the winners and losers are in the crypto industry. It is that early in the investment cycle for most of these opportunities. And unless they're home runs, and there are a couple of people who've hit some home runs, you got a couple of Coinbases and things like that there. Most of the ecosystem is still evolving and building. The regulatory framework is evolving globally. The investment opportunities are evolving globally. There are theses that are being proven out. They're still, fairly new. And as Barbara articulated, people are starting to figure out this is the way through the tunnel to the light, and this is the way that I'm gonna go. One of the things that Robert said, I think, is also interesting. When you invest in a portfolio from a venture capital fund, a good rule of thumb is that if you take 10 investments, that you're looking for a certain number of those investments to not make it to the finish line. and you're looking for a certain number of those investments to actually return the amount of capital you put in. And then you're looking for a certain number of those investments to actually be home runs that return the portfolio. Some of that math and metric and expectation is changing now too. How many winners do you actually need in your portfolio, and how many unicorns you got to get? And going after some of these things are playing into this. The return profile of the blockchain sector is different than some of the other investment sectors. There are higher return profiles for some of these wins that are going to happen. So you're going to see the people who are starting to kind of knit the threading in this space, figuring out these are the winners, these are the losers, these are the ways to get it done. One of the things that I heard across the board, across the panel, was that it's the founders, the people who are coming and bringing themselves to the table with their ideas, their initiative, their resources, and the community around them, picking the right founders that can go through this emerging technology and building with them and creating an ecosystem and a community with them is going to be the key for all of this. So
Yeah.
I just want to give everybody an opportunity. I don't want to offend Nina and run over the time. If you guys can all give some parting words of wisdom to potential founders, other angel investors, other venture investors, other people in the ecosystem, other people in the diaspora, what would you all kind of part with on just sort of this space? Robert, I'll go ahead and start with you.
Yeah, I guess the words of wisdom that I would say is keep building, go at informed community. One of the successful traits that I've seen among a lot of the crypto currencies is building a strong community and letting that narrative play out. And that's how you get to scale. And so don't be afraid to, build in other jurisdictions if necessary, to get to the point where you can get the necessary regulatory framework that works for you. And also look for other builders. If you can collaborate or partner with the other firms or other investors, maybe you guys might share a common investment thesis or have some kindred thoughts around that. So there's always ways to share deals and share breakthroughs by collaborative effort.
Nope, I appreciate you. Love and jump on me when I see you. Barbara, can you share some parting words of wisdom with the lovely audience here today?
Yeah, sure. I think one of the key things I want to bring up is that, and it's basically what I started with in terms of why I think things are going in the right direction. Everything that we're doing right now, people are just not going to understand it. I mean, it's just fundamental, right? This infrastructure is so new. And you talked about real world asset tokenization. You talked about, bringing a lot of these financial services products on chain. People are just going to be like, the legacy ones are big. Why do you think this blockchain is going to change it? One of the things that I'm always aware of as a VC is just the fact that this is so novel and new, and it's going to take time. But even as a VC, I also have to be willing to do new things. So one of the things that we're doing is we just incubated a credit platform. And a lot of my founders have told me that they struggle with getting access to stablecoin liquidity. And so we're actually building a credit platform that can provide stablecoin liquidity to a lot of our portfolio companies in the payment space. It's what we call payment financing, PayFi, which is coined by Lily from Solana Foundation. And payment financing is essentially it's really a concept that's novel to the blockchain, where you can actually get access to debt investors, you can provide credit, you can repay the credit, and everything happens on the blockchain. And we're building that and we're providing that to our portfolio companies and other fintechs and payment companies. And I think as a VC, I have to be willing to innovate in the space in itself on the blockchain as you are investing in these companies.
I think that's actually remarkable, because I think what you're saying is, instead of just taking the capital that you've been able to raise or attract and to deploying that into a solution, you're also taking some of the technology that you're aware of and you're making that solution a solution for the people that you're also investing in. Capital raising is hard. We know we've really received single-digit percentages of the capital that is allocated for building in any of these spaces. So, as venture capitalists and angel investors, you know how hard it is for us to claw and scrape money into this space towards people who look like us. And so that's just its own fight. And so those opportunity sets, when you're finding them and you're able to get capital to them in creative ways, I mean, it's just another way of kind of, you're building a better mousetrap. And then now being able to share that with other people that are building on the blockchain, These are just more opportunities upon more opportunities and more flexibility that gives other founders an opportunity to try things, fail things. Liquidity and credit and access to it creates so many more opportunities to get it right for a person building a company, building a business. You need more opportunities to fail to be successful. If your business dies because you made a mistake in a quarter, that's problematic. And so, as VCs, I know that we want to make sure we support these businesses. When we cut those checks, we want to go with you through the bad times. We know they're going to come, but we want to make sure that you can get back up. Heather, could you please give us just a couple of words of wisdom for the parting crowd before we go into the next panel?
Yeah, I'd love to. So, I mean, we've seen hundreds of entrepreneurs come through our programs, and the one thread that is present in all the ones who are successful is just the grind. Like, they follow up on everything. Every opportunity we put in front of them, they seize and run after. They go towards everything. They show up to every event. They show up, like, they are really putting in the work. And these are things you can do regardless of background, regardless of where you come from. Like, just be there, right? And that's what investors want to see as well. They want to, like, don't wait 3 days to respond to their email. Don't wait to respond to their text. Like, be there, be on it, be present. It makes a difference. Like, all these little cues that you're giving to them mean that you're serious, you're involved, you're going to be good stewards of their money. And then the second thing I would say is that find your community. Like, find people who are going to help think this through with you, who understand what you're going through, who are CEOs and founders themselves, because very few people can understand that journey. There's even a lot of investors who've never been entrepreneurs themselves. So if you can find a community of other entrepreneurs who think like you, like, leverage that community, meet with them as much as you can, use them to lean on and bounce ideas off of. And I personally, as an entrepreneur, found that invaluable, just to have people I can actually talk to. It's good for your mental health. It's good for your business. And then it'll help you with networks, with meeting the right kinds of people and making sure that you're doing all the right things to make sure you can attract investment.
Thank you so much for that, Heather. That's actually very important. You touched on one of the other things in there that I just hope people focus on. As you're building and doing these things, your mental well-being and your community be very important on this difficult journey that you will go in. Please keep that front of mind and make sure that you engage in a way that is healthy as you build and do these things. Don't go in isolation and, let the struggles of being an entrepreneur, derail you from your big dream and your goal. So I just wanted to thank all of our panelists for coming. This is a fantastic talk. I hope to see you all, work with you guys all. I invite you all to come down to Atlanta, to the Atlanta Blockchain Center. If you're ever in Atlanta, we would love to have you down there. We got a bunch of interesting things going on down there. The South has something to say. And I just want to let everyone else know that we're going to take a small commercial break, but next up, we're going to have decentralized IDs. So we're going to keep the party going. We're going to take a small break. I want to thank the panelists. I want to thank Nina and Lisa, the crypto tutors. This has been amazing. L Executive 9 is very grateful for being able to host today. You guys have been fantastic.
Thank you, Ronald.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Bitcoin or BTC, $1 trillion CAP. Don't sleep on cryptocurrency. Just make some money while you sleep. Yeah, it's the $2 trillion market cap for me. It's a wave, but this ain't no GameStop or AMC. DeFi is where you need to be. Why? 'Cause centralized systems keep them fees high. Talking knee high, maybe even neck high, but we fly, learn, and invest, and you'll see why. Your money, your time, don't waste it. Buy it, trade it, stake it, you made it. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. To the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. Buy it, trade it, stake it, you made it. Blockchain's the trail, go from guppy to whale. When the market prevails, you make profit at scale. Cryptocurrency solidifies your legacy, so the future generations can be financially free. To the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. YOLO. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go.
Excellente. I get so excited listening to that music, but also too, the startup venture capital conversation was super powerful. And, a lot of the times the focus is on the problems, less than 1% venture capital is deployed to underrepresented founders and all that. And don't get me wrong, that is a part of what we're combating. However, we are all about solutions. And as we pivot into, I think, one of the most exciting aspects of the world of Web3, this notion of decentralized identities, where for many of us have never heard of, decentralized identities. It's like, what is that? Well, this is one of, I think, the most promising aspects of the world of Web3. And we brought on subject matter experts to help drive this conversation. And those individuals include Lamari Navarrete, the Senior Director of Community Engagement of Decentralized Identity Foundation. She's done, years of activism work and has wanted to move into community management, where she's been able to translate her skills in the activism world to community development and management at the Decentralized Identity Foundation. Now, that's also super dope, Lamari, because that speaks to one of the non-technical roles in the world of Web3. We're always, championing this non-technical, technical employment opportunities, and the role and the work that you're doing is a testament to that. So super excited to bring you to the virtual stage. We are also accompanied by Will Wilkinson, the head of policy and government partnerships at TBD. TBD is a subsidiary of Block. Will, we have been trying to get you a Crypto for the Culture for years now, so this is a special treat for me personally, because I was like, are we going to get Will this year or what? So really happy that the schedules aligned and we were able to bring you to the stage. So for folks, as we are getting into this conversation where we'll be discussing the potential of decentralized identities and the role that they're shaping in the future of digital interactions, I would like to kick things off with Mr. Wilkinson. It's nice to meet you, Will. It's so funny because I know people are like, what is TDBD? What is TBD? Like, what is that? What's going on with TBD? So if you wouldn't mind, as we kind of kick things off, telling us a little bit about what TBD is up to, that would be great. You're on mute.
Sure. Thanks, Lisa. I appreciate it. As you said, TBD is a part of Block, and what we do at TBD is we're an open source company that's building decentralized protocols for payments and the exchange of digital credentials. There's a lot that goes into that. Our main product, TBDEX, is a financial messaging system that's sort of like an open source version of Swift, the system that the big banks use to say, move this money from this account to this account and this bank to that bank. But an open financial network that isn't just like a members only club of major banks and financial institution. It needs a way for businesses and individuals to prove their identities, to show that they are who that they say that they are, that the accounts that they say they control are really theirs, to perform due diligence on each other, to show that they're meeting the regulatory obligations. And so digital identity technology like DIDs and verifiable credentials is at the center of that. And so we've invested heavily in developing those standards and trying to make them practical for the real world.
I love that. And just like my due diligence process, one of the chords that really struck, what struck a chord with me at TBD is, the focus on creating open and decentralized technologies to connect the financial world. And, with that being said, I also think let me not get ahead of myself in that I think a lot of people are trying to understand what is decentralized identity. What does that actually mean? And I don't know if maybe Lamari, you want to take a stab at just articulating and perhaps demystifying what a DID is, and why does it matter?
Sure, I can take it from a very high level. And I could say that the whole idea of decentralization, it pre-exists the existence of even Bitcoin. So if you look at Kim Cameron's laws of identity, this goes all the way back to 2005. There was already this notion that the web we existed under did not have an identity layer, and that was going to increasingly become a problem as time went on. And so later on, there was a group of technologists who said we have to actually create principles for what the web actually should be, because we're seeing rapidly proliferating instances of theft and deception. So this came together under someone named Christopher Allen, who's a cryptographer, and they created something called the self-sovereign identity movement. So around that time, they started to bring together blockchain experts and look at use cases of identity that could be utilized, say, that the blockchain could be utilized with. So these start to be investigated, and the whole idea is that instead of large tech companies owning all of your data and owning all of your information, this actually comes back to the individual. And that was really those are some of the principles of that movement, which was data portability, which was privacy, consent. These are things that I think a lot of people in Web3 principles that they adhere to. But now what we're starting to see is some of that being developed and coming into maturity in places like DIF and other organizations where we're able to see adoption and apply the principles in action.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And I would also love, Will, if you could, what is your definition of DID?
Well, the decentralized identifier is a specific standard through the W3C, which is one of the main web standards working groups, and a DID, or a decentralized identifier, is a cryptographic key pair, which can serve as a unique identifier for could be an individual person, could be a company, it could be a device, just any individual thing that needs an identity. And it works a little bit like a username. And that is how we do most of our identity online. Most of our identity is, as Lamari said, it's our Google email address, or our Facebook profile name, or our LinkedIn, or whatever. Like a DID is a little bit like that, but the interesting thing about it is that it's also a little bit like a URL. It's addressable, so people can like check your DID, and it'll find where it is that you keep your data, right? Like, so you can use your DID as a signing key to prove that you are who you say you are. And DIDs really come into their own when you pair them with credentials, like the verifiable credentials, which is another standard from the W3C, which is, could be anything. It could be like a diploma. It could be a driver's license. It could be proof that you're employed by Block, as I am. And the way those things work in tandem is that the issuing authority, say the California DMV, wants to issue me a verifiable credential driver's license. They've got their DID that they can use to sign that credential, and they can issue it to a DID, which shows that it's me who it's been issued to. And so you can prove that relationship exists using cryptographic technology. Or if my company wanted to give me an employee ID, They can issue it from their DID to my DID, and then I can present that verifiable credential, which a third party can check. They can see that it has been issued to my DID, and that it was issued by my company, right? And that creates a way for people to prove identity in a way that's compatible with the way that the internet works, and does start to provide some of that missing infrastructure that the internet has been lacking, that missing identity layer, that way to prove that you are who you say you are. I think that's enough, I guess, for that. Yeah.
No, it's awesome. Oh, Lamar, did you want to add something? I'm sorry.
No, I didn't want to add anything. Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, perfect. So, part of why that is so unbelievably important is because in the world of Web 2, and I think we should touch upon this as well, we have to participate in these kind of, centralized ecosystems, we forego our data. And I would love to just kind of circle back to how in, exercising that sovereignty in relation to your digital identity, how does that play into the preservation of your personal identifiable information, and also, and this is directed to either of you, the monetization of that data. A lot of these entities, they are capitalizing on our data, which is one of the most valuable assets that most people have never heard of. And so I'm just curious from your perspectives, how in having a DID does that unlock means of capitalization for folks?
I mean, I think one thing I could say, because I know a lot of people in the space are familiar with NFTs, and I also went through Maggie Love's program, SheFi. I thought it was really interesting that she got to all of the use cases on NFTs, and it was so amazing because there were a lot that I actually wasn't aware of, but she got to identity and she said, well, we haven't actually completely figured out identity here. And it's really fascinating because there are situations where you don't want all of your information right out in the public. Even if you're trying to say, not show all of your information, an instance where like a diploma, if you wanted to create like a soul-bound token for your diploma, maybe you went to a college that was all girls, that might review your gender, for example, or things that you don't want to reveal in certain spaces. So the interesting thing about the introduction of verifiable credentials, when that standard was created, it was a way that we can actually hold that data off chain, right? It's a way that you can fully express your identity, but all the attributes are cryptographically secure. And one of the big challenges that lots of people are trying to tackle right now is something called zero knowledge proofs. So the idea that when you want to prove something about yourself, you don't have to share every single thing, like the whole novel of all of your attributes with the entire world. Maybe you just need to show that I am over 21 and I can buy a beer, and that's yes or no, right? That's all you need to share. And this is actually one of the big projects that's happening right now at DIF. The Ethereum Foundation actually just gave DIF a big grant, because what you're seeing is lots of different people working on the same problem, because we see, we really need to resolve this because we need to make this as expressible as possible. And we need a place where we can come together to do that. So this is an ongoing, it's very exciting, but it's an ongoing sort of collaboration between various organizations and companies who really want to solve this problem and make this ever more expressible of our identities.
Well, did you have anything to add there?
Yeah, I mean, like the real difference with a decentralized identifier in terms of preserving your privacy and controlling your data is that it is a identifier that you control, right? Like, and so it's a cryptographic key, like your, Ethereum account or like your Bitcoin wallet, right? Like, and as people say, not your keys, not your crypto, right? Like, and it's not your keys, not your identity exactly, right? Somebody else is controlling it. And so if you have a DID that you can associate credentials with that you control in an identity wallet, then the data that's associated with your use of that identity online is something that you control. It's not something that the domain who has given you an email address controls or that Facebook controls, right? Like, and so you get to decide which data is disseminated. Like Lamar was saying, you can do selective disclosures of data on a verifiable credential. So I can, I'll just give you an example from recent work that we've done at TBD and Square. We got together to do a demonstration at the California DMV hackathon, showing how you can do privacy preserving age verification at a Square terminal for a Square merchant who offers age restricted items like, beer or wine or cigarettes or something. And in the California DMV wallet, there is, you can show your age with a thing called True Age, which is another company. I don't know if you can see I don't know, I can show my wallet. But like, it gives you a little QR code, and we're able to and that QR code is a verifiable credential. You can scan that in, right? And then the system goes and checks that that was issued by the True Age server, which is connected to the California DMV, which has your age information, and it gives you basically a thumbs up. This person is over 21, right? It doesn't disclose any of the information that's on your driver's license, like your age, like your weight or your eye color or your home address, right? Like the guy at the wine shop doesn't need to know any of that. They just need to know that you're actually over 21, and you can do that in a way that proves, using the cryptography, that you're over 21. The state of California says so, and that is way more secure than showing a physical card, which can easily be forged, right? Because it's very hard to spoof the California DMV's cryptographic key, right? And so the merchant can be very sure that you don't have a fake ID, that they've met their legal requirement to show that you showed them that their ID. That's something that can be logged in their system without recording any information about you. But they, if the cops come along later and say, like, we want to know that you have been IDing people, you can show that you did, right? Like, and we won an award from the California DMV for, best security and privacy design, leveraging that technology of DIDs paired with verifiable credentials.
Thank you for sharing that use case, because I also want to make this as kind of digestible as possible, and using real scenarios where the technology is being implemented is exactly what we want to share with folks so that they can wrap their heads around this. Now, Will, I do have another question for you on the policy side. What are some of the key regulatory challenges and opportunities for decentralized identity solutions? What are your thoughts there?
That's a great question. There's a huge amount of opportunity, but those opportunities are a little bit limited by some of the challenges, right? So the main thing is getting coordination on the same standards, right? And that's why we're such big advocates of open source and open standards, because we want there to be an identity layer for the internet that works on every device, works on every platform, doesn't lock anybody into using any particular system. We want identity to work like email, these open protocols like SMTP, which it doesn't matter if you're using, Gmail or any other email service. They're all using the same open public protocol, and they can all talk together. What we don't want is the kind of chaos that we have with a lot of messaging systems, where like iMessages won't work with Facebook Messenger, which won't work with Telegram, which won't work with WhatsApp, right? Like that kind of fragmentation and lock into platforms is what we really want to avoid. And right now, we haven't gotten to the point where the entire industry and the entire, all of the, the major issuers of credentials, like governments, like have settled on using the same formats, right? So in the digital driver's license space, the dominant format is the MDL format, which is an ISO standard, which is not exactly open. And so it's very difficult for developers who can't pay for the specification to work with it. And like the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators has really coordinated around that, but we'd like to see more DMVs issuing their credentials as verifiable credentials, which is a more open format. And that would be very, very useful if these primary identity documents that we all rely on, issued by the government, are all using the same open formats. Some of the other, real potential for digital credentials, which is why TBD is into it, is that you can use these credentials to do all of this, regulatory due diligence work you need on a decentralized network, right? Like, so if you go through the IDV process that you have to go through to open an account, you should be able to, if you open a Cash App account and you go through that process of proving your identity, we should be able to issue you a credential that says you've gone through that process. And what happens now is every time you open a new account at a new bank, or you're trying to get a job as an Uber driver or a DoorDash delivery person, you have to go through that same process over and over and over again because it's siloed. If regulators got comfortable with the idea of like reusable KYC credentials, or reusable, identity verification credentials, that would really lower a lot of barriers and friction for people who are trying to get accounts, people who are trying to do, work like, being an Uber driver. And right now, the regulators really are interested in the potential because they see how digital credentials are more secure than taking a photograph of your driver's license. But so far, the standards haven't caught on to the extent, and companies aren't using it enough for them to change their rules around what counts as having met your regulatory requirements. And that's something that we work really actively on. But we need to have more companies, actually using the technology and showing that it works in order to get the regulators interested. So, like on that dimension, TBD is part of a project with the National Institute for Standards and Technology to do precisely this with a consortium of other companies, some of the big banks, Wells Fargo, Chase, Microsoft, to like actually dig into how that flow from like how you can onboard somebody using a digital driver's license and be able to use that to access financial services can work. And that's the first step to being able to use these credentials in a kind of reusable way across the ecosystem in a way that reduces costs and, increases inclusion for everybody involved.
Love that. Love that. And actually, I think that one of the big takeaways, and we've heard this throughout the conference as well, is how important education and awareness is. And that's also too why we decided to prioritize this conversation. And so, pulling on that thread, Lamari, I would love to learn about how is DIF working to raise awareness of decentralized identity solutions and also educate the public about the benefits and potential applications. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the cool things you're doing to champion the cause?
Oh, sure. There's lots. I don't think I can fit everything in this time, but well, I'll start with the hackathon. So if we want to talk about awareness, I would think this is the biggest place where we're building awareness around decentralized identity, because part of it is we want to educate a new pool of developers, so developer talent, even though this is very big. It's a new technology, so you need a place where people can come and learn and get educated. But to the point that Will's making about reusable identity having to go through these KYC processes over and over, this is actually one of the tracks of the hackathon. So there's multiple challenges that we have on reusable identity. The other very big topic during the hackathon that we've seen is proof of personhood credentials. And this is extremely important in the face of the threat of AI attacks at scale. So the Decentralized Identity Foundation recently contributed to a major report that was done with OpenAI, also individuals from Harvard, MIT, and other organizations to really detail what the threat is of AI attacks at scale and how these can be addressed with decentralized identity. So this is also going to be a standardization effort. We're going to have alignment efforts to bring various parties to the table around that standardization. Also, DID methods. This has been a big thing. I don't know what the latest stat is on how many DID methods there are. And so there's a way you need to resolve a decentralized identifier so you can see certain important information like public keys, for example. So not having that level of interoperability, right, that can create road bumps on the way to having massive adoption. So we're also beginning a standardization effort on that as well. So those are just a few of the things that I could say. I mean, I can go on right now that we have going on at DIF, but definitely these issues are grabbing a lot of attention, a lot of focus, and we want to be a place where people can come together to discuss those items.
Love, 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 love that. And Will, as we are winding down this conversation, I feel like there's so much depth, so much nuance to the idea of did. But as we're winding down, what are some final thoughts? Perhaps maybe even share a future outlook of what you're seeing coming down the pike.
Well, what I think we're, approaching a tipping point with decentralized identity and adoption. What's coming down the pipe immediately is, in a way that's relevant to the work that we're doing, is broader adoption of mobile driver's licenses by states, which is very important if you're a financial services company that is onboarding lots of people. And a lot of, so this is going to be something that affects people directly. Like in just a couple years, almost everybody's going to have their driver's license in a wallet on their phone, and they will be able to use that credential to to onboard onto financial services and other things in the way that you're, everything that you now have to take a picture of your driver's license for, you're going to be just, submitting your digital driver's license remotely. That is a big deal. We would like to see that happening more on open standards. So pushing verifiable credential usage by state DMVs, but also by the federal government, which is doing a pretty good job of using those standards. The Department of Homeland Security has been testing a digital permanent residency or green card using verifiable credentials. And what I would really like to see is some policy from the federal government setting out some standards for the usage of digital credentials by federal agencies and by states that helps kind of put the thumb on the scale in favor of open formats. Because if we don't get in there in time, the sector could end up being, dominated by kind of quasi-open standards in a way that locks people into, proprietary systems. And we want this to be an open, interoperable thing that works for everybody on every device.
Absolutely love that. And, interoperability is, I feel like, one of the biggest selling points associated with the Web3 world that we all live in. And as we segue into the next panel, I just want to acknowledge Will and Lamari. Thank you so much for taking the time to contribute to the conversation here at Crypto for the Culture for the first inaugural panel on decentralized identities. We've got resources that we're sharing in the chat with both of your organizations. We encourage folks to, pay attention to your journeys, continue to learn about this incredible topic. And I am going to play a commercial break before we segue into our next panel. So thank you, Lamari. Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
You guys are awesome. wish I could stand because I really like want to dance, but I mean, I'm just like locked in. Awesome. Thank you so much, team. We're going to play this again. No. Okay, perfect. So super excited for this next panel, the intersection of AI and blockchain. To contextualize, because I think that there's another panel that there's a lot to dissect here. But essentially what we're looking at are, how these two emerging technologies are developing in a symbiotic and a synergistic way. We're sharing some of the resources from our panelists. We have the CEO of Mara, aka Marathon Digital Holdings, that is joining us today, and wanting to ensure that folks have guidance around, what they do. We heard from Paul earlier today, but super delighted to have the chairman and CEO, Fred Thiel, with us. For a little bit of background for folks that may not be familiar with Fred and what he's up to over at Mara. He is a respected expert and frequent speaker on fintech, digital assets, blockchain. He has over 30 years of experience. Fred, that's almost as old as I am. Just kidding. I'm way older than that. But Fred, over 30 years of operating experience leading companies in crypto, digital assets, semiconductor, data communications, IoT, et cetera, et cetera. He will dive into his expertise. But we also have another titan of industry. Super excited to have Kyle Burgess. She is the COO and advisory blockchain and digital assets over at Deloitte. Kyle is a specialist leader, and she has been serving as COO for the advisory blockchain and digital assets practice for some time now, where she's responsible for driving initiatives to operationalize and scale the practice. She has experience leading diverse cross-functional teams and working directly with senior leaders to foster the adoption of innovative tech, including AI. And that's why we brought you here today. Let's bring both Kyle and Fred to the virtual panel, or excuse me. Yeah, I guess it's virtual panel. How are we doing today? By the way, this is like 6 hours in for me. So, I'm keeping the energy high, at least trying to.
Doing a great job. I just had coffee.
Excellent.
I don't think I brought that much.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I am literally like this all the time. We're not going to get into it, but yeah, I'm a triathlete for a reason. So anywho. Kyle, I think we're going to kick off with you. I see the hearts. Okay, so people are interacting. So we've got some live ones live with us. Kyle, I would love to kick things off and just, if you wouldn't mind, sharing a little bit about your career journey and how you transitioned to the role of COO of the blockchain and digital assets practice at Deloitte.
Yeah. First, thanks so much for having me. This is a really, really fun opportunity. I love organizations that prioritize equity and inclusion in all things, but especially in this space because it is a space where we see those challenges. So thank you for what you do. Yeah, from my personal journey, I think as a lot of us, I got into blockchain specifically by happenstance. So before coming to Deloitte, I worked at a consumer public policy organization where I was writing about the regulatory and policy implications of all manner of emerging tech, ride sharing. This is I'm dating myself a little bit. This was before ride sharing was a day-to-day thing we all had on our phones, home sharing like Airbnb, drones, AI, and then digital assets and blockchain. I came across Bitcoin and then learned about decentralization and smart contracts and got hooked. So I've been doing this for over a decade now. And then after a few years of doing it from a public policy perspective, helping educate policymakers and regulators, I decided I wanted to actually do it for real, right? Build things. So through the conference circuit, I made some friends at Deloitte and reached out and said, hey, I'd like to be a practitioner in this. What do I need to do? And so for the last 5 years, I've been leading technology builds using blockchain, But in addition to that, for the last few years, I've also been, as you mentioned, like helping grow and scale our practice in my COO role.
Love it, love it, love it. Fred, we are going to pass the virtual mic to you. By the way, I'm a proud stakeholder of Mara, ticker symbol Mara.
Great.
Not that we're giving
Thank
investment
you.
advice. Thank you for your leadership. For folks that are not familiar with Marathon Digital Holdings, can you tell us a little bit about what you all do there?
Sure. So Marathon Digital Holdings, or actually now we're called Mara Holdings, is the largest Bitcoin miner in the world. We focus on transforming energy into value. And we also provide digital infrastructure to large data centers and Bitcoin miners, specifically around liquid cooling technologies that keep all of those AI rigs running nice and cool. And we don't use water to cool them. So we're very environmentally friendly in that regard. We even have data centers where we heat homes with the heat from our data centers. In Finland, as a matter of fact, we heat 11,000 homes with the heat of a small data center running just about 2 megawatts. But otherwise, we operate 13 data centers on 4 continents, so all over the world. We develop a lot of technology in this space around making data centers more effective and making better use of stranded energy. We do things like use methane from landfills to run data centers. We just started running micro data centers using the methane flare gas from oil fields. So we're doing all sorts of things to try to make the environment a better place.
I love, love, love that you touched upon something that may seem counterintuitive to a lot of folks, and that is the notion that, Bitcoin mining has the opportunity to actually contribute to sustainability and ESG. And I would love to pull on that thread a little bit more. Can you tell us a bit about, how is Mara prioritizing sustainability and ESG in a bit more detail?
Sure. So we, from very early on, have been focused on trying to leverage renewable energy. And the Bitcoin mining industry, contrary to popular belief, 56% of the energy that Bitcoin miners use today is from renewable sources. And so there are no industries that are as focused as we are on this. And the reason being is electricity, and the cost of electricity is the most important input cost for our business. And so we are able to use stranded energy. So we don't need to necessarily sit in a particular geographic location where we have to plug into the grid. We can go and put our data centers and build them right next to where a wind farm is or a solar farm is. And very few people actually understand how electrical energy markets work. We waste, as a nation, 40% of the energy we generate by simply sending it down wires so it can get from where it was made to where the consumer is. And we're able to locate ourselves at the point of generation so you don't incur that waste. Furthermore, solar and wind energy, for example, is typically generated during the day or afternoons when the sun is shining or the wind is blowing. Well, midday to early afternoon is the time of day when the least amount of electricity is needed on the grid. And today, there still aren't enough battery systems out there to store the energy that the wind and solar farms make. And so they have no customers for this excess energy. So that's why we can sit next to a wind farm. And one of the images that was rotating before during the commercial showed one of the wind farms we sit at. It's a large wind farm in West Texas, about 250 megawatts of power. And we surround it with our data center. And we use all the excess energy that wind farm produces. So that we're able to mine Bitcoin with energy which otherwise couldn't be sold. So that's one way we do it. Another way is what we're doing with flare gas now, for example. We're going into the oil fields and we're capturing the flare gas. And this is when you produce oil and pump oil out of the ground, you naturally get natural gas with it. But you can't always pipe that natural gas to a pipeline because they're very expensive to build, for one thing. And most people don't like having pipelines in their backyards. And so it's hard to get a pipeline built, very hard to get permitted. And so what oil companies have to do is flare it. Now, when you flare it, imagine you have this gas coming out of the ground and you're just lighting it on fire. Well, that's a very inefficient way of doing it. You're not burning 100% of that methane. And methane is 80 times more damaging to the atmosphere than carbon dioxide. And so what we're able to do is take that methane gas and burn it in a very efficient way. So we burn up to 99% of the methane. What that does is reduces methane emissions into the atmosphere and also allows us to consume this energy, which otherwise would be wasted. And when we do that, it actually provides the oil companies that are pumping oil out of the ground with the ability to pump more oil because they're not restricted based on their emissions now, which lowers the cost of gasoline for everybody in this country. Now, granted, we all want to move to electric vehicles and we all want to move to, with the transition rather to full electrification. But that's going to take another 30 years at least. And the problem is that for this nation to go fully electric and go off of natural gas, go off of fossil fuels, it's going to take trillions and trillions of dollars that taxpayers don't want to pay. And so it's going to take time. So companies like Mara are really focused on how do we capture these pockets of energy that otherwise would be wasted? How do we capture and mitigate these types of things like methane and extract energy from them while at the same time providing value? And like we're doing in Finland, how do we use the byproduct of what we do, which is heat, capture that and reuse that in a beneficial way? Because think about it this way, if you are in a big building and that building needs hot water and it needs heating, what's it going to do? Well, it either has to buy electricity to run heaters and run boilers, or it's going to use oil or some fossil fuel. Well, the same amount of electricity that it takes to heat the building could run a small data center in the building, and then the heat that comes off it is free. And so now you're getting two uses for that energy instead of just one, which is hugely beneficial to the environment, because otherwise you'd be running a data center and that heat would be going into the air.
I don't know if you can see the activity in the chat, but people are loving and clapping, okay? That's what we're talking about. Thank you for providing a better understanding of how our industry, which the perception is that all we do is consume and so it was really nice to hear the opposite side of that and how we're actually how we're remaining ESG compliant and so forth. Passing the virtual microphone to you, Kyle, would love to, as a result of the work that you're doing, let's dive into this concept of the intersection of AI and blockchain. Are there any interesting use cases or applications to how these technologies are working in concert that you can share?
Yeah, I think there's many applications we can talk about. I'll talk first just about the one that excites me the most, which is AI has at least what we see at Deloitte, AI has a bit of a trust challenge. And you've probably heard at some point blockchain be referred to as the trust machine. So, AI has a lot of value to offer, but especially as these Gen AI tools are coming more and more prominent in our day-to-day lives, we're seeing challenges with accuracy of information, misinformation, and blockchain can provide value there from a trust perspective because it can help AI models identify exactly how data was trained, where it came from, who did the training, what steps were taken to mitigate, right? You can use blockchain to indelibly or immutably lock those things in. So when something happens where there is a misinformation or issue, you can go back to see how it got there, right? And you can trust that that information hasn't changed. Same for bias and ethics, right? You can identify and have more explainable AI because you're using blockchain to underpin, again, the training and the judgment that was used to provide responses from Gen AI. I talked a little bit about immutability already. When there is a lack of transparency, using something like a blockchain to underpin, again, the training, it gives people the ability to trust that the information for how something happened hasn't been manipulated. But the use case in particular that is most exciting to me and what we are exploring at the moment, and I will say it's probably going to be a while coming, or a while to come to fruition, is IP infringement. So on that front, I think there's both problems on the Gen AI side or AI side, but primarily Gen AI side, where IP has been used to train LLMs. And then on the vendor side or the content provider side, right, that they feel like their IP has been infringed. And one of the coolest things that blockchain can do in this scenario is both all of the things I just talked about with like where data provenance has come from and what, what percentages were used to provide percentages of data and information were used to weight responses, et cetera. But also on the vendor side, the monetization of content, right? Today, we don't see like real-time microtransactions for the companies that are basically filing suits against Gen AI companies. So artists are filing lawsuits against Gen AI companies for IP infringement. Authors, some big name authors. I won't say who because I'm not allowed to talk about client things, right? But they're suing well-known Gen AI companies for I'd like you to write me a book in the style of X, right? You can do that. And then there's also news outlets as well, right? Those are really really prominent issues that today those content owners, they don't have the ability to prove the provenance, right? Watermark their content in a way that has a traceable link to the iterative use of their content, and blockchain can help with that. And not only can it help with the provenance, but the real-time payment for things, right? If an AI is scraping a web page for content to use, whether it's a news site, a research paper, or just my own blog, if it's using a page to scrape data from, it could pay in real time through a paywall, microtransactions for the content consumed, right? If you have a smart contract that delineates or delegates or explains what can and should be used and how much it costs, right? You can instruct your LLM to, you can please consume this amount of data from this many news sites with this cap and pay for that content to be able to then explain the news today. I'll stop there, but that's the one that really gets me going.
No, everybody wants to know how you can protect your IP and make money in the process. So thank you for that. It's kind of interesting because, we're sort of straddling two very different applications around how AI is being integrated into governance structures. And so, Fred, the next question is to you. How is Mara integrating AI, into your processes, and kind of what does that look like for you all?
So it's really more around operations technology and energy management. So one of the key things, as I mentioned earlier, a key driver for us is our cost of energy. So managing our uptime and the type of energy we're using. So we operate in many marketplaces, some of which are regulated, some of which are deregulated. And by regulated, it means that there may only be one utility, for example, who controls power pricing and things like that. In the case of the state of Texas, it's a deregulated market, which means that consumers, large load consumers like ourselves, can bid on energy, and we can bid to sell our energy back to the grid if there's demand for it. And there's this concept called the duck curve. It sounds kind of funny, but imagine the silhouette of a duck. You have the tail starts at one end, it goes up, and then there's the belly of the duck, and then you have the neck, and then the nib. The belly of the duck is middle of the day. That's when the lowest demand is for power. And at times, energy can be negatively priced, meaning power producers will give you the energy, even pay you to take it, because the grid is like plumbing. If you put too much water pressure in your home plumbing, your faucets will explode. Well, the same thing happens in the grid. Too much energy going in and transformers blow up. And so the operators are constantly trying to balance how much demand there is so that they can put enough response into the grid, because you always expect there to be electrons coming out of the wall when you plug something in. You don't want there not to be. And if the grid doesn't have people like large Bitcoin miners like ourselves, where they can say, hey, I need 100 megawatts of power, can you please shut off? Then they would have to do brownouts, as they're called, where they essentially lower the voltage. And in the summertime, the last thing you want is for the power company to shut off your air conditioning. And in the winter, the last thing you want is your heating to be shut down, especially if you've electrified everything and you don't have natural gas in your house. So we act as what's called a dispatchable load. So we have AI systems that look at pricing in the marketplace and are saying, typically the day ahead, the utility can say, hey, we are going to need this amount of energy. And so we have systems that will sit and optimize how much capacity we're going to run based on the available amount of energy and based on energy pricing, so that we can decide how much energy we may want to give back to the grid versus take. Now, why is it really important for the consumer? And this is something a lot of people don't get. If it wasn't for miners like Marathon or Mara, as we're called, I still have a hard time with that. It's, you get used to a habit like that. What Mara does is acts like a battery to the grid. We can give up energy when the grid needs it. The alternative is the grid has to go buy extra energy. And typically, wholesale electricity costs typically $40 to $50 a megawatt. You may pay a lot more than that for your residential electricity, but that's what the wholesale price of electricity is. And when the grid needs extra energy, they have to go out to premium producers who are called peaker plants. These are companies that basically can turn on a generator in 15 minutes and then turn it off after a couple hours when the grid doesn't need their power. They can charge up to $5,000 an hour for their electricity. So imagine normal price is $50 an hour, peak price is $5,000 an hour. The consumer pays that difference. And so by having more miners like us who can shed load, that doesn't cost the grid anything extra. And so we act as a balancer that keeps the price of energy low for consumers. Now, what lets us do that is AI. And then what also we can use AI for is all sorts of decisioning systems that let us decide what we're going to do when and how. But on the Bitcoin blockchain, and especially on the layer 2 blockchains that we do, we have a platform called Enduro, which is a side chain to Bitcoin that lets you build all the types of applications you would build, for example, on the Ethereum blockchain, you could build on Bitcoin. There, people will store data on that blockchain, just like Kylie said, as what we call oracles, right? If you want to be sure that your AI is using the right data regarding somebody's birthday, it might be medical data, it may be identity data, it may be laws, it may be corporate data, it could be intellectual property, etc. Then having it on the blockchain makes it able for systems to have know that they're operating without hallucinating the data. Garbage in, garbage out is an expression, right? You need to make sure the data going in is correct. Otherwise, you're going to get garbage out as your output. And so we believe that blockchain technology is ideally suited for that.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Gosh, I just feel like there's so much more that we could unpack. And in the interest of time, I'm going to pass the mic to Kyle. What is your future outlook, right? Like, these are the world of emerging tech. It's just evolving so quickly. And, we're sort of the mindset that, especially in the nature of the conversations we've been having today, what real world problems are being solved, not just innovation for innovation's sake, but, addressing issues that are plaguing humanity. So, Kyle, as we wrap up today's conversation, I would love to hear from you as to what you envision as future state, underscoring ideal in relation to the intersection of AI and blockchain.
So like I said, I've been in the blockchain space for a decade, probably AI for 5 years. And the number one thing I've learned about being in this space is do not make predictions. They never go as planned. And this technology, blockchain in particular, is taking longer to come to fruition the way that it has been envisioned. But I'm an OG here. I 100% believe in the value proposition. It is going to happen. And the reason it is going to happen has to do with the nexus of blockchain and AI, but other tech as well, which is eventually we are going to see enough problems that can't be solved by traditional tech, right? And I say traditional lightly, right? Because what is traditional tech? We are iterating and enhancing and advancing so quickly, but where these two technologies intersect and where blockchain in particular will really see its adoption and will bring the innovation that everyone's been talking about since 2008 is the unsolvable problems, right? The panel before us was about decentralized identity, and I also work in that space, right? We never lead with blockchain as a solution, right? We explained decentralized identity will help you solve your identity access management issues. This is from a cybersecurity perspective, not like the driver's license perspective on the previous call. But it will help you solve your identity access management issues because it takes the blast radius of a breach down to a pea size, right? And it's because it's decentralized. It's unhackable the way that traditional passwords, biometrics, et cetera, are password. And so when we have identified the way that the tech has solved a problem that we can't solve with existing methodologies, that's where we're going to see blockchain and AI come to fruition. And I think the data monetization example that I gave, the more lawsuits we see, the more penalties that companies like Gen AI companies, LLM companies are receiving as a result of that. And then the more companies who realize what revenue they're losing because they are not able to monetize iterative uses of their content, they're going to realize, well, oh no, I'm done with this, right? How do we do this? And then they will have to get together and create the standards, because you can't have emerging tech like blockchain and AI do what people want it to do without that. And then, that can be industry group standards, that can be government standards. But until we see those things, and like the consortia necessary for people to collaborate, I don't see the kinds of value propositions, or I don't see these techs coming together in this way without those value propositions being strong enough to outweigh the trust problems, to outweigh the risk problems, and to really get these companies to recognize we need to do the right thing for not only just doing the right thing's sake, but also because it's in our best financial interest. And the same for the companies that are losing out, right? It's in their best financial interest to see these things come together and help them.
Amazing. And I know we are at time. I would love to continue, but before we wrap, Fred, is there any concluding thoughts you want to share in like the next 10 seconds, 10 to 30 seconds?
I just think that, AI is a revolutionary technology, and we've only barely scratched the surface of the impact it's going to have.
Spoken like someone who's been in the game for decades and leading the charge at one of the companies that are integral to the technical infrastructure required for, the world of Web3 to operate. And so we thank you for all the incredible things that you're doing over at Mara. And Kyle, same to you. Thank you for leading the charge with respect to how businesses integrate AI and blockchain and emerging tech at large into their governance structures. And, we encourage everyone to continue the conversations with each of you by following your journeys. And we have hyperlinked your LinkedIn profile so folks can stay connected. So with that being said, I am going to segue into our next panel. But first, we're going to activate the poll. We, throughout the course of the day, have been focused on getting folks activated in their exercising of civic duty. We want to make sure that folks in the United States in this election year are, registered to vote. We want to know if you plan to vote. We want to know also if you want to learn more about how that works, a voter's guide. We think it's really important for folks to honor your civic duties here in the US. And with that, I'm going to pass the virtual baton to one of my favorite people in the industry, no lie, Greg over at KPMG. Like, he keeps me abreast of what's going on, like recent research. Greg, you keep me smart, really. I mean, like, and if I don't know what I'm talking about, it's your fault too. And he likes my jokes. All right, perfect. I am going to, not closing remarks just yet. Let me get off screen. Super excited to have Victor, who, full disclosure, he sits on Crypto Tutor's board. And when he gets into his expertise, you'll see why. All right, gentlemen.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So as Lisa mentioned, my name is Greg Jadega, and I serve as a blockchain digital assets subject matter expert for a Big Four audit consulting firm, KPMG. Today, I'm joined by Victor Newsom, Senior Vice President for Payment Solutions at Every Holdings Incorporated, where we will be discussing how money moves and explore how Web3 concepts are shaping the payments industry. Before I kick it over to Victor to introduce himself, I thought I'd give some current statistics on digital asset adoption. Currently, the total global market cap of crypto assets is estimated to be nearly $2.5 trillion, with over $160 billion of that comprised of payment stablecoins. A report came out from A16Z yesterday, who you had here today, that says as of last month, 220 million different wallet addresses interacted with a blockchain at least once ever, a figure that has more than tripled since the end of 2023. Coinbase, of course, also here with us today, a leading US-based public crypto exchange, estimates that roughly 52 million Americans own digital assets. And a recent stablecoin report authored by Castle Island Ventures and others estimate that there has been over $2.5 trillion of settlement volume utilizing stablecoins in the first half of 2024, a figure that is continually rising. I'm excited to get into this topic, exploring how money moves with you today, Victor, and I'll kick it over to you to introduce yourself and tell us about your experience in the payments industry and what got you into blockchain and digital assets.
Thank you for the introduction. I appreciate it. It's a great pleasure to be here. Certainly, as Lisa said, I'm very interested in crypto tutors and their mission. Very excited to be supportive any way I can. Basically, a longtime payments person. I joke I have a nuclear power background, came from Naval Academy, and so naturally I ended up in payments because where else would you go? You get that energy, you get that complexity, and get the technology. I've been doing payments and banking since the late 90s. I started with really got the bug on innovation with a product where we allowed a check to be written against a zero balance checking and money market account and liquidating your stocks in the late 90s because everyone wanted their money to be full-time in stocks. And I understood with a $5 billion, accrual within 9 months to that program at that time, that was a fairly significant amount of money. I realized how powerful that releasing pent-up demand can be for finances. Did the first virtual gift card for Discover, first teen card for Discover when I was a chief operating officer at another company called Ecomlink, you'll see in my bio. And I just, again, financial inclusion and the power of innovation to advance, sort of the human cause. And I've just been had the bug ever since and tried to bring that into my role here at Every, but also in sort of my side projects that I continue to do. You saw my book flash up there, so we can talk about that later. But I've just always stayed on what's next, what's new, and frankly, banking, identity, payments, decentralization, AI. These things have all kind of come together, and you just see that in your everyday life, right? If you just watch the products evolve.
Excellent. So you clearly have a lot of experience in the payments industry here, and so what features of blockchain, Web3, digital assets, et cetera, what are the features there that are particularly interesting to you in the payment space? Like where do you see it enhancing it or complementing it?
I think there are a couple of really critical key points that have been historically sucking value out of our financial ecosystems. One is sort of the inherent latency of traditional systems, the time it takes between when I initiate and when something's irrevocably settled. In the case of card transactions, that's 6 months typically. It's a 180-day window before a merchant can breathe a sigh of relief. And in the meantime, for all that, you've got risk, and that risk turns into cost. That cost gets extracted from the consumer, right? And it really doesn't matter which part of the financial system you look at. The vast majority of our regulations, our governing bodies, just the history of precedent from a legal standpoint, and all the way into what the consumer experience is. What you as a consumer and I as a consumer experience every day is really a nirvana in terms of usage, but it's still the 1800s in many ways in terms of how risk is managed and how cost is there. And so Web3 has the potential, one, to take that latency in terms of when I purchase something from you as a merchant and the merchant goes, okay, I've got an irrevocable settlement. So that's one piece. The other piece is trust. It solves a trust problem. I mean, if you look at how big PayPal is and effectively how it was launched by settling in part a trust problem on eBay, and obviously that's not the only secret to their success, but certainly solving trust problems has been the cornerstone of MasterCard, Visa, and other entities that have emerged as giants in the sort of the payment sector. And so those two components, and then frankly, the last one, which is really often underappreciated by many folks when we talk about this stuff, is really financial inclusion. The ability for individuals to have power over their and control of their own finances, individuals being natural people like you and me, or legal entities like small businesses, which represent hundreds of thousands of entities and really millions and millions of consumers who work for these small businesses in their local environments, giving them sort of the power of these large scale things that typically you have to be a large business to be able to tap into. And on the personal side, you have to be an accredited investor to tap into. So I really think those three things, the sort of the reduction of latency, which extracts value out, the removal of sort of the trust problem, and the providing of universal access, are really the things that just I find exceedingly compelling, because those are problems I've been trying to solve for going on, I hate to say it, 30 years.
I love it. I honestly couldn't have said it better myself. You talk about trustlessness, rapid settlements, financial inclusion. Those are all the same areas that really draw me to this space as well. When you think about financial inclusion, how do you opt into a blockchain-based payment system, a public blockchain-based payment system with stable coins? All you need is an internet connection. You have an internet connection anywhere in the world, and you have access to a financial ecosystem that settles almost instantly, that you don't have to worry about your local organizations, your local banks, your local governments interfering, et cetera. It just works. And when we see the internet becoming such an easy utility basically for everyone in the world, with things like Starlink, the fact that everyone now has this avenue into a global payments infrastructure without worrying that anybody can take that away from them, I think is super powerful. And maybe we'll get into a little bit more some of the statistics, and kind of like you mentioned, some of the payments giants in the world. I would say they practically all recognize this disruptive potential of Web3.
Yeah.
Virtually all major credit card companies have initiatives devoted to blockchain or settling transactions via stable coins. You mentioned PayPal. They launched a stable coin last year that's nearing $1 billion in circulation. SAP, one of the leading enterprise resource planning applications, which is utilized by most Fortune 500 companies, they rolled out their digital currency hub due to demand from their clients requesting the option to settle payments in stable coins. It wasn't like an internal incubated innovation initiative. Their clients were asking for it because they recognized the power of it. And then recently there was Stripe. They also allowed merchants to accept payments via stablecoins. And on their first day of debuting, over 70 countries utilized that option of utilizing stablecoins and payments. So next question maybe I'll pivot into is, despite this continued adoption of this technology from virtually every major player in the payment space, we're actually still seeing somewhat limited adoption in the United States, whether it's consumer to consumer, so you can't really buy coffee with it at a retailer, or even business to business, which is a lot of the big value propositions when we think about settlement times. So despite the advantages that the technology offers, what do you think is holding it back from becoming a bit more mainstream?
Yeah, just sort of again, broad. We can talk about what we're doing at every later, but I think that's the right question. Is especially in the U.S., given our history of innovation, we also have a history in the financial systems of not always being first to market. And while we definitely are the world reserve currency, some of that was luck, last man standing at the end of World War II. But we've given up stuff, and historically, and new markets have evolved. The euro dollar came out of a lack of us being aggressive in the macro space. I think the simple answer is regulatory guidance and clarity, legislative action. Being a payments guy in a gaming world, I'm part of a couple boards on anti-money laundering, both in the U.S. and Canada, and I'm a member of the Digital Chamber of Commerce and Perry M. Boring's group there with on Capitol Hill, because when you ask that question, the answer is, if we don't have a regulatory and a legislative framework for businesses to grow, then they're not going to grow. It's going to be very hard for them to grow. So trying to be part of the solution, I'm part of an advocacy group to educate the people writing. I was just talking to one of our district congresswomen's digital team here this week. And so it's important that we keep that going, because without that framework, you're just not going to see the capital investment because that's risk if you invest in something
Right.
without clarity. I do see, and I wanted to give a shout out to the Solana team. I do have a Saga phone. And on the financial inclusion side, not only do I have a Saga phone, it was free thanks to Bonk, right? And AirDrop. And I pay $5 a month for 2 gig data connection using the DPEN token Helium and their partnership with T-Mobile. So, this is just another example that there's convergence pressures that even without that freedom of regulatory clarity and legislative guidance, you still have, companies and major players taking big swings to develop payment tokens and decentralized physical infrastructure tokens and things to bring that infrastructure forward for financial inclusion. So we're still making progress, right? It's not a desert, but you're 100%, it's not a household, interaction yet.
Totally. Yeah, you're definitely deep down the Web3 rabbit hole. I'm sure we could probably talk for hours one-on-one on the side about a lot of these different applications. That's excellent. Yeah, I agree. Like you said, there's a lot going on in DC. Digital Chamber is doing great work, as you mentioned. There's a lot of potential proposed legislation, as was mentioned a couple times in this conference today. So, we touched a bit on regulation legislation. In my opinion, I feel like there's also a little bit of a UX UI issue, right? User experience and user interface the private key custody techniques and how you self-custody, also mentioned earlier today, self-custody, that shouldn't be a curse word. It's one of the big value propositions of it. But there should be ways that it could be easier. There are tons of brilliant people in this space that are building novel applications that are kind of helping with that initial technical hurdle into utilizing this space. So that's a great perspective that you gave us there. So really appreciate this. So yeah, let's hear a little bit more about Every Holdings and what you do there. So any blockchain related payment solutions that you might offer, what's that journey been like? What kind of success are you seeing? Again, give us a little bit about Every Holdings.
No, 100%. Before I transition to that, though, I did want to underscore your point on UX,
Yeah.
right? The multi-sig approach versus, right? How do we kind of spread that out so it's more of a Web2 experience with the Web3 benefits? I am part of Bankless DAO. Shocking, I know. I've been in a lot of projects, but because I have payments background, I worked with their Bankless card project, and because that is about supporting financial inclusion and the huge focus of the team. In a DAO, it's basically coordinated volunteerism. And the whole purpose of the team was to create something that was a Web 2 experience, but with a Web 3 benefit. And you start to see that, but it takes effort. So I do want to applaud that there are a lot of people, as you say, a lot of very smart people working very hard to kind of solve for that. In my day job, I take my Cape Crusader off from crypto, but in my day job, we've been doing payments innovation for the gaming industry, which is a super highly regulated industry. And so I, referring to myself at every money transmitter in 31 states, gaming regulated in 300 different jurisdictions. I operate in Caribbean, Macau, Belgium, Switzerland, UK, Canada, Australia, but the bulk of the payments activity is in the United States. And the US industry is about $100 billion for land-based gaming and iGaming and sports combined, with about 90-ish billion going to the land-based sector. And we did about $47 billion last year in the funds to floor. In addition to all the licensing side of the house, we've invested in our own switch. We're driving our own terminals, very deep technically. But with all of that, we are still a very large cash-based business. The industry is just cash-centric. And so one of the things that I've seen is I said, well, we're here to solve problems for our customer base in a regulatory compliant way. We take all the risk out of their operation. So everything we build has to be something that takes risk out of the casino operators, kind of scope, whether it's PCI risk, financial risk, right, reputational risk. And so when you get into blockchain, there's a lot of fear about all of those things. And so I have built two specific products. I basically took a dumbbell approach or barbell approach where we have a transactional solution to help access Bitcoin, in an ATM or kiosk. When you're out there, it's just like an ATM transaction. But the other end, which is really the more exciting one to me, is really leaning into blockchain strengths and doing a fully KYC global sanctions list screened, insured transaction, allowing you to get really access to millions of dollars if you want. I mean, most casinos would be several hundred thousand But it's you're fully KYC on a global scale. Your assets are screened. It used to be CipherTrace, now it's TRM Labs, but it's the idea that we're screening the assets back to the beginning of time. So you have a clean person, a clean asset, in a strong custody position with an insured transaction that lets you access your money globally, right, in real time. Not really as a loan, but not really as a sale. So we've kind of created this quasi-sale condition where you're, accessing the value, and then you have time to pay it out, and using the very slow, problematic banking infrastructure that can take 3-4 days to move money where you need it to be. But you had access to that value kind of in real time, and it just takes time to settle. And so you can avoid a taxable event by clearing, avoiding the sale, or you can use alternative funds to pay it off and get a discount. That one to me is one of the most exciting ones, because we can construct something that meets all the sort of the banking standards, all the gaming standards. We can take a risk out of the equation. There's really no risk when you do this. It's all about, you're paying a fee for time. That's really all it is. You've used an asset to access value in real time, and you have time to manage your money. And as we've seen with our wallet product, which is the largest in the land-based sector in the U.S., if you give the patrons, the consumers, full access to their financial assets, and the tools to be aware of information awareness, monitoring, control, or what we've done for fiscal responsibility, if you give all that power to an individual, they're actually going to use less credit. It's good for responsible gaming. They have a healthier financial picture, and we've taken risk out of the system for a marginal cost. That, I'm very proud of that. I think it's exciting, and that's what everybody's rolling into land-based gaming today. So if you do frequent a casino for entertainment, go ask about Bitline.
That's great. Well, next time I'm in
There's
Vegas,
my
I'll be
plug.
sure.
I had to make a plug.
Next time I'm in Vegas, I'll be sure to reach out, because I'd love to try that
800
out and see
casinos
how
in
it
the
works.
U.S. I'm in.
Okay.
I'm in about 40% of the landmarks there. So walk in the
Okay.
door, you're probably talking to my machine.
Interesting. Good to know. Okay, cool. One of a couple of things you mentioned there I thought were really interesting is how, most people, they kind of give blockchain payments a hard time, because you talk about the irreversibility. People are always trying to throw out the money laundering, how it could emphasize that or bypass some of the controls there. But you mentioned multiple things. You mentioned how there are insured transactions. You mentioned there's fraud detection. You mentioned that you basically utilize third parties to analyze the entire flow and history of those digital assets to make sure that they're not, quote, dirty, right? So it sounds like you're doing a lot of the things to support these blockchain-based payments that maybe some of the regulators are definitely scrutinizing, and as they should, right? We want to make sure that there's no fraud in the system, so that there, I think the thing we're discovering here is there are ways to get this advantage of decentralization, of trustlessness, of nearly instant settlement, and you can have a lot of those assurances that you mentioned with insurance and fraud detection and that type of stuff. So I think that's a really key point that you mentioned there, and thank you for mentioning that. We'll go into another question here. So any other kind of novel real world concepts that you're recognizing with blockchain-based payments or smart contracts, blockchains, et cetera, that's being utilized?
So I think so. Obviously, there's the payment side of the world, which really is. But at the end of the day, what I tell my product teams, what I've said at conferences is, at the end of the day, historical payments, Visa, MasterCard included, we're great partners, by the way, right? I just, we want to make things better. That means there's probably a lot of tools in the toolkit. Sometimes it'll be a card scheme, sometimes it'll be open banking. But a lot of the times when you look at this stuff, it's been historically a proxy for identity. And so I think one of the areas that you're going to see massive convergence, a blending of use cases with double-digit compound annual growth for the the folks that could be in here on a durable basis, is really based on permission-full identity solutions that can be integrated into these whether it's access to your building, access to your money, ascribing a liability, linking it to a real-world asset that's on blockchain. So I think you're going to see identity as really kind of this thing that's going to have in every conversation. And then I just mentioned it, Already a household kind of term is real world assets on chain, given that there's $100 trillion market out there for assets versus currency. So if you can solve identity as a legal entity, not just a natural person, you can also then facilitate now a legal framework around the transfer of identity. And for the layperson, the regular person on the street, what would they care about? Well, hey, when you buy a house and you're having to pay for that title search, right? You get a clean title. That whole industry could be on a blockchain easily, right? And think of the efficiencies. Think of the secondary markets. If you get a HELOC on your house today, if that house was effectively on blockchain, and you could have multiple markets then bidding on, giving you liquidity to tap that versus just having to go into the painful loan process. So I think the future of identity is going to be core. Payments are going to continue to evolve more in an embedded kind of thing. What you want, where you want, when you want. That's our kind of mantra in my shop. And then, like I said, things like real world assets, or these things that are big legal paperwork nightmares that the banks are already working on solving, right? It's not like Chase's investment in Onyx has been a secret, you know. So yeah, those excite me. And then I think the next layer down, when we talk about AI and energy, is going to be these physical infrastructure tokens. A German economist years ago predicted that there would be 4 layers of blockchain: the sort of the asset of stored value, the asset of monetized, transaction, the asset for assets, and then the machines having their own token to pay for energy amongst themselves. And whether that's a telco transaction or an AI paying for its power, or you can start to see these things kind of play out. And Helium on with T-Mobile is just a good example of a DePIN token that I think is kind of coming into the spotlight. But those are all kind of exciting me about tomorrow. I live about 5 to 10 years out in terms of what I see, and 3 to 5 years out in terms of what we plan for. And budget, you live in 1 to 3 years in terms of budget, right? And so that I'm super excited, because it's now something that is very much going to be realized within those timeframes. It's no longer a 20, 30, 40 years out. It's happening now. So my energy, you can tell I get excited. So
Yeah, I can. This is great. And I heard even more topics. You mentioned DePIN and other things here that I'm sure we could go down a rabbit hole on. Yeah, and a lot of the things you mentioned, I feel like is one of those benefits of blockchain and smart contracts is that idea of composability. We're seeing the success of stable coins used for payments, peer-to-peer. There's, of course, DeFi, but the fact that you can integrate this asset with other traditional assets.
Right.
You mentioned the real world assets, right? Of course, we've seen entities like BlackRock and Franklin Templeton putting securitized assets and treasuries on chain, on public blockchains. You mentioned JP Morgan with the Onyx blockchain, and how much value they're seeing there, and other really, really large banks, so some of them great clients of ours, who are utilizing these blockchains and realizing these settlements, decreased settlement times, and having greater assurances.
Well,
I feel
Greg,
like
just pull up one thing you just said.
Please,
So one is, I will be at Money 2020, largest fintech
cool.
show, right? Here in Vegas. In just a couple weeks, and be kind of going through this. So if any of the viewers are going to be here and want to hook up, I'm in the networking app. I'm already booked for Bitcoin 25 here in Vegas too, so not too early.
Oh, great.
But I was just at G2E, right, the largest gaming show on the planet, here last week, and you said a word: composability. So my buzzword for the team with our products that were coming out, we talk about embedded payments, was composable payments experiences, right? The ability to take all the tools we have in the toolkit and compose a custom use case, picking up those tools. And that is something that you're going to see more of, I think not just in TradFi, right, in the DeFi, but also in TradFi, because they've started to realize the power of composability. And so building and architecting systems and structures to do that. And when you can do that, when you have true composability, you can take what you've seen with Visa. You mentioned Visa and MasterCard and some of their projects. You can take a front end that everyone's familiar with and plug it into a back end. So, you're able to create and compose something that's unique. The other one is payments orchestration. So the ability to orchestrate flow, not just based on a regulatory mandated thing, but to give that power to a consumer, a person, to dictate their own future on how they use their assets and what order those assets are used and how they're put together into a bigger sort of expense. So those two were big, and then transactional identity was the third one. So which I just mentioned, identity being so critical. And when you see that, if you want to look at where that's going, just look at Plaid, right? As essentially they went from being a boarding process for banks to buying an identity company to now being a permissioned identity token. Think about that now on a decentralized blockchain where large organizations, even governmental entities, can query it to look at I'm a real natural person. I have these attributes based on your permissions to pull them from me for some period of time. It's an amazing setup for how these will come together to solve really problems that we've been arguing about in Congress around anti-terrorist financing and all these other things. Sure, make sure I'm me, make sure I should be in the ecosystem you want to be in, and make sure my assets are the assets you want to allow. That's what's happening right now. It's very exciting.
Exactly. Well, this is great. And again, I know we could talk for many, many hours. Unfortunately, we do have to kind of wrap things up here. Thought I had is, people often feel the notion that like Bitcoin's trying to replace the dollar, that the blockchain is trying to replace traditional payment settlement rails. When in actuality, I think there's plenty of opportunity for traditional finance and decentralized finance to coexist and even integrate and harmonize with one another. For example, we're seeing this with Swift messages starting to become interoperable with public blockchains, exactly, like the CCIP protocol, exactly.
Yeah.
So thanks so much again for this conversation. I really enjoy this dialogue with you today. So as we can see, blockchain digital assets, not a passing fad. They are providing real world efficiencies in the payment space. It's a technology that's beneficial, not a detriment to the global hegemony of the US dollar, especially since we didn't even talk about this. Thanks, Victor, so much. Next up, we have Lisa with some closing remarks. But first, we'll take a quick break. Thank you.
Crypto tutors. Hey, it's a way making money in my sleep. Making money in my sleep. I've been sitting in this seat of making money in my sleep. I've been sitting in this seat all day. You know me, you know I gotta move hard, but we're committed to the cause. I feel like I should dance a little bit. Thank you, Victor. Absolute genius. Love it. Love it. Love it. Up next, I guess it's me. Closing remarks. Okay. I can't believe it. How many hours later? But as they say, time flies when you are having fun. We are concluding. I can't even believe this. I swear it's like the day has just gone by so quickly. We had so many incredible leaders. I like to call them titans of industry across several panels. It's so fascinating because we hope that by virtue of having conversations about groundbreaking innovations in whether it be decentralized identities to the intersection of AI and blockchain, to how money moves. We wanted to ensure that by curating a conference experience that celebrates diversity and the breadth and scope of how Web3 technologies are materializing in the real world to address real world problems. We wanted to curate and experience that ensured subject matter experts, trustworthy, reliable sources around who's architecting and engineering the future were present today. And I'm very proud of what we have been able to accomplish with the support of these individuals. At Crypto Tutors, our mission is to future-proof the workforce through upskilling and reskilling. Our concentration is emerging technology. And we believe wholeheartedly that by providing trustworthy, reliable education, making worlds like Web3, making emerging technology accessible through education, we can ensure that no one is left behind. We can ensure that the world, the future that we're building is one that is inclusive and one that is respectful of all of the different forms of life, regardless of race, color, creed, sexual orientation, etc. This is an inclusive ecosystem that we are developing. And, we couldn't have done this. We could not have done any of this without our sponsors. So I also want to extend a real heartfelt debt of gratitude to our sponsors. Shout out to Block, Coinbase, Foundry, Stand with Crypto, Lunar Crush, Mara, and Paradigm for their unwavering support and belief in our mission. I want to also acknowledge, oh my God, my team. I promise you, even though I'm the one that you saw the most today, on the back end, none of this would be possible. And neither would Crypto Tutors be possible without my bestie. Shout out to Nina Blankenship, my co-founder, the CEO of Crypto Tutors, who's like the Wizard of Oz. You may not have seen her much today, but I promise you, she has been involved in every single bit and piece from even the background that you see here. So shout out to the bestie, love you. You're incredible. And of course, I also have to acknowledge our team at Crypto Tutors, Carmen, Billy, Kiera, Dagum, Stephanie, Keenan, my ace. He's also the lead engineer at Crypto Tutors, helping us transition from a professional services education company to a full-fledged tech company with DeFi all odds. That is not only the name of this conference, the naming convention of this conference, but also the hub that we are building for emerging tech workforce readiness and development. So thank you to you guys. And also thank you to each of you. Oh my gosh, oh my goodness. We do this for the culture, and that's you. And we want to make sure that you're aware and that you're able to apply what you learned. Speaking of Nina, she's texting me right now. But we want to make sure that what you learned today, they're actionable takeaways. We want to make sure that if you're in the US, obviously it's an election year. So, if you're not registered to vote, make sure you're registering. Make sure that you are participating. That's a really important civic duty. And, as you saw with all the different folks that represent the Web3 ecosystem, everyone has an opportunity to participate. We believe that education is one of the biggest barriers to entry, and we're trying to help you overcome that barrier through experiences like this. If you like what we did, tell your community, tell your people, tell your moms, tell your friends, tell, your bosses. We rely on sponsorships to ensure that we're producing an incredible event, and we make it free for everyone. As long as you have access to the internet, you can participate. So we need your support. And, as we close the 4th annual Crypto for the Culture conference, I just want to thank everybody who joined us on this incredible journey. Together, we are shaping the future of Web3 and creating a more inclusive and prosperous world for everyone. And like I said to my fellow American citizens, let your voice be heard with your vote. And as a collective, we're going to keep rocking, we're going to keep rolling, and we're going to continue to defy all odds. But before we go, I think we're going to do a survey. So do we have one last survey for everybody? Maybe not. I don't know.
Yes, we do.
Okay, the Wizard of Oz. Okay, thanks, Nina. The Wizard of Web3. Actually, didn't somebody have a job title named Wizard today that they spoke about? I feel like, was that somebody at Block? All right, guys, take the survey. Which panel topics were your favorites? Do you consider yourself to be diverse? Love to see who else is out there. Rate your knowledge of Bitcoin after attending Crypto for the Culture. Rate your understanding of careers related to Web3, Bitcoin, and blockchain. Oh, okay, I could dance finally. To the moon. To the moon. Oh, I know them. The end.
Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Bitcoiner, BTC, $1 trillion CAP. Don't sleep on cryptocurrency. Just make some money while you sleep. Yeah, it's the $2 trillion market cap for me. It's a wave, but this ain't no GameStop or AMC. DeFi is where you need to be. Why? Cause centralized systems keep them fees high. Talking knee high, maybe even neck high. But we fly, learn, and invest, and you'll see why. Your money, your time, don't waste it. Buy it, trade it, stake it, you made it. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon. To the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. To the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Fractional shares of Bitcoin and all stuff. Buy it, trade it, stake it, you made it. Double your private key, everybody know it. Blockchain's the trail, go from guppy to whale. When that market prevails, you make profit at scale. Cryptocurrency solidifies your legacy, so the future generations can be financially free. To the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. YOLO. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go.
10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Bitcoiner, BTC, $1 trillion CAP. Don't sleep on cryptocurrency. Just make some money while you sleep. Yeah, it's the $2 trillion market cap for me. It's a wave, but this ain't no GameStop or AMC. DeFi is where you need to be. Why? Cause centralized systems keep them fees high. Talk don't waste it. Buy it, trade it, stake it, you made it. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. To the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. YOLO. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Fractional shares of Bitcoin about stuff. Buy it, trade it, stake it, you made it. Don't lose your private key, I mean by no. Blockchain's the trail, go from guppy to whale. When the market prevails, you make profit at scale. Cryptocurrency solidifies your legacy, so the future generations can be financially free. To the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. YOLO. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. To the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. YOLO. Jump in the Lambo and off we go. Jump in the Lambo and off we go. YOLO.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Bitcoiner, BTC, $1 trillion CAP. Don't sleep on cryptocurrency. Just make some money while you sleep. Yeah, it's the $2 trillion market cap for me. It's a wave, but this ain't no GameStop or AMC. DeFi is where you need to be. Why? Cause centralized systems
keep them fees high. Fuck me high. Maybe even that high, but we fly. Best. And you'll see why. Your money. That was all. But. Wait, hold on. How do I do? Oh, okay. Back up and then yeah. Okay, wait.
Buy it, trade it, stake it. You made it.
See? The rocket ship.
Go from guppy to whale when that market
When
prevails. You make
prevails,
profit at scale. Cryptocurrency
Cryptocurrency
solidifies your legacy.
so the future generations can be financially free. Woo! They're gonna edit this in post-production.
Jump in the Lambo.
The Lambo and off we go. YOLO.
Jump in the Lambo. And off we go.
Classic. Crypto tutors. Crypto tutors. Crypto tutors. Hey, it's a wave. Making money in my sleep. Making money in my sleep.
You got it. Don't worry about it. Okay, use music. Don't worry.
Yeah, so what people may not realize is that we could only use our own music. So we had to go into the booth. You know, these songs have been around since 2021. It's crazy though. We're such an interesting crew. And such an interesting crew. Let me mute this in case I say something off the wall.
Bitcoin or BTC, $1 trillion CAP. Don't sleep on cryptocurrency, just make some money while you sleep. Yeah, it's the $2 trillion market cap for nature. It's a way, but this ain't no game. Cryptocurrency, just make some money while you sleep. Yeah, it's
Who are the front runners in the ecosystem?
NFTs be royalties in perpetuity, cause artists get paid off their market that be secondary. To think that revolution kicked off with crypto kitties, it is what it is and it be what it be. When we talking NFT, we talking IP, power lies in maintaining, controlling custody. Fortified by blockchain technology, yo, what we talking about? We talking about sovereignty. If you never heard of non-fungible, here's some game. One for one, there's only one unique token on the chain. Running back around the block, doing laps, special ops, spark contracts, the dApps now go off. Bottom line, now's the time. People, if you really want to see digital scarcity, create your own economy. NFTs be royalties in perpetuity, cause artists get paid off their market that be secondary. To think that revolution kicked off with crypto kitties, it is what it is and it be what it be. When we talking NFT, we talking IP, how it lies in maintaining, controlling custody. Fortified by blockchain technology, and what we talking about? We talking about sovereignty. When we talking NFT, we talking IP. And it is what it is, and it be what it be.